Chapter 882. Seeing the heavenly Tao clearly, Heavenly Emperor's whole body stiffened, his peripheral vision catching sight of a pale hand on his shoulder, reminding him of Gu En's previous words. Even if you resurrect in the celestial court, I will not spare you. Gu En's words still echoed in his ears, sending a chill down the Heavenly Emperor's spine. He had never imagined Gu En could come so quickly. He had just resurrected, and Gu En had already broken into the celestial court, standing behind him, treating the celestial Tao destiny as nothing. Such an existence he had never heard of before. The Heavenly Emperor turned his head with difficulty, and it was indeed Gu En standing behind him. Gu En pressed his right hand on his shoulder, looking down at him expressionlessly. This was the first time the Heavenly Emperor had seen Gu En's true appearance. Gu En looked very young, but he did not relax, remaining tense in every nerve. He felt the threat of death. Heavenly Court immortals relied on celestial Tao destiny, immortal and indestructible, but if the other could extinguish the celestial Tao destiny in him, wouldn't he face the possibility of death? The more the Heavenly Emperor thought, the more frightened he became, even feeling an impulse to beg for mercy. Sir, the novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He was the Heavenly Emperor, the one who wielded the highest power of the celestial court. He was to become the celestial emperor. How could he beg for mercy from a mortal spirit? Even if this mortal spirit was once the celestial Tao venerable. The Heavenly Emperor roared in his heart, but his lips moved uncontrollably, beginning to open. Gu En quietly looked down at him, letting him endure the torment, but compared to the beings slaughtered by immortals, what did his torment count for? The Heavenly Emperor spat out a word, then his face changed slightly, hurriedly altering his words. Spare me, Gu En asked, and can you spare the 3,000 great worlds? The Heavenly Emperor nodded hastily, responding, I can. Gu En's right hand gently squeezed, and the Heavenly Emperor showed a look of despair, feeling his mana dissipating. Give me a chance. I truly realize my mistake. If you destroy me, another Heavenly Emperor will rise, the battle for power will not end, and the 3,000 great worlds will still face annihilation. The Heavenly Emperor pleaded desperately, unable to stand, unable to escape Gu En's grasp, only able to feel his mana draining away, pushing him to the abyss of despair. Gu En remained expressionless, plunging the Heavenly Emperor into utter despair. His body weakened more and more, almost collapsing on the ground. In his mind flashed many images, the long journey of his life. He was born in a great thousand world. When his mother gave birth to him, she was unmarried, causing him to be ostracized within the family, even leading to his mother's death being forced. At her death, he awakened the power of the celestial emperor bloodline. He transformed into an innate immortal god overnight, becoming the strongest of his time, slaughtering his whole family with his immense power, even alarming the sect behind the family. After exterminating the family, he provoked the sect to hunt him down, annihilate that sect, and stronger sects came to kill him, calling him a calamity. He fought incessantly, venting his anger and hatred, eventually becoming an enemy of the world, at just 17, becoming the demon of his time. But he was too young and finally encountered an unbeatable foe. When all hope seemed lost, his father, the celestial emperor, descended. His life took a turn, embracing light. The celestial emperor saved him and brought him back to the celestial court, bestowing upon him the title of Heavenly Emperor. Since then, he became the Heavenly Emperor above all beings, an existence envied by immortals, and regarded his father, the celestial emperor, as his most admired supreme being. Initially, the celestial emperor was very close to him, fulfilling all his needs. Those were his happiest days. Until one day, he went to the palace of the pole star to find his father, but was stopped by the heavenly servant. Later, no matter what reason he used to see his father, he was always blocked. Gradually, he realized he had fallen out of favor, and later heard of a new heavenly emperor appearing, just like he was once kept by his father's side. Through endless years, his heart grew cold, watching one heavenly emperor after another favored, and witnessing others, like him, being coldly treated. He even experienced the terrifying disaster of a heavenly emperor challenging his father, a battle that alarmed the entire celestial court, with that heavenly emperor cast into the 9 nether purgatory, never to reincarnate, his father forbidding the birth of the immortal emperor's eye. Patience and strengthening, these became the main themes of the heavenly emperor's life. He became the unnoticed heavenly emperor, feeling his talent surpassed others, yet never showing it. At some point he started to resent his father, whose whims deeply hurt him. But when he forced his father to give way, he became like his father. Under Guwen's hand, the heavenly emperor suddenly realized he had become the person he despised the most. He couldn't discern whether his cleansing of the 3,000 great worlds was against Shenyuan human venerable, or aimed at long-buried hatred in his heart. All of his past made his fear begin to recede. Even if he begged for mercy, Guwen had no intention to spare him, so why die so disgracefully? The heavenly emperor lowered his head, his other hand unable to support his knee. As his mana dissipated, he slumped to the ground with a thud. He closed his eyes, ready to embrace death. However, after a few breaths, the anticipated pain did not occur. He opened his eyes to see Guwen standing beside him, turning his head to find Guwen's features becoming blurred. Without mana, perhaps you can see what the heavenly Tao truly is. Guwen's voice reached the heavenly emperor's ears, and then his figure vanished into thin air. Hearing these words, the heavenly emperor's gaze darkened. He flipped over, lying supine on the hall floor. This palace was gifted to him by his father. Recently, it became the highest symbol of power in the celestial court, visited daily by immortals, but now, looking at the vast star sea above the palace, he found it tasteless. He realized his previous strength was merely wishful thinking. In the face of a true strong one, he was utterly defeated. He closed his eyes with a bitter smile. Ancestor Master Wuxia dissipated his cultivation, and just by this method, he could be sure Ancestor Master Wuxia possessed the ability to destroy him. He didn't understand why Ancestor Master Wuxia didn't kill him, whether it was to torment him or let him go, but he knew he would next face the whole celestial court's doubt. Without cultivation, how was he to wield power? After a long while, a voice came from outside the hall. "Your Highness, are you there?" The heavenly emperor opened his eyes, his gaze gradually sharpening. This guy again. He came so quickly, obviously wanting to confirm if I had fallen. The heavenly emperor stood up, looking at the palace doors, knowing that once those doors opened, his coming days would change from dominating the celestial court to struggling to survive. In the heavenly emperor, bestowed power by my father, I might not be able to defeat Ancestor Master Wuxia, but can't I suppress you, rabble? The heavenly emperor thought to himself, suddenly exuding an aura of supreme dominance, returning to his former state, overlooking all living beings. Elsewhere, in the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guwen walked out of the woods, heading towards Su Han. Su Han was still practicing his sword, and when Guwen approached, he asked, "Ancestor, there was another celestial phenomenon earlier, but it came quickly and disappeared just as fast. Did someone fail the crossing of tribulation?" Guwen took a book from his bosom, walking to a large tree, sitting down and casually replying, "Perhaps." Seeing his lack of interest, Su Han shifted topics, musing, "Recently, phenomena have been frequent. Maybe the pressure from the immortal gods on cultivators is too much. I wonder if the immortal gods will return. When will peace come to the 3,000 great worlds?" Guwen turned pages, responding, "The immortal gods will eventually leave. As for when peace will return, we can only know later." Swinging his sword, Su Han glanced at Guwen. Watching his ancestor under the tree reading, accompanying his cultivation, he suddenly felt lucky. No matter what, he should cherish the life he has now. One day, he would become stronger than the immortal gods. He also wanted to protect his ancestor, protect Wuxia, and even protect the celestial spirit great world. If possible, he wished to personally end this catastrophe befalling the 3,000 great worlds. His intuition told him this calamity would last a very long time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 883, The Day of Breakthrough. Above the billowing thunderclouds, Marshal of Heaven stood proudly on the cloud's edge, his expression somber. The earlier mysterious battle had tugged at his thoughts, and he could confirm that the terrifying aura originated from the Heavenly Emperor. The strength of the Heavenly Emperor deeply shook him, and he finally understood why the Heavenly Emperor could wield such power. He had never felt such a powerful presence before. At the same time, his heart was filled with confusion over what kind of entity could force the Heavenly Emperor to personally intervene. Marshal of Heaven suddenly felt that a celestial decree would soon be issued. Over the years, as he led the celestial army in battle, he could sense that those worlds they had invaded were infiltrated by chaos evil demons. He initially wanted to turn back but was blocked by the celestial order. This made him suspect for a time that there might be a traitor from the chaos within the celestial court, but the celestial order is supreme, and he could only comply. Soon, an immortal monarch passed through the clouds, landing beside him, respectfully saluting and asking, "Marshal, where shall we proceed after the destruction of this realm?" The failure in the celestial spirit great world had made the army of immortal gods more cautious, and which great thousand world to proceed to became a concern of many immortal gods. Immortal gods are immortal, but this relies on the celestial Tao destiny, and each resurrection consumes their destiny or cultivation level. Dying once or twice is fine, but no immortal god wishes to die frequently. Marshal of Heaven was silent for a moment, then said, "Wait for my orders." The immortal monarch, hearing this, secretly sighed in relief, then saluted and withdrew. Marshal of Heaven continued to stand on the cloud's edge, waiting, closing his eyes, lost in thought. Several days later, he suddenly opened his eyes to see a beam of golden light crossing the cosmic plane and swiftly arriving before him. He raised his hand to catch it, and the golden light dispersed into stars, merging into his body. After receiving the information, a look of surprise emerged on his face. The celestial decree has changed. The battle between Guan and the Heavenly Emperor outside the 3,000 Great Worlds had caused a great stir, but within the 3,000 Great Worlds, there was little reaction. The worlds ravaged by the immortal gods continued to suffer the invasion of chaos evil demons, while those yet untouched anxiously awaited the arrival of the immortal god army. Guan continued with his usual routine, picking ripe medicinal herbs and venturing to other great thousand worlds to harvest lifespans. When he saw the immortal god army turning back to hunt the chaos evil demons, he was quietly pleased. The Heavenly Emperor still had some sense. The reason Guan didn't kill him was partly due to Taihao's face, and partly because the celestial court should not be without a leader. Chaos is the most terrifying. Guan had no patience to create the peaceful world that all beings desired, but he could make those in power change their attitudes. After the Heavenly Emperor changed the celestial decree, he again busied himself dealing with the immortal gods. Although he lost his cultivation level, he rarely revealed his aura in daily life, and he could still harness the celestial Tao destiny, so he pretended his cultivation level remained, stabilizing the situation in the celestial court. However, Guan could see that some immortal gods were doubtful, hinting that the Heavenly Emperor would face even more troubles. At the same time, Guan also saw some immortal gods meeting alone with the entities of the Dark Heavenly Court, indicating that the Dark Heavenly Court chose this time to invade the 3,000 Great Worlds not merely due to a power vacuum but with a hidden scheme. These matters were of no concern to Guan. He had no interest in helping the Celestial Court. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation to harvest lifespans was key. In his mind, he had only the responsibility to protect the celestial spirit great world, and as for other worlds, he could show mercy but would not impose responsibility upon himself. Time continued to pass. The war of the immortal gods became increasingly distant for the all-beings of the celestial spirit great world. Their focus shifted from the immortal gods to the affairs of all under heaven. It is worth mentioning that in the years following, there were occasional divine senses from Xian-Qi primordial immortals and mixed-element profound venerable immortals sweeping across the 3,000 great worlds. Fortunately, these powerful beings did not set foot in the 3,000 great worlds. The celestial army led by Marshal of Heaven repeatedly clashed with the evil demons of the Dark Heavenly Court, sparking sensational battles. News of these spread throughout the 3,000 great worlds, causing much speculation among the all heavens and myriad realms, although no world dared to let down its guard due to them. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years passed. 2,000 years later, the celestial spirit great world was still peaceful, without a major calamity descending. One evening, Guwen flashed to the ridge inside the Taoist field of the beginningless, strolling along while checking his attribute panel. He now possessed a lifespan of 3 trillion years. With more and more world powers following the return of the immortal god army hunting the evil demons, Guwen became even more cautious in his lifespan harvesting. Even though he was as strong as the Celestial Emperor, he did not want to expose his ability to harvest lifespans, which was fundamental to his standing. He did not wish to reveal it at any time. Guwen contemplated when to break through. Compared to the lifespan consumed during the last breakthrough, his lifespan now had multiplied by 1,000 times. Even though the gap between the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao and Saint was vast, it should not exceed 1,000-fold difference, right? Guwen decided that when he reached a lifespan of 10 trillion years, he would break through, and he planned to accelerate his lifespan harvesting pace. The reason for this was that he had foreseen more changes in the future for the 3,000 great worlds, with some variables even he could not discern clearly. Sarthanav Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The only current possibility for these indiscernible variables was because of that being Lord of the Celestial Court, Celestial Emperor. Once the Celestial Emperor was born, he might come looking for Guwen, which was why Guwen hoped to break through before then. Tomorrow, I should go and kill a few Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals. An Exen thought to himself, his mood becoming delightful. A certain great thousand world was occupied by several Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals. These Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals were from the demon race of the Dark Heavenly Court, commanding innumerable demon soldiers and demon generals, making it difficult even for the immortal god army to breach. The reason Celestial Court hadn't sent stronger reinforcements was that battles surpassing Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals were taking place on the edge of the Heavenly Dao. Unlike the last major war where the Dark Heavenly Court only sent Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, this time, the Dark Heavenly Court's onslaught was unending, which might also explain the Celestial Emperor's imminent return. Guwen walked past the mountain ridge, descending the path alongside fields of medicinal herbs, seeing disciples at work. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera was also there, guiding these disciples in cultivating high-tier cultivation herbs. Upon seeing Guwen, she immediately stepped forward to greet him with a bow. Finally, you have some disciples to keep you company. It will be less burdensome for you in the future. Guwen said with a smile, his tone full of praise. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera struggled to contain her excitement, saying, "If it weren't for your assistance achieving the status of heaven-encompassing free immortal, how would those disciples come to pay homage to me? It's all thanks to your grace." These were her heartfelt words. Having killed Gu An's disciple, she had been a prisoner when taken into Wuxi's fold, but now she was a Wuxia disciple, occasionally able to venture out. Her current cultivation level placed her as a formidable great power in the outside world. She always felt grateful to Guwen, cherishing her current life. Guwen encouraged, "I see all that you do. As long as you are willing, I will take you with me wherever I go in the future." With the Ghost Mother of Ephemera by his side, he could peacefully enjoy a leisurely life. He truly planned to keep her with him in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 884, 10 trillion years life span. Upon hearing Gu An's words, the Ghost Mother of Ephemera became even more excited and hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, she was startled in her heart. The Master wants to leave the Celestial Spirit Great World? It makes sense. After sheltering the Celestial Spirit Great World so many times, she too would feel tired. Perhaps without such a powerful Taoist lineage like Wuxia, the Celestial Spirit Great World could have fewer major troubles. This was what the Ghost Mother of Ephemera thought, and after a few simple words with Guwen, he left, while she watched his departing figure and stood thinking for a long time. After contemplating for a long time, The ghost mother of ephemera decided not to think about it. After all, it's fine as long as she follows the master. She had been with Wuxia for over 1 billion years and never felt bored, because here, she could constantly pursue the great Tao and never tire. The process of enlightenment was more satisfying to her than any pleasure in the world. In the underworld, the world was dim, shrouded in thick fog. CTH Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Jianghu and Suyu followed Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Ahead loomed a tremendously majestic mountain, with a bottomless gorge in the middle, towards which they were heading. As they walked, Jianghu turned to look at a pile of white bones by the roadside, where 2 ghost souls seemed to be only 2 or 3 years old, timidly looking at Jianghu. Don't look at them. Despite their harmless appearance, they are the most terrifying cause and effect deep in the 9 netherworlds. The voice of Emperor Bone Profound Venerable came from ahead, prompting Jianghu to withdraw his gaze. Su Yu, looking at the back of Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, frowned and asked, "We are already deep within the underworld. Though I've never been here, this place is called the Immortal God Forbidden Area. Who exactly are you looking for?" He had already integrated into the destiny of the Dark Heavenly Court, but he could no longer see through what the Dark Heavenly Court intended to do. Revenge against the Celestial Court? Replace the Celestial Court? Suyu always felt the Dark Heavenly Court was harboring an even greater plot, as if they were searching for something. This is indeed the Immortal God Forbidden Area because it was born before the Heavenly Tao. It is the source of reincarnation. This place has no hour, no cause and effect, and in the past, it was nothing. But since the creation of the Heavenly Tao, more and more souls have fled here wanting to escape reincarnation, gradually leading to changes in this place. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable walked ahead, saying softly, "This place is called the 9 Netherworld Death Realm, an area where the great Tao cannot intervene. There's a supreme being here. I represent the Dark Heavenly Court in inviting him to step into the world, and also to seek opportunities for you too." Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's words made Jianghu and Suyu even more curious. Jianghu couldn't help asking, "A supreme being? Someone comparable to the heavenly Emperor Tai Shang and Ancestor Master Wuxia?" Thousands of years ago, the battle between heavenly Emperor Tai Shang and Ancestor Master Wuxia could be felt even by those like them, deeply engaged in the great Taoist dimensions. That overwhelming aura made them feel dwarfed in comparison. Far surpassing them, only that celestial emperor can compare. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable answered thus, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Heavenly Emperor Tai Shang is indeed powerful, considered the most outstanding son of heaven. But compared to the celestial emperor, he's still far behind, whereas the being deep in the 9 Netherworld Death Realm is so powerful that even the celestial emperor couldn't do anything to him. He is called the 9 Nether Emperor, and supposedly, his will was born at the beginning of chaos, later reshaping his body with the resentment chi of the 9 Netherworld Death Realm with unfathomable Tao practice. The 9 Nether Emperor. So you was hearing this name for the first time, and just the fact that he was born at the beginning of chaos made him feel immense pressure. Once a son of heaven, so you had a deep understanding of the great Tao, aware that many powerful beings and even Taoist lineages existed before the birth of the heavenly Tao. That vast chaos had witnessed countless golden ages, but for reasons unknown, chaos had become desolate, as if only the heavenly Tao had sentient beings, while within chaos were beings exiled by the heavenly Tao. Jianghu frowned and asked, "If he's truly that powerful, why would he remain here?" Emperor Bone Profound Venerable snorted without looking back. "Humph, do you think all powerful beings want to touch the heavenly Tao? You better abandon that thought in the future. The Dark Heavenly Court is here for revenge, but for those like the 9 Nether Emperor, the affairs of the heavenly Tao hold no allure. He could even create a similar destiny order to the heavenly Tao, but he sees no need in doing so." Jianghu wanted to ask, "If that's the case, how can you persuade the 9 Nether Emperor?" But as the words lingered on his lips, he felt that asking was meaningless. This matter was beyond his ability to influence. Instead of questioning this, he should think about how to survive the next calamity. The more Emperor Bone Profound Venerable nurtured him, the more it felt like a scheme. There's no unsolicited goodwill in the world, especially since Emperor Bone Profound Venerable was entirely skeletal, making Jianghu suspect that the other party wanted to possess him, strengthening his body as much as possible, then taking possession of it. Jianghu had heard and seen many such stories, so he never let down his guard. The three of them fell into silence, drawing nearer to the gorge ahead. Jianghu looked up but couldn't see the summit. It felt as if they were walking toward the edge of the world. The news that the immortal gods were no longer slaughtering mortal spirits and had truly begun to clear out evil demons reached the celestial spirit great world, allowing the major sects and imperial dynasties to finally breathe a sigh of relief. They shifted their attention from external matters to internal development. In times of peace, time always flies by quickly. 10,000 years passed in a flash. On this afternoon, in Gu An's courtyard, second-generation disciples gathered, setting up wine tables. They were very happy because such days were rare, and they awaited Gu An's return. While waiting, they talked about worldly affairs, including the immortal demon war in the 3,000 great worlds. Nowadays, there was interaction between the 3,000 great worlds, so news about them also spread here. The term Dark Heavenly Court had entered the sight of all beings. They were curious about the origins of the Dark Heavenly Court and its relationship with the Celestial Court. Until Guan walked into the courtyard, all the disciples rose. "Master, where did you go playing again?" the celestial demon child laughingly asked. She recently broke through to innate golden immortal and often wore a smile. Guan carried 2 jars of reincarnation wine, smiling. "I took a stroll around the Tai Tsong dynasty." The ghost mother of Ephemera and Nzazai immediately approached to take the wine from his hands. Blood Prison Great Saint shouted from the side, saying how 2 jars weren't enough to drink, to which Guan responded that less is for better savoring. Guan sat at the main table, and Nzazai immediately led others to serve the already prepared fine wines and delicacies. The celestial scion sat beside Guan, deliberately leaning closer, curiously asking, "Master, what day is it today? Why gather us here?" Guan opened the attribute panel while smilingly replying, "Since leaving the Supreme Sect, we haven't had many spring festivals, and recently everyone has made progress in cultivation, so I thought of gathering everyone together." Name, Guan, lifespan, 160, 706, 032/1, 000, 000, 000, 051, 336, 914, 607, physique, creation essence body, cultivation level, ultimate merging Tao venerable emperor realm perfection, 10 trillion years of life. Guan was in high spirits today as he had gathered so many years of life in under 10,000 years, although he regretted not triggering the hint to upgrade the lifespan function. The reason he convened his disciples was to celebrate this achievement, as tomorrow he planned to make a breakthrough, hoping for a stroke of good luck. The legendary Saint realm was proving difficult for him to comprehend, so he decided to take a shortcut. In less than 10,000 years, he had collected such an amount of lifespan, which put him in a great mood, despite not triggering the lifespan function upgrade hint. He decided to gather all the disciples to discuss this before his departure, as he hoped to achieve success in the upcoming breakthrough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 885. 9 options indeed we should gather. I can share my insights into the golden immortal Tao fruit with everyone. Blood Prison Great Saint stood by a nearby table, smiling smugly. Among the second-generation disciples, half had yet to achieve the innate golden immortal status, so many couldn't help but roll their eyes at his words. Guan smiled without replying, letting the disciples chat among themselves. Once the fine wine and delicacies were served, they began drinking together. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy such an atmosphere, and all the disciples put aside their cultivation troubles to relish the moment. An hour later, Guan looked around at all the disciples and said, "In a few years, I plan to leave the celestial spirit great world." As soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down and turned to look at him. Some showed surprise, while others looked as if they had known earlier. Jianghu curiously asked, "Where are you going?" He had already decided to follow Guan no matter what, so he had no hesitation. Back in the day, he went through great lengths to gain his master's approval. His current achievements hadn't disappointed him, and looking back felt like a dream. He wanted to go even further. Other disciples also looked at Guan. None of the second-generation disciples hesitated. All wanted to follow Guan. Guan laughed. "I haven't decided where yet, but you all don't have to follow me necessarily. If you encounter trouble in the celestial spirit great world, just think of me in your heart, and I will feel it. I simply wish to explore other realms." Celestial demon child immediately said, "Wherever you go, I'll go." Other disciples quickly expressed their stance. They didn't believe Guan was merely going for a stroll. If that were the case, there was no need to speak so seriously. Moreover, they remembered the Supreme Sect. After Guan left, Supreme Sect still existed, but in the eyes of outsiders, supporting Dao Sword Venerable had severed ties with Supreme Sect. Supporting Dao Sword Venerable was no longer present. Now, Ancestor Master Wuxia was renowned. Few linked Ancestor Master Wuxia with Supreme Sect, and even when Supreme Sect disciples mentioned those past events, they were often questioned. "No rush, you can think it over. I'll tell you again when I'm actually leaving," Guan remarked with a smile. He was pleased with the disciples' attitudes, but he hoped they would follow their hearts. He was truthful. Even if he left the celestial spirit great world, he would still protect Wuxia. Then, Guan changed the subject to cultivation. He spoke of the creations of heaven-balancing golden immortal, instantly piquing the curiosity of all the disciples. Some among them had already reached the innate golden immortal realm. Those who hadn't achieved it felt they eventually would, so the innate golden immortal wasn't mysterious to them. Naturally, they began to anticipate higher realms. Golden Immortal Dao fruit is divided into 3 layers: Innate Golden Immortal, Heaven-Balancing Golden Immortal, Taiching Golden Immortal. Most immortal gods in the celestial court were merely at the Heaven-Balancing Golden Immortal cultivation level. Reaching Heaven-Balancing Golden Immortal is akin to matching the immortal gods in cultivation. This invigorated the disciples greatly. Immortal cultivation, after all, was about ascending to immortality. Though the immortals in the celestial court disappointed them, as long as their cultivation rose sufficiently, they could become the immortals they aspired to be. The gathering lasted until night, and after disbanding, the disciples left in 2s and 3s, leaving Guan and Xinjun alone in the courtyard. After tidying up the courtyard, Xinjun looked at Guan, who lay in the rocking chair stargazing, and asked, "Are you afraid you'll implicate the celestial spirit great world? Actually, you shouldn't bear so much burden. Without you, the celestial spirit great world would have disappeared long ago. You never owed anyone anything." Guan glanced at her and replied, "Of course not, I'm just weary after all these years. You always say one thing but mean another. Never mind, wherever you go, you have to take me with you. I'm dedicated to you for life." Shenzhen shook her head. "I really need a maid, but you're not qualified. You're not serving me at all. How should I serve you, like Asyang in Spring Willow Record, or like Yang Qinyang in Unclean Monk?" Shenzhen provocatively looked at Guan and asked in a coquettish voice, moving toward him as she spoke. Guan responded with a snort, "Tonight the wind is calm, the moon is splendid. If you're willing, I won't refuse." He knew Shenzhen well. She wanted to embarrass him, so he wouldn't let her succeed. However, as Shenzhen got closer, Guan noticed her inner thoughts changing. Oh no. Sunlight broke the horizon and swept across the peaks within the Taoist field of the beginningless. Bang! The door opened, and Guan and Shenzhen walked out one after the other. He stretched lazily toward the sky, while Shenzhen sat by the artifact refining cauldron, as she always did. Last night, the two had a profound exchange regarding each other's works, which was very enjoyable. Guan directly activated the lifespan breakthrough. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, select a breakthrough location below. 1. Chaos Innate Tower. 2. Sunset Sea. 3. Formless Realm. Dao Ancestor Star. 3000 Boundary Bridges. 6. Origin Space. 7. True Extreme Tao Universe. 8. Chaos Great Rift. 9. Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain. Still 9 options. This means these places can potentially give rise to terrifying beings surpassing the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Of course, this is just potential. If such beings exist, these places wouldn't be absolutely safe for Guan. Guan didn't make a decision immediately. He walked toward the courtyard gate to ponder. The names of these places seemed extraordinary, worthy of serious consideration. As for his departure, Shenzhen didn't care, not even glancing at him. Walking down the mountain path, Guan focused on the suggestions before him. Chaos Innate Tower sounded like a magical treasure. Was it left by a supreme expert? Sunset Sea, Formless Realm revealed no clues. Tao Ancestor Star. Could it be the first star since the dawn of the Great Tao? Guan thought of his past life, Earth. Within the heavenly Tao, there were mortal stars similar to Earth, but none like his recollection of Earth, which led him to further speculate about chaos. 3,000 boundary bridges didn't attract him much, but origin space-time fueled his imagination. True Extreme Tao Universe, Chaos Great Rift, Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain sounded awe-inspiring. After weighing his options, Guan reached a conclusion. By the time he reached the mid-mountains, he quietly made his decision. Teleport to Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain requires consuming 100 trillion years of lifespan. Continue? My goodness, 100 trillion years of lifespan. Many stars and worlds haven't even lived that long. Guan briefly marveled before choosing to proceed. Soon, the familiar dizziness struck, causing him to instinctively close his eyes, losing perception of his surroundings. After a while, Guan felt his feet touch the ground and slowly opened his eyes. A breeze swept toward him, fluttering his black hair and widening his pupils. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 886. 9 Tribulations of Chaos Becoming a Saint. What unfolded before Guan's vision was a silver-blue starry sky, adorned with countless stars, boundless and infinite. Such vastness was truly breathtaking, even for him, the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Whether observed with eyes or divine sense, there was no end in sight. Yet, if he calmed his heart, he could feel an invisible force enveloping this universe. And if he could break through this force, he could leap beyond. The spiritual energy here was different from the celestial Tao spiritual Qi and Tao spiritual Qi. It was a kind he had never experienced, complex, like a living entity, full of spirituality. Not only was the universe vast, but the mountain beneath his feet was also colossal. Looking down, the base of the mountain couldn't be seen. Even with divine sense, it was like the universe, with no end. Standing on the cliff halfway up the mountain, with a dense forest behind him, vibrant flowers and plants, looking upwards, the summit also seemed unattainable. Looking around, the Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain was vast, with beautiful mountain forests, spiritual energy surging, and many semi-transparent lotus flowers of various colors floating about. Guan didn't immediately break through. He activated the lifespan barrier, then enveloped the Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain with his divine sense to observe this realm. Although this place posed absolutely no threat to him, he didn't want to leave any trace of cause and effect, so he chose to continue using the lifespan barrier. He discovered the Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain was filled with vast cause and effect. Every flower and plant represented realms of immortal cultivation, the large trees symbolizing Taoist lineages. From the mountain's vegetation, one could glimpse all the immortal Tao. He even saw the cultivation Tao lineages within the heavenly Tao, but he could only observe and couldn't do anything with the flowers, plants, and trees. What he saw and heard gave Guan a deeper understanding of the Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain, yet many confusions remained within him. How was this mountain born? Why did it come into existence? Has it ever nurtured life? After watching for a while, Guan sat down cross-legged, preparing to break through. Throughout the years, he had thought about this many times and decided this time to enhance only his physique, not an all-round improvement. His cultivation technique hadn't presented a bottleneck yet, Each time he cultivated energy, he gained new insights, indicating that the limit of the infinite supreme merging Dao skill surpassed the supreme emperor of ultimate merging Dao realm. As for other Daoist techniques, Guan found them hard to measure in strength or weakness, as he could eliminate any opponent he had encountered with any single divine skill. Guan began to invest lifespan to enhance his physique, pouring in 1 trillion years of lifespan in one breath, since the last time he upgrading the great Dao formless body to the infinite eternal Dao body had consumed nearly 2 trillion years of lifespan. Messages popped up before Guan's eyes. This time's enhancement, as he anticipated, consumed far more than his last, but he didn't mind. His lifespan units were already in quintillions. 1 trillion years to him was negligible. In the end, he used 600 trillion years of lifespan to elevate his physique to the creation eternal life. Vast and boundless memories exploded in his mind, and he watched the numbers displayed by the lifespan barrier jump rapidly, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately chose not to deactivate the lifespan barrier. Play it safe. One should not be careless because there is no threat in this realm. The absence of a current threat does not mean there won't be hidden dangers later. Guan closed his eyes, beginning to enjoy the transformation of his physique. The spiritual energy of the immortal spirit infinite mountain surged wildly, enveloping his entire being, reconstructing his body from the outside to the inside. He quickly entered a state similar to sudden enlightenment, full of profound mystery. Gradually, trails of spiritual energy appeared ascending from the bottom of the immortal spirit infinite mountain, resembling dragons, sweeping upwards toward the mountain peak. An hour later, Guan opened his eyes. He had completely transformed into the creation eternal life. In the creation eternal life, everything within oneself was creation. Hair could transform into living creatures, and blood could condense within heaven and earth, while the physical body could recover indefinitely, making it a body that was truly immortal. At the same time, this body contained immense qi power, able to stir the 3,000 great Dao with a single movement. It was a body that transcended the great Dao, immune to any harm unless it was from the source power of the great Dao. Guan reveled in the sense of creation within himself, feeling utterly splendid. He noticed no changes in the immortal spirit infinite mountain. The flowing spiritual energy was not fierce, and the entire mountain remained tranquil. The foundation of this mountain was truly profound. During his past breakthroughs, immense disturbances were always stirred, but here, there was such a rare, quiet, and harmonious environment. In such an environment, he gained greater confidence in the breakthroughs to come. For absolute certainty, I've saved up tens of thousands of times in lifespan, surely this can't end in failure? Guan thought to himself. His last breakthrough in a great realm had cost him 220 quintillion years of lifespan. Now, he possessed 100 million quintillion years of lifespan. Even if the saint realm remained elusive, he believed in proving his Dao with power. He calmed his mind, rested for a few breaths, and then invested 10 quintillion years of lifespan into his cultivation level. Unprecedented courage. Lifespan notifications appeared before him. You've undergone sudden enlightenment cultivation for 1 quintillion years, utilizing the infinite supreme merging Dao skill with great achievement to forcefully push into the primordial Tai true saint realm, beginning to cross the tribulation. You failed to endure the 9 tribulations of chaos becoming a saint, tribulation crossing failed. You've undergone sudden enlightenment cultivation for 2 quintillion years, utilizing the infinite supreme merging Dao skill with great achievement to forcefully push into the primordial Tai true saint realm, beginning to cross the tribulation. You failed to endure the 9 tribulations of chaos becoming a saint, tribulation crossing failed. No longer qi absorption cultivation, but sudden enlightenment cultivation. Primordial Tai true saint. True saint, it seems that above the supreme emperor of ultimate merging Dao lies the saint he comprehended in the profound abyss divine pool. This was a realm even the ancient heavenly court's great powers couldn't achieve till death. 9 tribulations of chaos becoming a saint? What is that? Is it really 9 types of tribulations? Guan pondered, seeing 10 quintillion years of lifespan all fail to break through. He did not care too much and continued to invest 10 quintillion years of lifespan. From the perspective of the starry sky, the immortal spirit infinite mountain seemed like a cosmic pillar, reaching beyond sight, enormous in size, yet this immense mountain remained unmoving with no phenomena occurring. Everything seemed so quiet, yet this silence did not feel eerie. Instead, it was quite beautiful, calming the mind and lifting the spirit. Under the dim celestial vault, mountains stretched continuously. At the edge of a large lake among the mountains, 1,000,000 people gathered here, among them Liya, who was meditating by the lakeside, contemplating the lake surface. A disciple flew over from afar, landing beside him, and asked nervously, "Master, the immortal gods can't take down that demon sect for a long time, and even show signs of defeat. Should we retreat?" Liya came back to his senses, glanced at him, and asked in return, "Why should we retreat? Have you forgotten our original intention? But with our strength, we can't intervene in this great war, and the immortal gods treated all living beings so poorly in the past. Why should we help them? If they really are defeated, if they die, they can revive, but if we die, we truly die." The more the disciple spoke, the more agitated he became, and hearing his words, the nearby disciples echoed, becoming agitated. Their miserable lives were all thanks to the immortal gods. They hated the immortal gods and hated the celestial court. Liya turned his head to look, wanting to persuade them, but seeing their eyes, he felt powerless inside. What right did he have to ask others to let go of their hatred? Liya suddenly felt that even if the immortal gods expelled the chaos evil demon and the human world returned to peace, hatred would still remain, and sooner or later, all living beings would seek revenge against the celestial court. But how formidable the celestial court is indeed, and he couldn't help but feel powerless thinking of their gazes. After the disciples vented for a while and all fell silent, Liya stood up, scanning all of them, and said, "For the sake of absolute security, I've saved tens of thousands of times of lifespan. We can't fail at this now, can we? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 887. Breakthrough to the Primordial Tai True Saint Realm. Liya's voice echoed among the mountains, clearly heard by the 1,000,000 disciples. They were all people who had survived death. Without Liya, they would have long been dead. Now hearing Liya's words, though they still felt anger in their hearts, they felt ashamed when they thought of many people waiting for rescue like they once did. Liya looked at all the disciples and felt a bit ashamed too. It was all because of his insufficient ability. If he were powerful enough, he could single-handedly eradicate all the evil demons in the world and help the disciples take revenge. Just then, a strong wind roared through, and Liya instinctively looked up. The sea of clouds in the sky was overturned, and a dazzling golden light shone down. More and more disciples looked up, all awestruck by the spectacle in the sky. In the starry night sky appeared a colossal golden immortal silhouette. It looked like an armored celestial god, holding a bright sun in his right hand, walking forward. The night sky could only reveal his upper body, his lower body obscured by mountains at the end of the world. In the presence of such an immortal figure, everyone was awestruck. They had seen numerous immortal gods but had never seen one with such aura. Not even Liya, who had the highest cultivation level, could discern the cultivation level of this immortal. A sound resembling a dragon's roar came, causing everyone to turn their heads. Behind the golden immortal silhouette appeared an even larger white horse. That horse's hooves were stepping on flames, its head bore 2 dragon horns, its hair white as a snow-capped mountain, its back resembling a dragon's back. What a majestic horse! This horse's shoulder height surpassed any mountain they had ever seen, making them feel not an ounce of disrespect. Liya was also amazed in his heart. What a divine horse this is! Although he disliked the actions of the celestial court, he had to admit that deep inside, he had always yearned for the celestial court. This was also the thought of most cultivators. To become an immortal is just to ascend to the immortal class, isn't it? Under the gaze of Liya and the 1,000,000 disciples, the golden immortal silhouette and the white horse vanished at the edge of the universe, leaving them with infinite imagination. Liya turned back, once again meditating by the lake, continuing to comprehend his own Tao. Now, he was not comprehending the sword Tao, but the Tao of worldly acts and ideals. He wondered if it was his illusion, but after witnessing the immortal trace, he gained numerous insights, and the speed at which insights emerged was increasingly fast. He hadn't noticed that other disciples who were meditating and practicing also entered an enlightenment state. In the dim palace, Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes, mana dispersed from her body, quickly spreading, forming a gray mist above the hall. Subsequently, steels rose from the mist, engraved with different Tao patterns and words, obscure and hard to comprehend. Seeing this scene, Ji Xiaoyu's face showed joy, then she frowned. It's finally accomplished. Why is today's cultivation so easy? Places that were hard to understand in the past now seem effortlessly solved. Ji Xiaoyu had cultivated for countless years, never feeling this strange sensation before. She hadn't obtained any new opportunity, nor were there any omens recently, but today she suddenly perfected the divine skill she wanted to create. Her first thought was of Guan. Could it be that guy secretly helped her again? Indeed, it could only be him. Moreover, here in the celestial spirit great world, if there were any unknown forces plotting against her, he would take action. Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile, sighing, "How did you start relying on him too?" Although she found it unsatisfactory, since it was accomplished, she didn't resist, planning to go further with Gu En's help and repay him later. She closed her eyes again, carefully sensing the divine skill she created. Meanwhile, within the scope of the heavenly Tao, all beings in cultivation received varying degrees of insight. Not only the heavenly Tao, but even in chaos and the underworld, it was the same. In the underworld, 9 netherworld death realm, Jianghu meditated beneath an ancient tree, surrounded by 9 nether chi, like black flames winding around. Suyu stood watching from a short distance, with a shocked expression. How is it possible? He mastered it so fast? Suyu had been with Jianghu for over hundreds of millions of years, and he already knew Jianghu's talent. When Emperor Bone Profound Venerable said Jianghu's comprehension was stronger than his, he didn't refute, but felt unconvinced in his heart. But today, Jianghu shocked him. The inheritance given by the 9 Nether Emperor, they were cultivating together, yet he hadn't even grasped the basics, while Jianghu unexpectedly mastered it today. Suyu felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. No wonder the Emperor looked down on him. This is an immortal Tao gift. If you cultivate now, even if not as well as him, the gap won't be too big. A voice came from beside him, causing Suyu to turn his head. He saw Emperor Bone Profound Venerable standing in the distance, quietly looking at them. Suyu furrowed his brow and asked, "Immortal Tao gift? What is that?" Emperor Bone Profound Venerable replied quietly, "Everything has destiny, and the cultivation path has existed for so long, naturally forming some kind of destiny, only we cannot perceive it. It's said that before the heavenly Tao's establishment, the immortal Tao already existed, thriving at that time. The destiny of the immortal Tao gifted all cultivators, causing their insights to erupt in a short time. It's said that the founder of the heavenly Tao was inspired during that immortal Tao gift." After hearing this, Suyu was astonished, not expecting the immortal Tao to have such opportunities. "This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity, even for me. I've only encountered it once in this lifetime, make sure to grasp it well." Emperor Bone Profound Venerable left those words and vanished from the spot. Suyu turned to look at Jianghu, then sat down to meditate, starting to comprehend the inheritance of the 9 Nether Emperor. Regardless, he didn't want to lose to Jianghu, even though they were brothers. In the immortal spirit infinite mountain, within the lifespan barrier, Guan was in the midst of a sea of silver-blue light, surrounded by light stars like celestial bodies, his skin flowing with a holy luster, hair fluttering, his appearance unchanged, yet overall more handsome. No, it should be described as perfect. He seemed like the most perfect being created by the great Tao, his aura calm, yet unshakably majestic. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing the extreme demon and immortal pupil, left pupil deep red, right pupil silver blue, both pupils lotus-shaped. He had successfully broken through. becoming a true primordial Tai true saint. Even though it was just the early stage, he had already become a saint. What is a saint? A saint is the master of the great Tao. Previously, he was a seeker and follower of the great Tao. Now he can subdue the great Tao, making the source of the great Tao his own. His flesh, soul, and mana had all transformed, vastly different from the past, like heaven and earth apart. From the ultimate merging Tao Venerable Emperor realm perfection to the primordial Tai true saint realm early stage, he had consumed nearly 50 quadrillion years of lifespan. And the lifespan barrier had also consumed 1,000,000,000,000 years of lifespan, showing how vast this realm was. After becoming a saint, the immortal spirit infinite mountain no longer seemed so mysterious in Gu En's eyes. This mountain was actually a convergence of high-order destiny, a place that can reflect all immortal Taoists in the immortal Tao. The plane where this mountain resides isn't within the heavenly Tao or chaos, but a unique, ethereal existence reached only through communication with the immortal Tao by will. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 888. Immortals are not my equal. Gu En sat in meditation on the spot, feeling the new realm. With just a thought, he could leap out of the immortal spirit infinite mountain, and he could even see the chaos and the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was vast, but from his perspective within it, the heavenly Tao was just a drop in the vast sea of chaos. Gu En discovered that the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao was indeed not alone in reaching the Celestial Emperor level. There were several Supreme Emperors of Ultimate Merging Tao within the chaos as well, though not as strong as the Celestial Emperor. More and more places appeared before his eyes, and he saw countless creations. Within the chaos, there were also heavens and earths, and there were cultivators who wanted to establish Taoist lineages with destiny like the Celestial Court, but compared to the foundation of the Celestial Court, they were far off. Having watched for a while, Gu En withdrew his gaze. He decided to continue breaking through. He had 40 trillion years of lifespan remaining, and breaking through to the perfection realm was almost impossible, but reaching the middle stage was good enough. The gap between the early stage and the middle stage of the primordial Tai true saint was undoubtedly vast and hard to surpass. After a dozen or so breaths, he closed his eyes and continued to break through. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Upon opening his eyes again, he had already reached the mid-stage of the primordial Tai true saint realm, with over 1,000,000,000,000 years of lifespan left. He stood up and stretched his body, feeling light all over. Everything around seemed fragile and vulnerable to him. He did not immediately teleport back but chose to observe for a while at the immortal spirit infinite mountain. Opening the lifespan barrier was to avoid leaving any cause and effect from the breakthrough. After succeeding in breaking through, he could use his own ability to hide the cause and effect. The legend of becoming a saint existed, indicating that saints had been born before. However, as Gu En swept through the chaos, he did not find a second primordial Tai true saint. Perhaps they went further away. Now, Gu En could already capture the silhouette of the Celestial Emperor, whose true form was integrated into the heavenly Tao, with its will slumbering. Looking at the Celestial Emperor, Gu En probed its past. From its birth until now, all causes and effects fell into Gu En's eyes. It turned out that from ancient times until now, there was only one Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor was born during the Age of Chaos, having received a gift from the immortal Tao, sparking the idea of creating the heavenly Tao. Before creating the heavenly Tao, he was unparalleled and undefeated in chaos. After creating the heavenly Tao, he became the Celestial Emperor, founded the ancient heavenly court, and established an immortal god's base. Alas, after these beings ascended to immortality, they grew complacent. To inspire the celestial Tao immortal gods to cultivate harder, he orchestrated chaos, sending an avatar to challenge himself, then feigned death. From then on, the position of Celestial Emperor could be shaken, becoming a seed in the hearts of the immortal gods. The legend of becoming a saint was also something he deliberately left behind, an ancient tale he found amidst the chaos. Upon examining the complete past of the Celestial Emperor, Gu-en was further convinced that he was an extremely cold and detached existence. Whether it was immortal gods or the Son of Heaven, they were creations of his with little difference in his mind. He merely maintained internal strife within the celestial court on purpose, hence creating the Son of Heaven. After reaching the primordial Tai true saint, Gu-en's fighting spirit towards the celestial emperor had considerably diminished, because it would not be an exciting battle. More than the celestial court, Gu-en was now more curious about the immortal spirit infinite mountain beneath his feet. Though the immortal spirit infinite mountain was formed by the destiny of the immortal Tao, the flowers and grass here truly existed, all with spirituality. To glimpse them was to glimpse different phenomena of the immortal Tao, and they were like ordinary flowers and grass, but stronger. Gu-en found that the spiritual objects on the mountain had a chance to develop spiritual intelligence, and that the immortal spirit infinite mountain could sustain his breakthrough surely implied it could also nurture a primordial Tai true saint. Just right, undergoing holy tribulation here might be better, Gu-en thought silently, not in a hurry to leave, wanting to experience the unique holy tribulation of the primordial Tai true saint. The so-called holy tribulation wasn't his tribulation but the tribulation of the place he went to. The primordial Tai true saint was so powerful, its every move could change the world. Wherever it went, it might bring about catastrophic disaster. One could even say a primordial Tai true saint was a tribulation of the great Tao, as he could master the great Tao. The so-called holy tribulation meant Gu-en could reincarnate as any being in day and night, without any signs of cause and effect, while retaining his cultivation level. He could travel to the past, the future, become anyone, make any world vanish, or turn any illusory world into reality. Even those destroyed, he could make them exist again. Standing in place, Gu-en set his eyes on a blade of grass within the barrier. He intended to enter the immortal Tao era that this blade of grass represented. A primordial Tai true saint experiencing holy tribulation wasn't about reincarnation to enhance insight, but allowing the saint's heart to feel everything around in the process, naturally wielding the destiny and rules of a realm. He wanted to see if he could do it and how far he could go. Perhaps he could gain control over the heavenly Tao without anyone knowing. He showed no interest in seizing the heavenly Tao, but if he could become its master, he could benefit those he cared about. For others, this might seem unfair, but isn't immortal cultivation about doing as one pleases? When a person attains the Tao, even birds and animals rise to heaven, and this truth exists even in the mortal world. Of course, doing so could also make him safer, for within the region he controlled, it was impossible for other primordial Tai true saints to infiltrate quietly. Gu-en closed his eyes and moved his mind. In the next moment he opened his eyes. What unfolded before him was a vast blue celestial vault. He was standing on a sprawling square, with a long flight of stairs ahead, atop which stood a grand statue on a high platform. This statue, towering 100 zhang high, appeared extraordinarily majestic, depicting a man in a Taoist robe, with a robust physique, holding a drawn sword pointed toward the celestial vault, exuding unrivaled momentum. That is the supreme true monarch, our sect's only existence to ascend to immortality from ancient times to present. Even when demons rampaged and the human world was in distress, the disciples still harbored hope, all because of his existence. We believed he would descend to save us. A female voice came from behind, and Gu-en saw a woman in white walk beside him. Only then did Gu-en look at himself, having transformed into a 12-year-old boy, with past memories filtering into his eyes. He was born in an era ravaged by demons, an orphan from birth. 6 months ago, the refugees who raised him sent him to the true martial Taoist sect before leaving, and he was about to start a new life. He wanted to cultivate and become immortal. The former Gu-en was an immortal seeker, but now he was a primordial Tai true saint far surpassing the immortal Tao. He neither possessed nor reincarnated. Instead, upon entering the holy tribulation, he had pre-created a life, awaiting his primordial will's descent. On the surface a youth, in truth indistinguishable from his true self. Gu-en looked at the grand statue, recognizing who it depicted. Precisely the head of the heavenly gods, marshal of heaven, of the celestial court. He was in the past, and at this moment, Marshal of Heaven was overlooking the human world from the celestial court, intensely furious about the human world's plight, yet powerless. The celestial rules did not permit the Marshal of Heaven to descend to the mortal world, and to preserve his immortal position, Marshal of Heaven lacked the courage to descend. Come, I'll take you to the disciples' abode. Tomorrow, someone will take you to pay respects to your master, and after that, you can cultivate to become immortal. The woman in white looked at Guwen with a soft voice, her exquisite face appearing aloof as if unsown by worldly concerns. Guwen glanced at the statue of Marshal of Heaven and calmly replied, "Why cultivate immortality? Immortals are beneath me." Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 889. The so-called invincibility. This morning, Lin Sai embarked on the task given by her master, heading to mortal city of the true martial Taoist sect to select disciples with spirit roots and bring them into the sect. Although she won't personally mentor them, the disciples she chooses will join her sect to cultivate, thus becoming part of her own people. Therefore, she took the selection very seriously. She took a liking to a young man. Though his clothes were tattered, his eyes showed a certain spark, making her feel that this young man might have an extraordinary future. Those who remain in the true martial Taoist sect, no matter how poor their aptitude might be, could not be too lacking. Hence her selection of disciples was essentially about choosing fateful connections. So, she took the young man into the true martial Taoist sect. As per tradition, she first brought the new disciple to admire the divine statue of the supreme true monarch and introduced him to the legends of the true martial Taoist sect. Nowadays, demons run rampant in the human world, with lands of the human race constantly falling. Lin Sai felt such entry rituals were important, at least to instill hope in the disciples' hearts. Yet unexpectedly, when this disciple saw the supreme true monarch, he spoke arrogantly, "The immortal gods are not as good as me." Lin Sai was stunned, her expression peculiar as she looked at Guwen, yet upon closer inspection, she didn't feel Guwen was abnormal. Instead, she sensed an undefined charisma from him, inexplicably inducing a feeling of reverence within her. Unable to resist, she asked, "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" Guwen looked at the giant statue of the Marshal of Heaven, but his gaze was upon the human world. Standing here, he began merging into the destiny of this realm. He didn't need to do anything, but if he could travel the world, this process would be faster. He came merely to experience the unique holy tribulation of the primordial Tai true saint. Guwen turned his head towards Lin Sai, smiled and asked, "Do you want to save this human world?" He had completely accepted his previous memories. Being able to come to the true martial Taoist sect was the result of the collective efforts of many refugees. He bore the hopes of many. With demons ravaging and the human race internally corrupt, this world resembled a great thousand world blood-soaked by immortal gods. It's worth noting that this realm does not belong to the 3,000 great worlds. Having such a life, Guwen intended to do something, at least to improve the lives of those who once pinned their hopes on him. Hearing this, Lin Sai frowned, displeased. "We cultivators are bound to cultivate for the salvation of all living beings. To save the human world is not achieved by mere words but through accumulated cultivation over time. You must possess sufficiently powerful cultivation to save the world." She thought Guwen was being more and more outrageous. After speaking, still somewhat annoyed, she decided to say something harsh to let this kid face reality. Just as she was about to speak, Guwen suddenly waved his hand. A refreshing breeze rushed towards her, making her eyes widen. Her vision was bathed in golden light, and her consciousness fell into chaos. Guwen turned and left, heading toward the distant city gate, toward this vast world. Compared to the entire world, he was so insignificant, yet this world appeared equally small in his eyes. A lifetime in the human world, an instant in the immortal realm. When Guwen's consciousness returned from the holy tribulation, only a moment had passed in immortal spirit infinite mountain, yet he had lived for thousands of years in that world. Over thousands of years, he traveled the world, walked across lands, gaining a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao seemed emotionless, yet with the celestial emperor's will, it actually adhered to some rules benefiting the immortal gods. The celestial emperor grew strong through the heavenly Tao but thus fell into a bottleneck. The heavenly Tao itself was born of the great Tao, hence creation merely based on Tao rules. How could one leap beyond the great Tao? This led Guwen to further ponder his lifespan evolution ability. His lifespan evolution ability helped him become a saint, indicating that this ability surpasses the heavenly Tao. Moreover, unable to find Earth from his memories might suggest that after dying in his past life, his soul drifted through eons and universes, crossing chaos to arrive. Guwen dispelled the lifespan barrier and began descending the mountain path. Having just completed the breakthrough, he was not in a hurry to return, wishing to savor the wonders of Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain. Having become a saint here, he felt a connection with Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain, considering whether he should give back to it. If he could come to Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain, surely others would come in the future. The flowers and plants here were surely immortal herbs within the heavenly Tao, bearing immortal Tao destiny. Even merely looking at them could enhance one's insight into the immortal Tao. Guwen did not plan to bring Wuxia here, as it would disrupt the tranquility. Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain would eventually give birth to living beings. Guwen intended to expedite this process, also planning to guide these beings in cultivation to shelter Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain. The mountains were vast, scenery idyllic, the vibrant colors gave Guwen a sense of entering a wondrous land, elevating his mood. He saw many unfamiliar flowers and plants, giant fantastical trees. Even a stone here had spirituality. Fallen leaves absorbed into the soil became light stars in the wind, embellishing the majestic view of Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain. After a long while, Guwen stopped at a cliff edge, his gaze fixed on a purple flower standing steadfast against the wind. Within 7 steps, there were no other flowers or plants. It seemed to face the cosmic winds alone, exuding resilience. This reminded Guwen of Lin Tsai, perhaps because of her, now he understood his current feelings. The world that should have faded with time was made real by Guwen's intervention. The memories of all beings connected to that world underwent transformation, thus he silently altered heavenly Tao reality. Receiving his guidance, Lin Tsai and those acquaintances successfully saved the world, slaughtering demons worldwide. Lin Tsai, achieving the highest merit, even secured a place among the immortal class. Guwen already foresaw such outcomes upon deciding to change that world. Guwen strode forward and sat beside the purple flower, beginning to cultivate, guiding the flower to absorb the celestial energy. In Immortal Spirit Infinite Mountain, there were no divisions of day and night. Guwen remained there referring to heavenly Tao time for one day, then rose and departed. The purple flower showed no change, and Guwen too seemed as if had never been there. Elsewhere, Guwen returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless, observing the mountain and forest within, evoking a sense of time warp. Upon his return, he had reached the mid-stage of the primordial Tai true saint realm, with none in the heavenly Tao at his level. With the previous holy tribulation, he could fully ascertain no one in the heavenly Tao was his match. In some sense, he attained the invincible status he once desired. Looking back now, his emotions were quite calm. Walking along upon meeting Wuxia disciples, he still smiled and nodded, leaving them flattered. The disciples would always be thrilled upon seeing him, aspiring to become extraordinary great powers like him, unaware of their ancestral teacher's further transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 890, Central Heaven. On the 4th day of becoming the primordial Tai true saint, Guwen's life remained very calm. On this day, he was painting in the bamboo forest, while Sin meditated beside him, practicing the immortal emperor's eye. An Xan walked into the bamboo forest, came to Guwen's side and saluted, then glanced at Sin, her heart secretly surprised. This child's comprehension in the immortal emperor's eye is actually this formidable. Back in the day when Sin entered Wuxia, his talent shocked all disciples, but as he climbed higher in rank, his talent was rarely mentioned. Although an XN was surprised, she was not envious. After all, she had already mastered the Immortal Emperor's eye. If other disciples could also cultivate and attain the Tao, even surpassing her, she would sincerely be happy for them. She withdrew her gaze, looked at Guan and said, "Master, there is news from the celestial court, sent by Yang Jian." Guan, dressed in a black robe, continued painting and casually asked, "What news?" An XN took out a piece of cyan jade and said, "His people said the message is hidden within this jade and must be viewed by you. Your Immortal Emperor's eye can see through its restriction, you can take a look." Gu's tone did not change at all, clearly not interested in this jade. An XN hesitated for a moment, then used the Immortal Emperor's eye to peer into the cyan jade. Sin was already immersed in cultivation, and this bamboo forest was filled with Tao intent, enough to make him forget the outside world and not hear the conversation between Guan and an XN. After a while, an XN put down the cyan jade in her hands, and she looked at Guan with surprise and said, "Master, the celestial court truly changed the celestial order. That Son of Heaven discovered the real evil demons. The celestial army will eradicate those demons, while also compensating for the harm done to all living beings. Yang Jian assured us if anything changes, he will inform us immediately." Guan smiled and said, "That kid is thoughtful, indeed good news. In my view, it's not that the Son of Heaven discovered the real evil demons, but that he was intimidated by you," an Xian said with a smile, showing disdain for the Son of Heaven. The battle between Guan and the Son of Heaven was unknown to the 3,000 great worlds, but Guan's easy extermination of the immortal god's army was already spread wide. Since then, the immortal god's army dared not invade the celestial spirit great world, which was proof of Guan's intimidating power. There indeed exist real evil demons in the 3,000 great worlds. You've seen them before, and regardless of what that Son of Heaven is thinking, this calamity will continue for a long time until a powerhouse emerges strong enough to determine the outcome. Guan said this, putting down the pen and then leisurely appreciating his painting. An Xian curiously asked, "You are the powerhouse to determine the outcome, will you intervene?" Guan replied, "I'll pass. I've done enough already." He rolled up the painting, tucked it into his sleeve and stood up. "The message has been delivered, you should go cultivate, I'm going for a stroll." After Guan finished speaking, he brushed past an Xian, who turned to watch him leave. For some reason, she always felt her master had changed. But she couldn't pinpoint exactly how he had changed. Could it be that the master had another breakthrough? That's not right. At the master's realm, a breakthrough would be incredibly difficult and earth-shattering. Perhaps it's his mindset that changed, no longer caring about the outcome of the war in the 3,000 great worlds. "Master, have you decided where to go next?" An Xian asked, gazing at Guan's back. "I've decided." "Where to?" "To Central Heaven." "Central Heaven? What kind of place is that? Does it belong to the 3,000 great worlds?" "It has yet to be born." Gu's response left an Xian stunned until he disappeared into the bamboo forest. She snapped back to reality. "Yet to be born?" An Xian developed a strong curiosity about Central Heaven. Not yet born yet able to attract her master to decide to go, what kind of world would that be? An hour later, Guan arrived at the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance and directly entered Ji Xiaoyu's Taoist palace, walking upon the grand hall with deliberate footsteps. Ji Xiaoyu, sitting cross-legged on the high platform, did not open her eyes and said, "Seeing me at this time, isn't it rude? Are you not afraid I'll be inconvenienced?" Guan walked towards her with a smile. "If I knew whether you were inconvenienced, it would be an offense, wouldn't it?" For some reason, although these days were calm, Guan felt something was missing, so he decided to visit Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes, gazing at him from afar, and said, "These days, my comprehension has greatly increased. Is it because of you?" Guan knew what she referred to. His breakthrough on the immortal spirit infinite mountain had permeated creation throughout the immortal Tao, benefiting not only Ji Xiaoyu but all cultivators. The specifics couldn't be disclosed to Ji Xiaoyu, but he could admit that it stemmed from him. I can feel your inner reluctance, so I gave you a helping hand, Guan smiled. Ji Xiaoyu nodded slightly after hearing this and then asked, Today, why have you come to see me? Guan paused and said, Do you want to take a trip to the underworld? Aren't you very curious about everything there? Ji Xiaoyu primarily cultivated the path of reincarnation, which has countless connections with the underworld. She had visited the underworld before but couldn't go deep. Over the years, she practiced divine skills, never succeeding, which sparked the idea of visiting the underworld, though she was worried about causing trouble and forcing Guan to rescue her. She feared causing Guan trouble more than seeking opportunities, which was why she had been staying restrained at the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. Although her cultivation progress while in seclusion was not explosive, it remained stable and secure. Ji Xiaoyu hesitated upon hearing Guan's offer. Guan smiled, then turned around, and in an instant, their surroundings changed dramatically. They found themselves in a dim world, with Ji Xiaoyu sitting on a hilltop, maintaining a distance from Guan. The sudden change of scenery greatly alarmed Ji Xiaoyu, causing her to stand up immediately. She looked around. The celestial vault was dark, gloom was rolling, the ground barren with only bones, dead wood, and barren stones, and in the distance, an eerie fog billowed. Seeing Guan walking ahead, Ji Xiaoyu flashed to his side. Frowning, she asked, Is this the underworld? She could feel the dense nine netherworld's aura, and her instincts told her this place was much more terrifying than any area of the underworld she had been to before. Yes, come with me, it'll broaden your horizons, Guan replied, his pace unfaltering. Ji Xiaoyu was extremely shocked. Had they really arrived in the underworld? She hadn't detected how Guan used his divine skills at all. It felt as though she naturally belonged in the underworld, while her Taoist palace was the illusion. How high could this guy's cultivation level possibly be? Ji Xiaoyu once again felt a surge of curiosity. In ordinary interactions with Guan, she didn't feel any great impact, but whenever Guan exercised his divine skills, the impact on her was colossal. Where are we going? Even visiting the underworld, there should be a goal, right? Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Guan looked ahead and said, Have you heard of the Nine Nether Emperor? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 891, Hongmeng Golden Body Nine Nether Hongmeng Emperor? Ji Xiaoyu became more curious. She had never heard of this name, but judging by the majesty of the name, this existence was definitely not simple. Who is this divine being? Ji Xiaoyu asked as she looked at Guan. Guan introduced the Nine Nether Hongmeng Emperor as they advanced. Upon hearing that this being was born during the primordial era of chaos, Ji Xiaoyu's expression changed. Such an ancient existence, what did Guan want to achieve by seeking him? Guan briefly recounted the major experiences of the Nine Nether Hongmeng Emperor without revealing too much. The Nine Nether Hongmeng Emperor was indeed a primordial, profound, venerable immortal. Such a powerful being, whose experiences were far beyond what Ji Xiaoyu's realm could imagine. Of course, this was also Guan's respect for the primordial, profound, venerable immortal. Putting aside his affiliation with the Celestial Emperor, the Nine Nether Hongmeng Emperor's strength was considered top-tier, worthy of the title of Emperor. Ji Xiaoyu listened intently, deepening her understanding of the Nine Netherworld Death Realm. Learning that this place was in the deepest part of the underworld, she was filled with anticipation for the journey ahead. Guan brought her here, not merely for broadening her horizons. Even if she was strong-willed, facing a rare opportunity to comprehend the path of reincarnation would make her excited. After explaining the origins of the Nine Nether Hongmeng Emperor, Guan began to introduce the various Nine Nether spirit objects encountered along the way. The Nine Netherworld Death Realm might seem desolate, but it actually contained numerous wonders, no less than those in the mortal world. It's just that many of these wonders are difficult to perceive. While introducing, Guan also guided Ji Xiaoyu to perceive the essence of the path of reincarnation. All this time, although Ji Xiaoyu could achieve enlightenment, it was only the surface of the path of reincarnation, merely a superficial understanding, as was the case with all cultivators. To perceive the essence of the Tao requires great opportunity, and those who can achieve it will cultivate far faster than others. As a saint, Gu En could manipulate the Tao, so allowing Ji Xiaoyu to perceive the essence of the Tao wasn't difficult. Even without deliberate guidance, any living being who associates with him over time will greatly enhance their perception power of the Tao. In the future, he wouldn't need to train people deliberately. Whoever he appreciates could just come and cultivate by his side. As they walked on, Ji Xiaoyu gradually saw a vast and towering giant mountain appear at the edge of the land, its massif disappearing into the clouds, as if a heavenly wall representing the end of the world. She saw a crack in the middle of the giant mountain, a place that should be their destination. "Do you know the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor?" Ji Xiaoyu asked. More than the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor, she was more curious about Gu En's background. Gu En seemed to know everything, which made her even more curious. "No, the reason I brought you here is because, within a few years, his name will reverberate across the 3,000 great worlds, becoming the most terrifying presence in the hearts of all beings." Gu En replied, which secretly shocked Ji Xiaoyu. If he could foresee the future of the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor, does it imply that Gu En's cultivation level surpassed that of the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor? The 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor was born during the initial chaos. Wouldn't that make Gu En even more ancient? Ji Xiaoyu suddenly felt sentimental, thinking perhaps her greatest opportunity in this lifetime was encountering Gu En. Back then, when she saw the young Gu En, she felt his eyes were different, not like a child's, and indeed, this young man turned out to be a reincarnated great power, and the most powerful and mysterious one Shed ever encountered. Gu En listened to Ji Xiaoyu's inner thoughts, feeling content. That's right. After breaking through, he always felt something was missing. Now he seems to have found the feeling. Gu En began to quicken his pace. Ji Xiaoyu only felt the surrounding scenery change rapidly. After a few steps, they entered the canyon in the middle of the giant mountain. Upon arriving in the canyon, she noticed the path was wide, with piles of white bones on both sides, and many small ghosts hiding among the bones. A green light star fluttering in the air made the path even more eerie. "Speaking of which, I have a junior who is currently training under the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor," Gu En suddenly said, interrupting Ji Xiaoyu's thoughts. "Who? Zhang Buku, do you still remember? Zhang Buku? Isn't that your master's son from the Profound Valley? I've heard of him, and he once made a name in the Supreme Sect as well. I thought he was dead long ago." Ji Xiaoyu recalled and spoke, not surprised that Zhang Buku managed to appear here. She could only attribute it to Gu En's assistance. Liya was the best example. Anyone close to Gu En, regardless of their average talent, could become a prominent figure of their era. Gu En began telling Zhang Buku's story, from venturing in the celestial spirit great world to outer heaven, stepping into the celestial army, battling on the path of the great Tao, achieving heavenly soldier status only to abandon the immortal position later. Now being captured by the dark heavenly court, hearing this series of events surprised Ji Xiaoyu. She guessed that Zhang Buku's cultivation must be extraordinary now, but didn't expect his experiences to be so full of hardships and excitement. "Currently, he is already stronger than you," Gu En said jokingly, which made Ji Xiaoyu raise her eyebrows. Though she didn't respond, her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Passing through the long canyon, when they stepped out, the world suddenly brightened, with a gust of wind pouncing at them. In front was a vast barren land, lifeless and still desolate, with the celestial vault being less dark but a crimson cloud sea billowing like a fiery ocean. A massive blazing sun hung above the cloud sea, oppressive yet poignant. Firelight illuminated Ji Xiaoyu's face, her brows furrowing, gaze fixed on the horizon. Following her gaze, there stood a human foot at the edge of the world, with the sole pressed to the ground and toes like mountains, the cloud sea just covering its ankles. That foot was covered in fiery red cracks, like meridians, appearing from afar, resembling the foot of a demon god, invoking endless associations with its body. Seeing that foot, Ji Xiaoyu felt uneasy. The aura emanating from it was incredibly terrifying, making her feel that she was no match for it. "Is that the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor's foot?" Ji Xiaoyu asked quietly. Gu En replied with a smile. "No, that's Zhang Buku's foot." "What? Zhang Buku?" Ji Xiaoyu's face changed dramatically, her tone astonished. Even compared with her current life, Zhang Buku wasn't much older. She thought her cultivation speed was already fast enough. Literally no one in the celestial spirit great world could match her, but unexpectedly, she'd been left so far behind by Zhang Buku. Just one glance, and she could confirm she was definitely no match for Zhang Buku. That's a gulf of power levels. Like the difference between immortal and mortal. Guwen continued. He's refining the Hongmeng golden body, a legacy of the 9 Nether Hongmeng Emperor, only achievable here. Once it's completed, no one below Daluo Immortal would be his match, and even a Daluo Immortal couldn't completely eliminate him. Hongmeng golden body. Ji Xiaoyu murmured the name of this physique. She'd seen many formidable physiques before, but compared to the Hongmeng golden body, they paled. Such a physique is too astonishing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 892. Unparalleled strength. When Ji Xiaoyu was shocked by Zhang Buku's strength, above the sea of clouds, Zhang Buku stood there in his tattered robe, and the earth seemed insufficiently vast before him. The layered sea of clouds surrounded him like an aura. Su Yu stood at the highest layer of the sea of clouds, his green robe fluttering with the wind, as if he stood amidst a sea of fire, his gaze fixed on Zhang Buku, eyes full of complexity. In recent days, while comprehending the Hongmeng golden body, he had gained many insights, but his comprehension completely paled in comparison to Zhang Buku's. Today, Zhang Buku even managed to train a Dharma aspect, leaving him no time to attend to his own cultivation as he began observing Zhang Buku's physique. Previously, when he learned from the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable about the power of the Hongmeng golden body, he was half skeptical, believing that a body cultivation technique could not cause such a transformation. But seeing it today, he believed. This was no longer just a cultivation technique, it was entirely a form of creation. He could feel the terrifying power inside Zhang Buku, unable to be suppressed, even solidifying his mana. He couldn't imagine what terrifying form Zhang Buku would take once he unleashed his full power. Am I really no match for him? Su Yu was struck again. His insights over these days had barely restored his confidence, but just as he found his footing, Zhang Buku developed such a formidable body, leaving him shocked and confused. At this moment, a mass of black gas appeared beside him, swirling rapidly, and out stepped a skeleton, none other than the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable looked at Zhang Buku and asked, "Feeling unwilling?" Su Yu took a deep breath and replied, "We've shared life and death for so many years, long like brothers, but now I have to admit, I am somewhat jealous of him, and at the same time, I am questioning myself. True talent has never been about physique or comprehension, as both can be enhanced through acquired opportunities, so they do not count as talent. Talent is predestined, like this lad, predestined to comprehend the essence of the great Tao. No matter how hard you try, you cannot catch up to him." The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's tone was very indifferent, as if talking about something commonplace. Su Yu fell into silence. The winds rose, and the sea of clouds around him churned even more violently, like a fire sea surging. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable seemed to sense something, turned to look, and Su Yu snapped back, turning to look as well, soon frowning. Following their gaze, at the edge of the sea of clouds, a figure walked towards them, seemingly a woman judging by the silhouette, enveloped in gray air, making her true appearance indistinguishable. The approaching figure was Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu walked towards Su Yu and the other two in the distance while glancing at Guwen, asking, "What is the origin of that skeleton?" Guwen walked alongside Ji Xiaoyu, smiling. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, from the Dark Heavenly Court, once belonged to the Heavenly Court Immortals. Ji Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then asked, "With such an entity present, how do I confront Zhang Buku?" Guwen looked ahead, smiling. "No worries, just make your move next, and I will assist you. Feel my mana in detail." Although Ji Xiaoyu was puzzled, she chose to trust Guwen Gu and had asked her to challenge Zhang Buku. Even though she had realized she wasn't a match for Zhang Buku, Gu An's words still stimulated her competitive spirit. Who are you? The voice of the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable echoed, a hint of nervousness within. He couldn't see the true appearance of the other party, reminding him of the mysterious strong entity that had trespassed into the heaven-suppressing endless tower before. Is there really another such unfathomable entity in the heavenly Tao? The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable felt bitter. Facing such a heavenly Tao, how could the dark heavenly court seek revenge? Su Yu stared intently at Ji Xiaoyu. It was the first time he heard the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable communicate in such a tone with someone. Ji Xiaoyu did not answer the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable but softly asked, "Is it your doing?" She could feel Su Yu and the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable gazing at her, filled with vigilance. How could her cultivation level warrant such caution from those two existences? Yes, they can't see me nor clearly see your true appearance. In today's battle, you won't leave any cause and effect. In the future, when you encounter them again, they won't connect today's events with you, so you can fight freely and boldly. Gu In's words reached Ji Xiaoyu's ears, raising her eyebrows. Ji Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smile, still softly saying, "It seems you really want me to gain experience." As her words fell, she quickened her steps, and Gang Qi emerged around her nearly instantly, creating marvelous changes in her celestial and earthly Dao Gang. She glanced sideways, even with her accelerated pace. Guan remained by her side, causing her to have more speculations. Seeing Ji Xiaoyu charging forward, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable frowned. "Let me handle it." A hoarse voice came from behind the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable and Su Yu. Su Yu turned his head, only to see Zhang Buku had already opened his eyes, his pupils golden, staring intently in Ji Xiaoyu's direction, making him feel extreme pressure. Even though Zhang Buku wasn't looking at him, the pressure was immense. Boom! Zhang Buku's figure, larger than a mountain, suddenly rose, a mountain ridge-like arm lifting from the distant sea of clouds, carrying immensely terrifying momentum towards Ji Xiaoyu. The howling gale caused Su Yu's robe to flutter violently. He could feel the surrounding space solidifying, a certain supreme suppressive force emerging abruptly, immobilizing him. After Zhang Buku's swing, the earth-like palm struck towards Ji Xiaoyu, plunging Ji Xiaoyu in sudden darkness. Ji Xiaoyu's right hand reached out with two fingers, and between the two fingers, a sword appeared out of thin air. The sword followed the finger's movement. As the sword tip aimed at Zhang Buku, her celestial and earthly Dao Gang suddenly condensed on the sword blade. Her gaze sharpened, and the treasure sword before the fingers shot out like an arrow, her long hair fluttering upwards. Subsequently, her pupils contracted sharply. Under her watch, her sword unleashed speed and momentum, far exceeding her expectations, piercing through Zhang Buku's palm, with golden blood splattering in the air. Zhang Buku's eyes widened, an expression of stupefaction on his face. Evidently, he hadn't expected his Hongmeng golden body to be so easily penetrated by the opponent. Su Yu was equally stunned. Just now, he observed Zhang Buku's body, finding it not only powerfully strong but also extremely tough. Such a body being casually pierced by the opponent with one sword? At this moment, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable moved, his form disappearing out of thin air. He instantly appeared in front of Ji Xiaoyu, holding the heaven-suppressing endless tower that appeared in his hand to block. Endless murderous aura surged out, spreading like a boundless black sea, engulfing him and Ji Xiaoyu. Before Su Yu and Zhang Buku could react, the figure of the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable flew out from the rolling murderous aura, vaulting over their heads, disappearing at the horizon. This scene left both of them extremely astonished. Within the rolling murderous aura, Ji Xiaoyu continued advancing, her right hand pointing down with two fingers, and the treasure sword still suspended before her fingers. There was also a look of shock on her face, waves of astonishment surging within her heart. This kind of power, clearly she hadn't felt Gu'en's mana attached to her, yet her divine skills exhibited power thousands, tens of thousands of times greater. This incomparably strong power far exceeded her by millions of times. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 893, Perfect Divine Skills. The battle is not over yet. Gu Anna's voice reached Ji Xiaoyu's ears, bringing her back to her senses. Ji Xiaoyu immediately leaped up and flew towards the direction of Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. As she flew over Su Yu and Zhang Buku's heads, the two awoke from their stupor. Su Yu ascended into the sky and gazed toward Ji Xiaoyu's departing path, his eyes full of terror. Who on earth is that person? Su Yu muttered to himself, his tone filled with confusion. He looked at Zhang Buku and found that Zhang Buku hadn't turned around, only to see Zhang Buka staring at his pierced right-hand palm with a furrowed brow, his golden pupils trembling. What's wrong with you? Su Yu asked Zhang Buku. Zhang Buku took a deep breath and said, It's nothing. Su Yu thought he had been hit hard and comforted him. Even that guy couldn't stop her. Don't try to compare yourself to her. Zhang Buku did not respond. In fact, he wasn't hit hard. He was also confused, but more than that, he was curious. The force that pierced his palm left a residual power within him. Under the influence of this residual power, he felt his body become lighter. Previously, he was indeed strong, but too heavy. Moreover, he vaguely felt that some hidden dangers of the Hongmeng golden body had been eliminated. He couldn't say precisely which ones, but he just felt it. Could it be that the person earlier was there to help him? Zhang Buku thought uncertainly as he slowly turned to look toward the horizon. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's immense aura had erupted, and the howling winds shook the red clouds in the sky. In the pupils of Su Yu and Zhang Buku, the figures of Ji Xiaoyu and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable were reflected, their minds shaken. The 9 netherworld death realms' endurance far surpassed the Great Thousand World, but even so, the battle between Ji Xiaoyu and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable was earth-shattering, causing the celestial vault to ripple. At the same time, Ji Xiaoyu continuously utilized her divine skills. She had never experienced such a refreshing sensation. A casual divine skill felt like it could destroy the heavens and the earth, and her use of Taoist techniques was smoother than ever, like moving her arm at will. From beginning to end, Guan followed beside her, deepening her understanding of Gu An's strength. Could she really catch up to him? Focus on yourself. Gu An's voice reached Ji Xiaoyu's ears again, ridding her of distractions. She swung her sword once more, her sword chi spanning millions of miles, sending Emperor Bone Profound Venerable flying. The heaven-suppressing endless tower, like a celestial column, was flung skyward, and as it fell, it generated a terrifying impact, causing the barren earth below to tremble. Ji Xiaoyu stopped, standing above the sea of clouds. She gripped her treasure sword, reversed her hand, and thrust downward. The sword stood firm on the clouds as her gaze turned sharp, and the powerful aura of an innate golden immortal erupted. The just stabilized Emperor Bone Profound Venerable felt astonished and suspicious. How could this aura be that of an innate golden immortal? Before he could think more, he saw a boundless gray fog sweeping across the sky, darkening the heavens and earth. Subsequently, he sensed a sudden change in Ji Xiaoyu's divine skill aura. Countless steels descended from the sky, attacking him like an unstoppable meteor shower. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable maneuvered to evade, reappearing with the heaven-suppressing endless tower in his hand. However, he was horrified to find that he hadn't escaped, as the countless steels continued to fall toward him. Once again, he tried to evade but still couldn't escape the attack range of the steels. Is this a formation? Emperor Bone Profound Venerable immediately raised the heaven-suppressing endless tower, pouring vast mana into it. The window at the top of the treasure tower opened, releasing black gas that quickly formed an enormous demonic figure. The figure wielded a blade and swung to slash the celestial vault. Boom, 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 one steel after another smashed through the gigantic demonic figure, turning into gray fog that quickly engulfed the demon and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Ji Xiaoyu's eyes shone brightly, her emotions soaring. This divine skill was one she had only recently successfully created. After being empowered by Guan, the effect met all her expectations. Suppress, seal, annihilate, this was a move that decided victory in an instant. This was the reincarnation Forbidden World steel, realized from her enlightenment on the path of reincarnation. Each Tao steel was transformed from the true meaning of the great Tao. When struck by a Tao steel, not only would one's mana be confined, but they would also be drawn into cycles of reincarnation memories, layer upon layer. Once caught in the reincarnation Forbidden World steel array, one cannot escape, doomed to sink into endless reincarnation illusions, experiencing countless deaths before true death, and each death would differ from the next. This was an extremely cruel divine skill, without any apparent weak spots. Ji Xiaoyu had envisioned it for countless years, and after initially succeeding, she couldn't wield this divine skill in battle because opponents wouldn't wait for her to use it. If she couldn't draw the opponent into the array, it would be a wasted effort. With Gu Yan's empowerment, the reincarnation Forbidden World steel was already beginning to diffuse its formation, drawing Emperor Bone Profound Venerable inside. By the time the Tao steels manifested, Emperor Bone Profound Venerable couldn't escape. Ji Xiaoyu's robe flowed elegantly, immersed in this power. At this moment, she felt that no one could match her. Guan nodded slightly, thinking Ji Xiaoyu's creation of the divine skill was quite impressive, something he might also use in the future. The reincarnation Forbidden World steel continued to suppress Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Zhang Buku and Su Yu watched Emperor Bone Profound Venerable with no ability to counterattack, both deeply shocked, yet they didn't flee, as they themselves had been captured by Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. An hour later, the world was silent, swirling dust covered the earth. Zhang Buku and Su Yu, who had returned to their normal sizes, passed through the wind and sand, arriving at the ruins. They gazed at a pile of broken bones, remaining silent. Before today, they couldn't imagine how to defeat Emperor Bone Profound Venerable to escape, but seeing his pitiful defeat, their hearts also felt heavy. Truly, there are always those beyond others, skies beyond the skies. The entities they regarded as towering like the celestial vault could also be mere ants. Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's shattered bones began to tremble, causing Zhang Buku and Su Yu to break free from their heavy emotions. On the other side, Guan and Ji Xiaoyu walked over the barren earth, at the end of which hung a chilling red moon. Ji Xiaoyu glanced at Guan and asked, "Did that skeleton earlier have a grudge with Zhang Buku?" She could sense Guan's desire to teach Emperor Bone Profound Venerable a lesson. Although Emperor Bone Profound Venerable seemed not worth mentioning before her, she could sense his aura was unfathomable, far surpassing her realm. Although she suppressed Emperor Bone Profound Venerable the entire time, she hadn't truly exterminated him, which indicated Guan didn't intend to kill. However, each time she wanted to stop, Guan urged her to continue. This showed Guan was dissatisfied with Emperor Bone Profound Venerable but wasn't to the point of wanting to annihilate him. Guan replied, "Yes, Zhang Buku and the others were captured, but I saw the future cause and effect of a teacher-disciple bond between Zhang Buku and him, so I didn't kill him." Ji Xiaoyu pursued further, "And what about Zhang Buku? Aren't you afraid of hitting him too hard?" Guan smiled without speaking, leading Ji Xiaoyu to feel the situation might not be as she thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 894. Immortal Position. After concluding the battle with Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, Ji Xiaoyu followed Guan and continued a long journey. They seemed to have reached the limits of the world, where the celestial vault ahead turned pitch black, devoid of clouds and stars. The red moon at the edge of the earth had vanished, and a dazzling white light shimmered on the horizon, like a white line hugging the ground, guiding their direction forward. Ji Xiaoyu asked, "How much longer?" Guan looked ahead and replied, "Soon. What, you already want to go back? I just can't sense the 9 Nether Emperor's presence. I know you want me to understand the path of reincarnation along the way, but the previous battle has benefited me immensely." Ji Xiaoyu spoke earnestly. With Gu Yan's assistance, she gained a deeper understanding of the reincarnation Forbidden World steel, and along with her perception of the path of reincarnation along the journey, she felt content and even eager to return to retreat. Guan did not respond. A strong wind blew from ahead, drawing Ji Xiaoyu's gaze. She squinted and saw a terrifying figure faintly appearing in the depths of darkness, larger than Zhang Buku's Dharma aspect. Even as she looked upward, she couldn't see the figure's shoulders. Guwen halted, and Ji Xiaoyu followed suit. She gazed at the mysterious giant shadow ahead and softly asked, "Did we just happen upon it, or is it due to your divine skills?" Guwen did not answer but said, "After one stick of incense's time, we will return. Observe his posture closely." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu intently studied the mysterious giant shadow. Could this be the Nine Nether Emperor? Even just observing his stance brought Ji Xiaoyu vast pressure. The Nine Nether Emperor was undoubtedly the most powerful presence she had ever encountered. Yet, if the Nine Nether Emperor was the strongest, where did that leave Guwen? As soon as Ji Xiaoyu conceived such a thought, she quickly extinguished it, realizing that guessing Guwen's strength meant nothing to her current self. She couldn't squander the opportunity Guwen had arranged for her. The world was silent. Guwen did not disturb Ji Xiaoyu. He too was watching the Nine Nether Emperor. The Celestial Emperor did not reveal his true cultivation level. The mixed element Profound Venerable Immortal was the highest realm, yet among such immortals, the Nine Nether Emperor surpassed the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable and was beyond comparison to the Heavenly Emperor. Guwen could see that the Nine Nether Emperor was walking a path different from the Heavenly Tao, requiring no assistance from anyone. Regrettably, the Nine Nether Emperor had already been persuaded by the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable to join forces with the Dark Heavenly Court against the Celestial Court. The Celestial Emperor's cause and effect were also nearing, signaling an impending great battle that would eject the Celestial Court. Before ascending to sainthood, Guwen had looked forward to this battle, but after becoming a saint, everything seemed predetermined, unchanged from the past. The Nine Nether Emperors sat in the darkness, unaware of the two watching him. He showed no sign of breathing, akin to a motionless mountain. One stick of incense's time quickly passed. Ji Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, and said, "Let's head back." As her words fell, her surroundings abruptly changed, returning her to the Taoist palace. She turned to look at Guwen, only to see him heading towards the door. The Nine Nether Emperor was completely unaware of our previous battle? Ji Xiaoyu asked. Guwen did not pause in his steps, saying, "If he could perceive it, I wouldn't dare bring you here." Ji Xiaoyu remained silent, watching him depart. After walking several steps forward, Guwen's figure vanished into thin air. Ji Xiaoyu lowered her gaze, raised her right hand, and a strand of sword qi emerged from her palm, deepening gradually. After taking Ji Xiaoyu on a trip to the underworld, Guwen resumed his peaceful life unchanged since ascending to sainthood. During their time in the underworld, besides helping Ji Xiaoyu gain insight and assisting Zhang Buku, Guwen truly intended to visit the Nine Netherworld Death Realm. In the time spent in the underworld, he had merged with its destiny, so now the underworld held no secrets from his perception, and he could control the Tao rules of the underworld. Guwen's understanding of primordial Tai True Saint deepened, becoming anew. Time flies. The battle between immortals and demons in the 3,000 great worlds continued relentlessly, with forces from both the Celestial Court and the Dark Heavenly Court constantly engaging, immortal gods casting spells to stabilize the Tao rules of the 3,000 great worlds, preventing collapse across all heavens and myriad realms. Yang Jian of the Celestial Court found himself drawn into the battles, even encountering Li Ya. Their long-awaited reunion was filled with emotions. Li Ya was astonished at Guwen's methods, while Yang Jian admired Li Ya, who chose to travel alone and battle chaos evil demons rather than relying on his master, a decision Yang Jian deeply respected. Over the long epochs, the war between immortals and demons became the backdrop for the era, attracting various great world powers and prodigies to join the fray, with others seizing the opportunity to seek revenge against the Heavenly Court immortals. The undefeated Emperor clan, allied with Guwen, leveraged the chance to avenge against immortal gods, despite having clan members ascend to immortality with Guwen's help. The unbeaten Emperor ancestor still couldn't let go of his hatred. Millions of years passed in the blink of an eye. Since ascending to sainthood, Guwen no longer reaped lifespans. Instead, he relied solely on medicinal herbs for growth, which was slower than before but left him satisfied. Even as the strongest within the heavenly Tao, Guan never ceased aspiring to grow stronger, aiming to achieve perfection realm of primordial Tai true saint and venture into higher realms. Not seeing an end to the Tao rules, he understood there was still space for improvement. That year, another Wuxia disciple ascended to immortality, stirring the world. This disciple achieved immortality beyond the dojo, attracting attention from great power cultivators of all teachings. Thus, all 10 immortal positions given by Xianyuan human venerable to Guan were filled. This final immortal was the 8th generation disciple, Zhuang Xian, a paragon of integrity, revered worldwide, recognized as a righteous great cultivator. His ascension assured cultivators worldwide that ample accumulation of virtue leads to immortality. Guan stood on the cliff, wind at his face, watching as Zhuang Xian was enveloped by the celestial Tao light, transported to the celestial court by its destiny, where he would transform into a heavenly court immortal. Finally, it's over. At last, I can leave. Guan whispered to himself, smiling as he began to look forward to life in a new world. And Zizai suddenly landed beside him, respectfully saluting. After the salute, Zizai hesitated to speak. Guan gazed into the distance, saying, "Have you ever considered whether his dissatisfaction stems from missing the immortal position or from something else?" He referred to Zizai's most esteemed disciple, the 15th generation disciple Wuxia. Having achieved innate golden immortal, Wuxia had become Wuxiji's most powerful disciple on the surface, representing Wuxiji outwardly. For millions of years, disciples continued to ascend to immortality, yet Wuxia remained unchosen. Zizai could sense his inner frustration. Upon hearing this, Zizai immediately asked, "Ancestor, what aspect of him do you disapprove of?" Through countless years, despite Wuxia surpassing many second-generation disciples, Guan had never summoned him alone, leading many disciples to believe Guan was dissatisfied with Wuxia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 895, True Colors Revealed. I have no discontent with him, but I also have no interest in him. The reason for not letting him ascend to immortality is that he cannot ascend. There is a cause and effect on him that you cannot see through, and the celestial Tao immortal position will expose his true nature. Guan looked into the distance and softly answered. Wuxia is the incarnation of the Taoist emperor's destiny, essentially a calculation against the primordial Tao emperor. Even before becoming a saint, Guan never took the Taoist emperor seriously, so he wouldn't interfere with Wuxia's growth. But if Wuxia went to the celestial court, it would also be a disaster for him. Of course, Wuxia himself is not interested in becoming an immortal. What he cares about is Wuxi's attitude towards him. What others have, he also wants. He can refuse, but he cannot not have it. And Zizai, upon hearing this, his face changed dramatically. Expose his true nature? Could it be that the Wuxia catastrophe that ancestors spoke of years ago is indeed Wuxia? And Zizai fell silent, digesting ancestors' words. Guan did not disturb him and continued to gaze over the world. Soon, he would leave the celestial spirit great world, and now what he saw before him were the little pieces of the past. Although he felt a sense of emotion, he was not reluctant. Even if he left, he could return whenever he wished. It's just that once he left, he would live in another world. Ancestor, what do you think I should do to console him? And Zizai cautiously asked. Having spent so many years together, his affection for Wuxia had deepened, and even if Wuxia was truly the disaster, it was hard for him to handle. Guan turned around, looked at Zizai, and asked, "If you were made the master of Wuxia, would you be willing to take on this responsibility?" And Zizai as the master would inevitably favor Wuxia, and by then, everything Wuxia wanted would be within his grasp, naturally resolving his discontent. However, upon hearing this, Zizai was immediately terrified. He knelt down in a hurry and shouted anxiously, "Ancestor, you cannot abandon me. Wuxia in my heart will never compare to you. I want to always be by your side to serve you." This was his true sentiment. Without Guan, he wouldn't have anything he has now and wouldn't have met Wuxia. He was forever grateful to Ancestor, never wanting to leave Ancestor. Moreover, he knew that following Ancestor was the right path. Guan looked at Nzizai and asked with a smile, "Do you truly think so?" Nzizai nodded and said, "I truly think so." "Then you should choose suitable candidates to manage the Wuxia because not everyone can leave with me." "Ancestor, how can you be sure the disciples are unwilling to follow you?" Nzizai hesitated for a moment, then seriously spoke, noting the many disciples remaining at the Taoist field of the beginningless who were dedicated to the pursuit of the Tao. Guan planned to leave the celestial spirit great world to find a different environment to live in, so he was reluctant to bring too many, but hearing Nzizai's words, he suddenly had another idea. His lips curled into a smile, thinking the new idea was very good and interesting. "From now on, you can ask the disciples. When the time comes, I'll leave with all who wish to follow me, but you must tell them that once they leave with me, they can't come back." Guan looked at Nzizai and laughed softly. Nzizai was delighted as long as Ancestor agreed. He immediately thanked Guan on behalf of the other disciples, then left in a hurry. Guan stood on the cliff and looked for a while longer before disappearing. That day, the news of the Ancestor leaving the celestial spirit great world spread, prompting more and more disciples to gather to discuss this matter. In the following days, the news even reached the Nine-Spirit dynasty. The majority of disciples were born on the Nine-Spirit continent. Their families and friends were on the continent. They knew how significant the Ancestor's decision was and could not keep it a secret. For a time, the Nine-Spirit continent was in turmoil. In less than a year, the news spread to the entire world, shaking various sects, causing fear, concern, and excitement alike. Regardless of how well Wuxia performed, there would always be opposition and doubt. 3 years later, that morning, before Guan stepped out of his house, the courtyard was bustling with noise. "Nonsense, hurry back." Nzizai's voice was heard, and it was filled with anger. A man's voice followed, saying, "No way, today I must see Ancestor." The owner of this voice was none other than Wuxia. Wearing a black robe, Guan tidied his garments and then pushed the door open. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Wuxia kneeling in the courtyard, facing his door. Nzizai stood beside Wuxia, looking furious. Shenzhen sat by the artifact refining cauldron, curiously observing Wuxia. Seeing Guan coming out, all three of them focused their gaze on Guan. At that moment, Wuxia's previously firm and resolute expression became tense. He had just exited seclusion last night and was furious upon hearing that Ancestor was leaving. He found out later than other disciples, and it wasn't just the second-generation disciples who knew before him. The news had spread throughout the dojo. What did this mean? It meant the Ancestor hadn't considered him. He came to the courtyard, enduring for 2 hours before stepping in. Nzizai came because Shenzhen had sent him a message. Upon seeing Guan, Nzizai quickly saluted, while Wuxia gritted his teeth and stubbornly stared at Guan. Having joined Wuxia millions of years ago, he was always nervous when meeting Ancestor. His words were stuck in his throat. This time, he didn't want to be timid because the Ancestor was leaving. Guan looked at Wuxia and asked with a smile, "Why do you need to see me?" Seeing Guan smile, for some reason Wuxia felt a sense of shame. Could it be that Ancestor didn't disregard him? Upon thinking carefully, throughout these years, every time he saluted Ancestor, Ancestor would smile and nod at him. It was because of this that even though he hadn't received the treatment he wanted, he still remained loyal to Wuxia. Wuxia initially wanted to express his discontent but couldn't bring himself to say it. He paused, then said, "Ancestor, could you take me with you wherever you go?" "Sure." Guan agreed readily, leaving Wuxia stunned. He thought Ancestor would question him, asking if he was prepared or ready to not return, but unexpectedly, Ancestor directly agreed to his request. This left Wuxia feeling like his anger was hitting a soft pillow. His heart felt empty. While he was no longer angry, he wasn't happy either. Nzizai hurriedly said, "Ancestor has agreed, now withdraw. Don't disturb Ancestor's rest." He reached out to pull Wuxia, but Wuxia didn't get up. Guwen looked at Wuxia and said, "Actually, there's no need to overthink. I didn't see you because we lack common interests. Wuxia is different from other sects. Your actions won't go unnoticed by Wuxia, and I myself won't interfere in Wuxi's matters either." Lack of common interests? This reason left Wuxia very surprised, and even Zizai was taken aback. Could the reason be so simple? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 896, New World, New Era. Ultimately, Wuxia was taken away by Zizai. When he left, he seemed dazed, never imagining that the answer that had puzzled him for tens of millions of years could be so simple. Shenzhen looked at Guwen, who was stretching his body, and smiled. "They must be very surprised, but I believe what you said is true." She knew Guwen too well. Guwen was not interested in the talent or achievements of his disciples. Otherwise, Shengguan Xiener and Su Han wouldn't be so close to him. Shengguan Xiener loves writing books, whereas Su Han loves playing with everything. For those who practice Tao, their thoughts shouldn't be too cluttered. "This kid is good at everything except his thoughts are too mixed up," Guwen casually commented. Wuxia wanted to follow him, and he did not resist. Even if the founder of Taoist emperors stood before him, it would not be a concern. He somewhat even looked forward to the Taoist emperor challenging him. Exhausting all efforts but unable to shake him in the slightest, the result must be a significant blow to that existence, right? Guwen suddenly realized he was a bit like the celestial emperor. He shook his head and laughed, then walked toward the outside of the courtyard. Shenzhen looked at his back and asked, "When are we leaving?" "Next year." Upon hearing Guwen's answer, Shenzhen's eyes also revealed a look of anticipation. Although she rarely went out, she also longed for a completely new environment. The coming year would be the most torturous year for the Wuxia disciples. Leaving the celestial spirit great world, they would have to abandon their relationships in this world. But if they didn't leave, they would lose the ancestors' protection. Some even wanted to plead with Zizai to take non-Wuxia disciple identities along, but all were sternly refused by Zizai. A year passed quickly. At the end of summer that year, Zizai gathered all the disciples willing to leave with Guwen at the foot of the main mountain, and everywhere between the mountains, human figures could be seen. The second-generation disciples also gathered in Guwen's courtyard, discussing among themselves. "It's a shame Chen Chuan isn't here anymore." And Sheng Tian sighed, his tone a bit regretful. Only with Chen Chuan there would the second-generation disciples be complete. Even LV Xian rushed from the outer heaven, quietly discussing Taoist techniques with Zui in the corner. Jianghu nodded and started to chat with Sheng Tian about past times. Other disciples were curious about the next world they were going to and how far the journey would be. The ghost mother of Ephemera stood at the gate, looking at the figures of the disciples with a smile on her face, feeling it was so beautiful to maintain this moment. The days of upheaval and unpredictable life and death seemed like events in a previous life, so distant and blurry. Bang! The door of the attic swung open, and all the disciples turned their heads to look. Guwen, dressed in blue, walked out from inside, wearing resplendent clothes, with an extraordinary aura. As he stepped into the courtyard, everyone felt the whole world became brighter. And Zizai raised his hand in salute and first spoke. "Ancestor, the disciples willing to leave with us have already gathered, and the authority of Wuxia has been handed over." Guwen nodded lightly, then walked to the center of the courtyard. All the disciples looked at Guwen, their eyes full of anticipation, fantasizing about the world they were about to go to after deciding to leave. Guwen collected the artifact refining cauldron into his palm and then smiled. "Don't rush, wait for him to announce it." The disciples were puzzled, and the quick-tempered blood prison great saint was the first to ask, "Who is he?" Guwen did not answer, merely smiling silently. The disciples became even more confused. Suddenly, an overwhelming heavenly power descended from the sky, enveloping the entire world. The faces of the second-generation disciples changed, and they looked up. The chaos evil demon invades the heavenly Tao. The celestial court upholds the heavenly constitution and descends to the mortal world, exterminating the evil demons hidden among humans. This intention shall not waver. However, during this process, the actions of the immortal gods have been unfair, causing the innocent creatures wrongful deaths. Songtian will not overlook or tolerate this occurrence. I am Emperor Taihao, bearing the will of the heavenly Tao, founding the Middle Heaven Great World. All innocent creatures who perished in this calamity shall be reborn in Middle Heaven, becoming beyond ordinary beings. From now on, all beings shall cultivate virtue and do good deeds, thus they may ascend to Middle Heaven and obtain the Fuyuan of the Great Tao. A majestic and sonorous voice echoed through the entire world, not just the celestial spirit Great World, but all 3,000 great worlds and countless mortal realms below heard the voice of Emperor Taihao. The second-generation disciples were all stunned and instinctively looked at Guan. An Exian, who had long learned of the name Middle Heaven from Guan, was equally surprised that Middle Heaven was founded by the Son of Heaven. Could it be that the Master had long reached some agreement with the celestial court? Other disciples thought so too, otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Guan smiled and said, "You're all overthinking. I chose Middle Heaven because Middle Heaven will be a heavenly Tao world like never before, and will become the center of heavenly Tao. That world is more vast than you can imagine. Once in Middle Heaven, the Wuxia disciples must not act recklessly. I will have you conceal your cultivation levels and from then on, join me in living as immortal mortals, hidden in the wilderness. Heavenly Tao Center." The disciples automatically ignored Guan's latter words. They already understood the heavenly Tao, and those disciples who had ventured out revered the heavenly Tao even more. Being called the heavenly Tao Center, Middle Heaven is definitely extraordinary. And Zizai was about to ask when to set out when suddenly, Guan took a step forward, and the surrounding environment drastically changed, instantly transporting them into a forest. The disciples instinctively looked around, feeling a different spiritual chi from the celestial spirit Great World. Guan immediately initiated the Lifespan Dojo, directly marking the earth, and began constructing a new Taoist field of the beginningless. This location was pre-selected by him before coming. As the Lifespan Dojo opened, a vast influx of Earth's spiritual chi surged out. All the disciples could feel the changes between the heavens and Earth. They didn't think much, considering it a first arrival adjustment to a new world. "Zizai, go settle the disciples." Guan commanded, and Zizai, still in shock, came to his senses and immediately saluted and left. The other second-generation disciples looked around, their divine senses stretching out, the excitement on their faces growing stronger. They actually arrived at another world. Furthermore, this world was far larger than the celestial spirit Great World, and the spiritual energy was much richer, almost like the immortal realm. Guan turned to the disciples and smiled. "Middle Heaven is newly founded, beings have yet to be born, you all shall temporarily remain within the dojo. Once the world prospers, you may occasionally go out to explore, but do not reveal your true cultivation levels." Beings have yet to be born? This made the disciples feel indescribable. Guan walked toward the depths of the woods, and Exin followed curiously. "Master, does this world possess great creation?" With her understanding of the Master, how could he come to such a dull world without anyone to accompany him? Reflecting on what the Master said about Middle Heaven Great World becoming the center of the heavenly Tao, she felt the Master had already seen the future of Middle Heaven Great World. Indeed it will. In the future, the strong from the 3,000 great worlds and great Tao domain will congregate here to cultivate and contend for destiny. Guan replied as he walked. And Exin pursued further, "Can the Son of Heaven possess such abilities?" Guan smiled and said, "In name, he created it. In fact, it was the heavenly Tao that created it, and it has been prepared for countless years, always hidden deep within celestial Tao destiny. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 897. The first creature Wuxia flew out of the forest and hovered in the air. He looked around, mountains rising and falling, vast and endless, surrounded by majestic spiritual energy, refreshing him. Although he had resolved to follow the ancestor, he still had doubts in his heart. He didn't know where to go, or if the destination could compare to the celestial spirit great world. Now, could such a world be the central heaven that the Son of Heaven mentioned just now? Wuxia thought excitedly. He didn't think it was a coincidence. Emperor Taihao had just announced the creation of the Middle Heaven Great World, and they arrived in a completely new great world. The ancestor could even arrange for disciples to ascend to immortality, which indicated that the ancestor had an agreement with the celestial court long ago. He flew forward, admiring the scenery along the way. More and more disciples flew into the air, marveling at the scenery of this new world. Some gathered together, others acted alone. Wuxia flew for thousands of miles before stopping. He saw a majestic mountain range ahead, and his intuition told him that crossing that mountain range would take him out of the range of the dojo. This feeling was very mysterious. Many disciples who reached the edge of the dojo had the same feeling, which made them dare not cross the mountain range at the edge of the dojo. That evening, Enzazai began to instruct the disciples to build their own cave mansions and set many rules. The worries in the disciples' hearts had completely dissipated because Central Heaven was indeed more fortunate than the celestial spirit great world. Not only was the spiritual energy more profound and mysterious, but the Tao intent pervading between heaven and earth was more advanced. Guan was also building his courtyard, having never built a house himself, so he was very serious. In the following days, Wuxia disciples discovered that the number of disciples brought by the ancestor was not small, as many as 2 million, which amazed them at the ancestor's capability. Privately, the disciples would also discuss how far Central Heaven was from the celestial spirit great world. In the entirety of the Central Heaven great world, aside from them, there were temporarily no living beings present. The world was silent, with lush flowers, grass, and trees, and the scenery was magnificent, like a forgotten heaven and earth. On the mountain range at the edge of the dojo, there were always Wuxia disciples standing on the mountain, looking out. They learned more and more about Central Heaven, but even the strongest innate golden immortal could not cover the whole of Central Heaven with their divine sense. Central Heaven was very large, larger than they had expected, and they began to believe Emperor Taihao's words. The war between immortals and demons in the 3,000 great worlds continued. News of Ancestor Master Wuxi's departure only circulated within the celestial spirit great world and did not affect the grand scheme. Many years later, after confirming the departure of Ancestor Master Wuxia, the world of the celestial spirit great world began to stir. In the 22nd year of arriving in Central Heaven, on a hillside, Guan walked forward with Xiaolan. Today, he brought Xiaolan to Central Heaven. Before coming, Xiaolan had already dealt with the matters of the Xiao clan. The family had grown, and she felt that even without her, the family could continue. Only when she truly stepped into Central Heaven did she feel at ease. Xiaolan looked up at the Wuxia disciples sowing seeds in the fields in the distance and suddenly smiled. I suddenly understand why you wanted to leave the celestial spirit great world. Indeed, this is true freedom, unfettered, without any ties of cause and effect. Guan followed her gaze and smiled. In life, there are always chains. Even if mortals step onto the immortal path, the chains remain. Perhaps for all living beings, the meaning of reincarnation is to unload all the cause and effect of a lifetime and start anew. Xiaolan nodded. Thinking about it this way, reincarnation is indeed a good thing. Why don't those disciples have a cultivation level? Xiaolan suddenly asked curiously. Guan replied, I had them conceal their cultivation level. From now on, everyone will live like mortals, but they can continue to cultivate. Once everyone is accustomed to hiding their cultivation level, I will lift the restriction and let you interact with all living beings under heaven and earth. This will be a form of cultivation for you too. Xiaolan thought carefully for a moment. 1 day or 2 was fine, but if they had to disguise themselves for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer, it would indeed be very challenging but also quite interesting. Many years from now, this piece of heaven and earth will become more prosperous than the celestial spirit great world. In the future, there will also be beings from the celestial spirit great world adventuring here, making a name for themselves. Perhaps you will hear about the deeds of old acquaintances and descendants. Guan continued speaking, his eyes deep, as if the entire future was within his gaze. These words sent Xiao Lan into endless imagination. If descendants of the Xiao clan could venture into Central Heaven, that would be wonderful. She could lend them a helping hand. Guan did not stop her thoughts because if his old acquaintances came to Central Heaven, he would do the same. Making a choice does not mean giving up something. The two of them continued strolling and chatting about the future. They felt no pressure to survive and were full of enthusiasm for what lay ahead. Finally, Guan took Xiao Lan to build a pavilion on the mountain of no end, at the very center of the dojo. Not all second-generation disciples could live on the mountain of no end, only those close to him could reside on this mountain. The mountain of no end was one of the tallest mountains in the dojo, towering over 10,000 feet and stretching for hundreds of miles, magnificent to the extreme, often shrouded in thick fog. Guan watched as Xiao Lan and Xinjin came together, and he thought of Ji Xiaoyu and Jiang Qiong. Both ladies chose to stay in the celestial spirit great world and planned to ascend together to Central Heaven with their disciples in the future. Guan respected this decision. Besides, in the celestial spirit great world, he could still protect them. Telling them about this matter was only to spare them from overthinking it. After watching for a while, Guan walked towards the forest, intending to return to his courtyard to rest. As he walked, he looked toward the 3,000 great worlds. He no longer wished to intervene in the future of the 3,000 great worlds. The dark heavenly court and the celestial court would face a war sooner or later. Several mixed-element profound venerable immortals, including the 9 Nether Emperor, would erupt in a decisive battle with the celestial Tao venerable of the celestial court, ultimately forcing out the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor could easily sweep them away, but he insisted on feigning death and passing the title of celestial emperor to Emperor Taihao. By bestowing the name Taihao upon that son of heaven, he showed his favor. Yet, no one knew that this son of heaven was actually himself, and once he feigned death, he would replace his will. From then on, under the leadership of the Taihao heavenly emperor, the heavenly Tao would usher in a new era, and the celestial realms would have better order. From the perspective of destiny, the celestial Tao destiny was about to soar, proving that the celestial emperor's calculation was correct. At least he found a way for the celestial Tao to soar once more. The future celestial court would better align with Gu An's vision of the immortal gods, each having its role, centering on all living beings. It's just interesting. Gu An's mouth curled into a smile, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The celestial emperor had not yet given up on the chance to duel with him, and in the distant future, there would still be variables in the heavenly Tao. Central Heaven would be the main stage of the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly realm, where the celestial court was located, would also establish a passage with this realm. There were still 10 million years until the first living being of this world was born. By that time, the war between immortals and demons of the 3,000 great worlds would also conclude, and the first living being nurtured by Central Heaven would have an unknown cause and effect with this war. Search the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 898. The impossible-to-reach realm for the all-living beings of the celestial spirit great world. 10 million years is very long, even considered an era. But for the Wuxia disciples who moved to Central Heaven, it passes quickly. After 10 million years, numerous medicine gardens have been established within the Taoist field of the beginningless. Each disciple has their own medicine garden and field, and Gu An's medicine garden is personally tended by the ghost mother of ephemera. That year, an unprecedented great battle erupted in the void above the 3,000 great worlds, so much so that even the Wuxia disciples in Central Heaven could sense it. The disciples sought familiar fellow disciples, gathered together, and discussed the pressure coming from outer heaven. At this moment, Guan was harvesting medicinal herbs, and the ghost mother of ephemera beside him curiously asked, "Is there a battle outside?" It's the final battle between immortals and demons in the 3,000 great worlds. Gu casually replied as he carefully wrapped the harvested mature herbs and placed them in the bamboo basket before the ghost mother of ephemera. The ghost mother of ephemera hesitated to speak. Gu perceived her thoughts and softly said, "Don't worry, the 3,000 great worlds will be fine. In the future, cultivators from the celestial spirit great world will still ascend here, and perhaps you may even see those disciples who choose to stay behind." Upon hearing this, the ghost mother of ephemera's face showed expectation. Many disciples she knew she could no longer see. Occasionally she felt lost about this. She respected those disciples' choices but also felt regret. Now, hearing Gu's words made the ghost mother of ephemera suddenly realize. It turns out they did not leave, they went to the destination everyone needs to reach, waiting for old friends to arrive at the endpoint. Thinking this way, the ghost mother of ephemera was inwardly cautious. Those disciples remaining in the celestial spirit great world would never have imagined this. After countless years, there will certainly be a huge disparity between them and the Wuxia disciples who chose to follow Gu. Indeed, only by following the master is the most correct choice. At first, she thought the master was merely tired and wanted a change of place, but now, thinking about it, for a great power cultivator like the master, any decision made must have deep intentions. Gu heard the ghost mother of ephemera's inner thoughts and found it amusing but did not expose them. He came to Central Heaven simply because he found it could be more interesting. Cultivation is the same everywhere, but observing the development and growth of a great world makes life interesting, and this process can enhance the understanding of the great Tao, not only for him but also for other disciples. The ghost mother of ephemera ceased speaking and began imagining the immortal demon battle. This decisive battle lasted a long time, and the pressure transmitting to Central Heaven persistently changed, allowing Wuxia disciples to feel the intensity of this fight. Days later, that pressure reached an exceedingly terrifying height, shaking the land of Central Heaven and startling the Wuxia disciples. What kind of realm is this? What realm are both sides of the battle at this moment? Under the night sky, in the courtyard, Shenzhen sat meditatively before the artifact refining cauldron, looking at Gu and curiously asked. She originally had her own courtyard but couldn't get used to it, and later found an opportunity to move back, bragging that it was better for enlightenment here. Gu was reading a book, written by a disciple, examining with a scrutinizing and critical mindset. Very high, very high. Gu answered casually. The realm of primordial profound venerable immortal couldn't yet be disclosed to Shenzhen and the disciples, because it was too far from them. Moreover, one side was even higher than the primordial profound venerable immortal. Shenzhen raised her eyebrows and asked, "Very high? So, do I have a chance to reach it?" Following Gu in cultivation for many years had already changed her mindset, thinking she could always break through without limit. But tonight's pressure made her waver, uncertain about how long she needed to cultivate to reach it. This powerful pressure was transmuting from the 3,000 great worlds, making it hard to imagine what it would be like to be in it. No. Gu's clear answer stunned Shenzhen, leaving her with no interest, plunging the courtyard into silence. He was not deliberately discouraging Shenzhen, this was the reality. Saint Gu can help those around him become stronger, far exceeding their limits, but cannot make others infinitely stronger. Not to mention the primordial profound venerable immortal, even the Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal depends on one's own fortune, and neither could achieve it by relying on others through the Xian Qi primordial immortal. The roads beyond the immortal Tao are different, following others' footsteps is not viable. This is why Gu guides his disciples toward enlightenment instead of having them focus solely on his Taoist technique. At night, in the endless mountains and forests, the Wuxia disciples could not settle down to cultivate. They gathered together, discussing this mysterious battle, reminiscing about the past. They also appreciated Gu, knowing what coming to Central Heaven meant. After countless years, they will be beings of high seniority compared to all living beings of heaven and earth. Just the thought made them excited, they are all anticipating Central Heaven's future. Night passed. Early the next day, the pressure from the 3,000 great worlds vanished, and the world returned to peace. The mundane life at the Taoist field of the beginningless continued. Until 10 years later, a startling commotion came from afar, waking all the Wuxia disciples. Guan was playing chess with Fairy Yaoxian. The two sat within a bamboo forest, enjoying the gentle breeze. Fairy Yaoxian turned her head, frowned, and said, "What kind of presence is this? Even the rules of heaven and earth are converging toward it." Guan played a piece and replied with a smile, "The first life form of Central Heaven is about to be born. He is born of the creation of heaven and earth, the celestial Tao destiny. His aptitudes are beyond your imagination. He will be the mythic starting point of Central Heaven. Perhaps in many years to come, he will come to us at the beginningless." These words intrigued Fairy Yaoxian. She looked at Guan and asked, "Central Heaven's significance to the heavenly Tao is unusual. Are you not afraid of being watched by the celestial court by bringing us here in advance?" She always believed Guan was the Emperor of Eternal Life, although Guan didn't acknowledge it, so she didn't expose him. She was no longer obsessed with past affections with the Emperor of Eternal Life and was more concerned about her own cultivation and her son's, Sin's, growth. In her heart, this is the best life now. She desires nothing else. Guan dared not show himself as the Emperor of Eternal Life and remains hidden, evidently wary of the heavenly court immortals. The Emperor of Eternal Life was once pursued by immortal gods. This life, Guan has contended with the immortal gods multiple times, which is one reason she wants to become stronger. Since arriving in Central Heaven, she's been puzzled, not understanding what Guan aims to do. As for Guan's rhetoric, she equally didn't believe it could merely be about feeling bored and wanting a change of living environment. Guan answered, "Don't worry, we won't be discovered. This dojo is different from the one in the celestial spirit great world, and before this world is filled with life, I won't let disciples venture outside." Although he no longer feared the celestial court, he didn't want to publicize it to avoid inflating his disciples' egos. Of course, he also feared becoming inflated himself. Upon hearing this, Fairy Yaoxian nodded, temporarily choosing to trust Guan. At that moment, turbulent thunderclouds churned in the sky, the world swiftly darkened, and terrifying heavenly might enveloped all of Central Heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 899. The ancestral masters graced the birth of the first living being in Central Heaven caused great heavenly anomalies, lasting a full 30 years. During those 30 years, the world was filled with raging winds, sometimes torrential rain, and sometimes blistering sun. The Wuxia disciples were not affected within the dojo, though they would discuss the anomalies outside. Gu's word spread, letting all disciples know that these anomalies were brought about by the birth of a living being. The anomalies were so earth-shattering, it was hard to imagine how powerful this being would be after birth. Those with high cultivation levels would extend their divine sense, seeking the trace of this being, but unfortunately, Central Heaven was too distant, and they couldn't detect anything. On the other side, the 3,000 great worlds ushered in peace, with each realm's celestial Tao light layer bestowing creation, enhancing the spiritual energy of every realm, and giving birth to more heavenly materials and earthly treasures. All beings could sense the advent of a new atmosphere. To make up for the 3,000 great worlds, the celestial court granted many immortal positions, allowing beings who contributed to the heavenly Tao to ascend to immortality, leading to a surge of ascensions in all realms. After confirming the departure of Ancestor Master Wuxia, all sects in the celestial spirit great world began to stir, including the Hegemon, the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance harbored many ambitious individuals, but the Alliance hierarchs always considered Ancestor Master Wuxia in matters of the world. Now that Ancestor Master Wuxia has departed, no one can restrain the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance anymore. If the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance becomes more domineering, the profits will greatly increase. Though the 3,000 great worlds are peaceful, the earliest peaceful celestial spirit great world is undercurrents surging. Guan no longer cares about the cause and effect of the celestial spirit great world. Seeing it endure was enough for him, and he began to enjoy life in Central Heaven. After the heavenly anomalies dissipated, Gu conducted a Tao teaching session. Over 2 million disciples gathered atop a great mountain. Before the session, he spoke of his vision for the future. Wuxia will no longer accept disciples in the future. He hopes the disciples will find a mortal identity, disguise themselves as mortals to establish themselves in central heaven. It's also a test for the disciples. If discovered by central heaven beings, they must leave Taisha. Once central heaven prospers, they may leave voluntarily, but they will no longer belong to Wuxia. This intrigued the disciples. They lacked nothing but cultivation goals, and if there were an interesting rule, it would be quite good. After addressing this matter, Gu began his Tao teaching. This time, he taught for 1,000 years. During this millennium, there were several heavenly anomalies, each celebrating the birth of beings. After the Tao teaching ended, Gu began harvesting mature medicinal herbs. His medicine garden and fields only grew immortal products now, which had long growth cycles but brought great longevity. His annual lifespan income averaged 5 billion years. Ghost Mother of Ephemera followed him as usual, acting as his assistant. Boom! A massive sound came from afar, making the Ghost Mother of Ephemera frown and look over. "Is there a battle outside the dojo?" the Ghost Mother of Ephemera asked in surprise. "When there are more beings, conflict is inevitable." Gu casually replied, making the Ghost Mother of Ephemera even more puzzled. She asked curiously, "Aren't there only 7 beings born? The world is vast. There's no need to start fighting so soon, is there?" Gu smiled. "The first batch of beings in Central Heaven is different from what you imagine. Their spiritual intelligence is high, but they aren't so friendly. They will find ways to get along in these struggles and comprehend the so-called Heavenly Tao." "The Heavenly Tao, huh?" The Ghost Mother of Ephemera pondered, feeling as though she was being led to a broader perspective, observing all beings and world affairs from an elevated angle. She recalled Gu's Tao teaching, which discussed the Great Tao itself, not any specific Tao. He seemed to be guiding them to pursue the Great Tao they desired. At this thought, she became unprecedentedly curious about the world's future development. She wanted to see what outcomes those 7 beings would have and how this world would develop, wondering if it would be different from the celestial spirit great world. In the years that followed, new life continued to be born, and battles persisted, arousing the curiosity of the Wuxia disciples. Judging by the commotion of the battles, those beings were quite strong, having such power soon after birth, making them feel the pressure from central heaven's beings. Above the 3,000 great worlds, in the Great World Divine Palace, Xianyuan Human Venerable sat on the dragon throne, eyes closed, right hand resting on the armrest, fingers tapping lightly, clearly unsettled. When footsteps finally sounded, he opened his eyes immediately. He saw Sichuan Old Immortal appear out of thin air in the hall, and Xianyuan Human Venerable stared at him intently, clearly very tense. Sichuan Old Immortal stepped in front of the dais. Hesitating for a moment, he said, "Your Highness, Ancestor Master Wuxia has indeed left, taking a group of disciples with him. No one knows where he has gone." Hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable's face turned extremely ugly. Since the struggle for the Son of Heaven, he had regarded Ancestor Master Wuxia as his support. When he was imprisoned by Heavenly Emperor Taihao, he heard Ancestor Master Wuxia had repelled the Immortal God's army, which deeply moved him, and Ancestor Master Wuxia's status in his heart soared rapidly. After that, Heavenly Emperor Taihao personally went to capture Ancestor Master Wuxia. Before leaving, he threatened him, leaving him in utter despair. However, he never expected Heavenly Emperor Taihao would return in defeat. Following that, the celestial court fell into internal strife, and he could clearly feel many forces releasing goodwill toward him, wanting to rescue him. The celestial court's inability to swiftly end the immortal demon war was due to internal concerns. The failure of Heavenly Emperor Taihao left him mired in difficulties. Even when Xianyuan Human Venerable was under house arrest, he could sense his plight. All changes in the celestial court began with Ancestor Master Wuxia, earning Xianyuan Human Venerable immense respect for him, surpassing even the celestial emperor's status in his heart. Yet, Ancestor Master Wuxia had left. Xianyuan Human Venerable slowly leaned back in his chair, losing all his sharpness. Many of his ambitions dissipated with ancestor Master Wuxi's departure. Sichuan Old Immortal looked at Xianyuan Human Venerable with eyes full of sympathy and comforted him. Your Highness, no matter what, you've escaped one calamity, and that's already a blessing. You should know, once His Majesty shows favoritism, any effort becomes futile. In this calamity, the real loser is not you, but Heavenly Emperor Taihao. In his final words, he was full of emotion. Who would have thought Emperor Taihao would emerge and become an equal rival to Heavenly Emperor Taihao? Although Heavenly Emperor Taihao had not yet been stripped of power, all immortal gods could sense destiny leaning toward Emperor Taihao. Many immortal gods had already rushed to Central Heaven to lay plans, an act also seen as showing goodwill to Emperor Taihao. Hearing this, Xianyuan Human Venerable showed a bitter smile and said, Indeed, I am already fortunate, even my father has appeared. There's truly no need for the Ancestor Master to wade into these murky waters again, yet even though he's gone, I'll always remember his kindness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 900. The future immortal. Sichuan Old Immortal heard Xianyuan Human Venerable's words and couldn't help but nod. He comforted, the ancestor is merely departing, and there will certainly be a day of reunion. Only by staying alive can your Highness see him again. Xianyuan Human Venerable showed a smile on his face, reflecting, Indeed, only by living on, there are countless hopes. Your Highness, today the Emperor conferred the positions of 49 immortal monarchs for Central Heaven. This is a strong signal. The rise of Emperor Taihao is unstoppable. Do you need me to congratulate him on your behalf? Sichuan Old Immortal regained his composure and asked seriously. The Dark Heavenly Court was severely damaged and will not return for a long time in the future. Now, their attention has to return to the Celestial Court internally. To the immortal gods, having no desires or needs poses no danger. However, many immortal gods who serve the Son of Heaven have desires, and once entangled in the struggle for the Son of Heaven, it is hard to extricate oneself. Even the sons of heaven are such, as no son of heaven is absolutely secure. Even if one does not want to fight, it may be beyond one's control. Xianyuan Human Venerable frowned and snorted coldly, What Taihao? He's actually named after my father's mundane name. It's favoritism indeed. How many years has he been the Son of Heaven? He had seen many sons of heaven favored by his father, he himself had received such favor, but he had never seen one as favored as Emperor Taihao. The Celestial Emperor gave the name to Emperor Taihao and created a heavenly Tao center for him. Now, he is openly establishing immortal positions for him. How can Xianyuan Human Venerable, also a son of heaven, not be jealous? Sichuan Old Immortal sighed and said, From the moment he received the name Taihao, we should have understood that. Perhaps this is also the reason the Supreme forced the Emperor's hand. Xianyuan Human Venerable fell silent. Sichuan Old Immortal also said no more. They all needed to think carefully about how to act in the future. Xianyuan Human Venerable recalled the only time he saw Emperor Taihao. Back then, Emperor Taihao was still a child, so naive. He never expected that the child at that time could surpass all sons of heaven and reach for that supreme power which no one dared touch. The Celestial Emperor. There are more and more rumors within the Celestial Court now, saying that the Celestial Emperor wants to abdicate. Xianyuan Human Venerable thought of this and felt an overwhelming pressure, his pride crumbling. Perhaps he truly should make amends with Emperor Taihao? This thought once emerged, grew wildly like weeds, making it impossible for him to dispel. The internal struggles of the Celestial Court and the surges of the Celestial Spirit Great World did not catch Gu Ennis' attention because he had already foreseen the results of these matters. Time flew by. It had been millions of years, and millions of years later, the Celestial Spirit Great World erupted in conflict, with numerous sects and imperial dynasties besieging the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. Fortunately, the presence of immortal gods prevented disaster from reaching the lower levels of the human world. The current central heaven has already birthed many living beings, most of whom are in the state of demons, not humans. At this stage, the beings of central heaven have no concept of race, almost all fighting for survival. This year, early summer. In the forest, a flaming red crow flew swiftly, startling a cascade of falling leaves. It flew to the edge of the woods and landed on a tree trunk, tilting its head to look ahead. Outside the forest was a large lake, and by the lake, 3 people were fishing: Gun, Xiaolan, and an Exan. This place was outside the dojo, not far from it. Rarely invited by Guan for an outing, Xiaolan and an Exan were both delighted. During the fishing process, the 2 women talked about the past, chatting about their days in the Supreme Sect. For Xiaolan, that was already several lifetimes ago. An Exan also felt it was distant, sometimes like a dream. Guan put down his fishing rod and raised his right hand, with a fruit appearing in his palm, exuding a rich floral fragrance. The flaming red crow hesitated for a moment, then flew like an arrow, quickly snatching the fruit from his hand. Xiaolan and an Exan looked up, both a bit surprised. "Why is this bird's aura so weak?" Xiaolan asked curiously. In central heaven, all living beings capable of moving are born with the creation of heaven and earth, containing terrifying power from the moment they have consciousness. Their movements are earth-shattering, yet this flaming red crow, though quick, is too weak compared to those beings, as if it came from the celestial spirit great world. An Exian activated the immortal emperor's eye, carefully observing the flaming red crow, and exclaimed, "This bird can actually conceal its cultivation level and aura." Xiaolan couldn't help but glance at her, looking at her purple pupils, feeling secretly amazed. What kind of eyes are these? The Wuxia disciples, although all trained by Guan, received different inheritances. She couldn't bring herself to ask an Xian about her secret skill, just like she wouldn't reveal all her Taoist techniques to others. Guan smiled and waved toward the flaming red crow circling over the lake, but unfortunately, the bird was unmoved, maintaining a safe distance. "Master, what realm is it?" An Exan turned to look at Guan, curiously asking. She could only sense the strong power hidden within the flaming red crow, not its specific cultivation level. Guan responded, "It has reached the pinnacle of the innate golden immortal realm. Given time, it will break through sooner or later." Upon this remark, the 2 women were both surprised. Even to this day, among the Wuxia disciples, the highest cultivation level is only innate golden immortal, yet this bird's cultivation level is higher than theirs? An Exian further asked, "Will it become a great fortune seeker in central heaven and play a very important role?" Guan smiled and said, "Indeed, it will establish the demon race and become the ancestor of 10,000 beasts, also introducing the concept of race to all beings. Long after, it will even ascend to immortality." Will ascend to immortality? The 2 women once again looked at the flaming red crow, their feelings completely different. This feeling was strange, even indescribable. If that's the case, will its encounter with us cause trouble? Xiaolan frowned and asked. Guan laughed. "Rest assured, once it leaves here, it will forget us. Its cultivation level is not sufficient to remember my cause and effect." This cultivation level? The 2 were stunned by the boldness in his words. Upon reflection, it seemed normal. Guan dared to come to the Heavenly Tao Center, and so far, no immortal gods have discovered him. His cultivation level must far exceed most immortal gods. Then, Guan took out another fruit and placed it on a large stone in front of him, waiting for the flaming red crow to fly over. After a while, the bird couldn't resist its instincts and flew over. This time, although its claws grasped the fruit, it couldn't lift it, making it very anxious. Guan raised his hand, pressing down on its head, calming it instantly, no longer struggling. After he released it, the flaming red crow looked up at them, tilting its head, its eyes clear as jewels. Its size was like a chicken, slender and small in stature, yet overall very majestic, inspiring affection from the 2 women. Xiaolan gazed at it and asked, "Senior brother, you surely know its future, won't you tell us about it?" Guan smiled slightly and said, "Its story is quite fascinating, and it's not something that can be shared quickly. It might take until tomorrow to finish." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 901. The pinnacle of the immortal Tao. The gentle breeze caressed the surface of the lake, as Xiao Lan and an Exan listened to Guan narrate the future of the fire-red crow. The fire-red crow was one of the earliest beings in the world, with unparalleled talent and immense destiny, continually encountering Fuyuan. After its transformation, it named itself Feng Qiu. Feng Qiu traveled the world, constantly advancing his cultivation level. Later, when a great power established the demon race, he went there, breaking through numerous demon crowds to become one of the 7 emperors of the demon race. His name shook the world. Thereafter, he was always a figure of influence in Central Heaven, until he ascended to immortality, and only then did the human world begin to forget him. Guan recounted his life experience briefly, yet even in this brevity, it sparked boundless imagination in the 2 young women, Xiao Lan and an Exan. They looked at the fire-red crow, pecking at spirit fruit in front of Guan, utterly unable to associate it with the future giant of the demon race. An Exan curiously asked, "Master, how high will its future achievements reach?" Guan looked at the fire-red crow and said, "The peak of the immortal Tao." The peak of the immortal Tao. Their expressions shook. They understood Guan was not referring to the immortal Tao peak of the celestial spirit great world, but rather the peak of the immortal Tao within the scope of the heavenly Tao, a realm beyond their current imagination. "Then have you already stood at the peak of the immortal Tao?" Curious, Xiaolan asked. To be able to see the destiny of the immortal Tao peak, Guan's cultivation level must be so high. Guan smiled without a word. Since she had guessed, there was no need for him to say more. He had indeed already stood at the peak of the immortal Tao, only higher than the peak. He continued telling the story of the fire-red crow. After eating, the fire-red crow came close, starting to rub its head against his knee. Even though the fire-red crow couldn't speak human words, it too had spiritual intelligence, able to sense that this person harbored no ill intentions towards it. Guan reached out and petted its head. Indeed, its feathers were very smooth and felt comfortable to touch. After chatting for an hour, Guan felt it was time and lifted his right hand, tossing the fire-red crow into the air. The bird circled in the sky several times before flying away. Xiao Lan sighed. "This little guy is really intelligent, and it looks nice too. I see you like it quite a bit. Why not adopt it and cultivate it yourself? Its future achievements would certainly be even greater." An Exan also looked at Guan, having a good impression of the fire-red crow. Guan stood up, stretched lazily, and said with a smile, "The great Tao is boundless, and those with exceptional talent are numerous. I can't keep everyone I encounter. Besides, different life experiences lead to becoming different people." He raised his hand to store the fishing rod into his sleeve, then slung the fish basket over his back and walked along the lakeside. Xiao Lan and an Exan hurriedly got up, following behind him. "Will it really not remember you? Or recall today's events?" Xiao Lan asked curiously. "There will be this passage of memory, but it won't know where exactly, like a childhood dream. As for me, its dream doesn't reflect me." Guan answered while moving forward, pausing before continuing. "In the future, such things will continue to happen. There will always be beings approaching Wuxia, and you will witness those with even greater talent than it. This is my assessment for Wuxia disciples. Concealing one's cultivation level from such exceptionally talented beings is not an easy task." He set this requirement for the disciples purely on a whim, using it as an excuse to send them off. The number of disciples following him was indeed too many, necessitating a reduction by 90%. Guan's words prompted Xiao Lan to endless contemplation. What would the future of Central Heaven be like? During the long years, Wuxia disciples would, besides cultivation, go to the edge of the mountains to observe the vast world's all living beings. Every time they emerged from seclusion, they could feel tremendous changes in the world outside their dojo, letting them understand what it meant for things to change rapidly. Each year, powerful beings were born, causing wonders in heaven and earth, allowing all Wuxia disciples to feel the underlying strength of Central Heaven. They harbored no arrogance in their hearts, only a sense of urgency, fearing being surpassed. With more and more beings, the realm of the immortal Tao in the world grew higher and higher, inevitably leading to cause and effect. Beings began to band together, especially those capable of reproduction, who realized the importance of unity earlier, making the struggles in central heaven grow ever fiercer. While local beings contested, immortal gods and outer heaven great powers continued to descend. They landed in central heaven human world, spreading the immortal Tao everywhere, establishing benevolent ties for their respective forces, advancing central heaven's development. The legend of central heaven spread through the 3,000 great worlds, more and more cultivators becoming aware of central heaven, a place above the 3,000 great worlds, an immortal realm that captivated the hearts. Celestial Spirit Great World. In the early autumn of this year, at the edge of the Nine-Spirit continent, where waves crashed against the shore, two figures stood on a reef, gazing silently at the prosperity within the continent. It was Li Ya and his disciple, Li Xianyu. Today's Nine-Spirit continent was no longer shrouded in spirit mist and had begun interacting with the mundane world. Meanwhile, the 10,000 Realms Gate created by Gu En still stood and even became a crucial bargaining chip in the Nine-Spirit dynasty's dealings with the outside world. Li Xianyu turned his head to look at his master, breaking the silence. Ancestor Master Wuxia has been gone for millions of years, and no one knows where he went. After he left, Wuxia quickly dissolved, either lured by other sects or established their own sects or dynasties. In short, Wuxia no longer exists in the world. Li Ya's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with a sense of bitterness. He had come back specifically to boast about his achievements to Gu En. Now his name was known across the 3,000 great worlds. He not only achieved innate golden immortal but also found the sorcery to reach a higher realm. However, Gu En was no longer there. He didn't know where to find Gu En, and his heart felt a deep sense of loss. At this moment he even felt a bit bewildered, wondering if the memories of Gu En were merely his fantasies. Was there really such a great power that would support him without expecting anything in return and even be willing to be his junior brother? The more Li Ya thought, the more his heart ached. Having endured the immortal demon catastrophe, his Tao heart became more steadfast. But facing Gu En's disappearance, he could no longer maintain his firmness and strength. Li Xianyu could see that Li Ya's mood was bad, and lamented, "Master, if there's anyone to blame, it's you. Master Gu invited you many times, and you always refused. He couldn't have stayed until you came back, and besides, during your absence, the Celestial Spirit Great World faced suppression from the Heavenly Court Immortals, which might have been the reason for Master Gus's departure." Upon hearing this, Li Ya looked up, his gaze deep, whispering to himself, "The Celestial Court?" Li Xianyu felt a pang of anxiety, saying, "Please don't do anything reckless. You can't possibly be a match for the Heavenly Court Immortals." Li Ya gave him a sidelong glance, retorting in annoyance, "You speak as if your master were a fool." "Isn't that the case?" Li Xianyu mumbled to himself. Li Ya turned and flew towards the sky. Li Xianyu hurriedly followed, asking curiously, "Master, where are you going next?" "I'll wander my homeland for a while, then head to Central Heaven. They say Central Heaven will become the center of the Heavenly Tao. I want to pursue an immortal position there. Once I'm in the Celestial Court, maybe I can assist junior brother Gu." Li Ya answered calmly. He knew clearly that the Celestial Court was unassailable. Only by joining it and using his strength to change the Celestial Court was the feasible way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Ascending, however, is due to sufficient realm and merits, breaking the restrictions of heaven and earth, guided by celestial destiny, beyond the Celestial Court's control. When the Celestial Emperor granted Songtian this authority, it became the vitality of all beings. Even if the Celestial Emperor harbors ambition, within the limited lifespan of beings, it is a significant opportunity for them. Central Heaven possesses the potential to cultivate existences surpassing immortal gods. The celestial emperor not only hopes Central Heaven can become a breeding ground for youthful forces for the celestial court but also intends for Central Heaven to be a check on the celestial court. The stronger the celestial court is, it doesn't mean the heavenly Tao is equally strong. The strength of the heavenly Tao depends on the development of all beings, yet human hearts are unpredictable and the hearts of immortals are as deep as the abyss. In their own world, invincible and dominant, ascending to Central Heaven, contending for great destiny, then ascending to immortality, this will be the future path for cultivators. Guan sees some of his old acquaintances will also ascend to Central Heaven, leading their own splendid lives. Suddenly an idea occurs to him. He has experienced many lifetimes, but never the life of an immortal god. What would it feel like to be a heavenly court immortal god? This thought quickly flashes in his mind. Beyond the heavenly court immortal gods, there are also ghost gods, human world demons, and numerous other identities he has not experienced. Guan turns his gaze to Jianghu. Jianghu is hiding in the underworld cultivating. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable and 9 Nether Emperor have been exterminated by the Celestial Emperor, leaving only a sliver of remnant souls. Restoring them would take countless years, and Jianghu and Suyu have temporarily gained freedom. They cultivate in the 9 Netherworld Death Realm, rapidly increasing their cultivation levels, especially Jianghu. In the future, Jianghu would ascend to Central Heaven, sweeping the world with his Hongmeng golden body. Unfortunately, he resists ascending to immortality, eventually clashing with the Celestial Court until being subdued by them. Guan is unconcerned about such an outcome. He can change it. However, seeing Jianghu cultivate while divinely traveling reincarnation to find the cause and effect of his father fills him with comfort. In over 200 million years, Jianghu is no longer the pure youth he once was. He bears tremendous karmic burdens and has established immense merits. Yet, he maintains his original intent of searching for his father, which is what moves Guan the most. Senior brother, in your myriad lifetimes, this life may not be deeply etched in your heart, but he constantly thinks of you. If you knew that, what would you feel? Guan silently contemplates. With his cultivation level, he can easily trace Zhang Chunqius' reincarnation. Zhang Chuanxiu has already reincarnated many times. With Guan's assistance, his destiny strengthens with each life, currently a renowned prodigy in a great thousand world, spirited and lively. In this life, Zhang Chuanxiu lives freely, and Guan has no reason to have him bear the past lives' cause and effect again, much less renew the father-son bond with Jianghu. To him, it is not favorable. Jianghu's obsession should be pursued by himself. Guan flips down from the tree, landing on the grass, and walks towards the depths of the forest. After 3 steps, his surroundings suddenly change. He arrives in a valley full of green grass and tree vines, where sunlight sheds an enchanted light across the valley. Crossing the grassy land, his robe flutters, and with the immortal king crown under his mane swaying, his gaze fixes on the depths of the valley. Deep in the valley lies a small, shallow lake, with a faint green hue, and at the center stands a gigantic egg, 3 zhang high. The eggshell is semi-transparent, interspersed with red veins resembling meridians, within which a human-like figure is curled up. Reaching the lake, he examines this giant egg intently, his eyes filled with curiosity. This giant egg, unlike other beings birthed from celestial destiny, is formed from the source of the great Tao. Though the heavenly Tao is potent, standing upon the great Tao, it will always be infiltrated by the great Tao, and even the high and mighty heavenly court immortal gods cannot comprehend all worldly causes and effects, because there are great Tao opportunities. Just like Guan able to grow within the heavenly Tao. Similarly, this giant egg doesn't belong to the heavenly Tao, yet it can also grow. The reason Guan has noticed it is because his holy tribulation in the future encountered the being gestating from this egg, sparking his interest, leading to his pursuit. Only after sweeping Central Heaven several times with his sacred will did he determine its location. This valley lacks powerful innate restrictions, just that the aura of this egg merges seamlessly with the surroundings, rendering it unremarkable. Even from a close distance, he cannot discern the ultimate fate of the giant egg, seeing it reaching the perfect realm of integration into the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao. He sees it challenging celestial gods. He even sees the heavenly Tao shattering because of it. Yet, that future is so distant, a time when an Xen, Li Ya, and Ji Xiaoyu are already mighty figures of renown within the heavenly Tao, capable of discussing the Tao with the celestial Tao Venerable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 903, Destined to Become a Saint. The valley was serene, with a gentle breeze blowing, causing slight ripples on the small lake beneath the giant egg. Guwen gazed at the giant egg, calculating its future. Such a destiny, no matter how one looks at it, this creature has the hope of surpassing the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao, in other words, to become a saint. Before he becomes a saint, seeing the celestial emperor, seeing the heavenly Tao, made it feel as if sainthood was unattainable, hard to achieve. Now, seeing the destiny of the giant egg, it felt absurd. Is it possible that someone is really destined to become a saint from birth? Reflecting on the difference between immortals and mortals, mortals cannot comprehend the feeling of being an immortal spirit from birth. Yet thinking again, Guwen felt becoming a saint isn't that simple. The creature within the egg might have the potential to become a saint, but sainthood is not achieved by talent alone. Just like now, he has already detected the existence of this egg. If he acted now, destroyed this egg, all its causal destiny would dissipate like smoke. The future power of this egg cannot intervene with him acting now, which at least shows that its future does not extend as far as his. However, Guwen was not bloodthirsty. Even for the sake of extending life, he only killed those heavily laden with karmic debt. Although Guwen was amazed by the egg's future, he had no intention of destroying it. He simply couldn't see a promising younger generation and think of obliteration. Without grievances or enmity, why do so? Moreover, precisely because there exist other beings with stronger talents, he could ascertain that he still has a long way to go. Guwen watched for a while, prepared to leave, when suddenly his pupils contracted, gaze fixed back on the giant egg. He saw that the future of the giant egg was changing. A line of destiny was growing, swallowing other lines of destiny. Guwen actually saw a Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao. This Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao, though not as powerful as the Celestial Emperor, yet he was truly a Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao and would become the calamity of the giant egg. Following the destiny of this Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao, Guwen discovered he did not originate from the heavenly Tao but from the Eternal. The Eternal, situated within chaos, has a lineage known as the Eternal Tao Extreme, which frequently sends powerful beings to the heavenly Tao to seize those with great destiny. Previously even Lu Qiuxian was captured. After becoming a saint, Guwen also observed the Eternal, whose foundations are indeed strong, nearly catching up with the heavenly Tao, but the Eternal Lord is not more powerful than the Celestial Emperor, thus the Eternal does not dare to confront the heavenly Tao head-on for now. Within chaos exist many such destiny lineages. Many of the founders hail from the same era as the Celestial Emperor and were once defeated by him. Only the heavenly Tao can freely showcase its destiny and strength within chaos, whereas other lineages hide deep within space, fearing discovery by others. Chaos appears desolate, seemingly without forces or survival rules, yet actually hides many grand and magnificent worlds in the shadows. This Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao from the Eternal is not the ancestor of the Eternal. He is the second within the Eternal to reach this realm, also from the future. Realizing the threat of the giant egg, he wants to cross time to annihilate it. Guwen hesitated for a moment but eventually used his Tao intent to help conceal the egg's cause and effect. In a sense, this is a great providence granted by the great Tao to the heavenly Tao. In the future, this egg will also merge into the heavenly Tao, cultivating the immortal Tao techniques under it. Its growth will strengthen the heavenly Tao. Guwen in this life was born within the heavenly Tao. Even if the celestial court is somewhat flawed, he still hopes for the heavenly Tao to become better. The stronger the heavenly Tao, the more Fuyuan it gives back to all beings. As Guwen's Tao intent enveloped the giant egg, its fate changed once again. In an incredibly distant future, the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Dao was shocked, no longer daring to cross time, while also realizing the depth of the Heavenly Dao. Henceforth, he was even more vigilant and cautious toward the Heavenly Dao. In just a fleeting moment, Guwen saw the change in the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Dao. Time also has a long river, with Guwen looking from one end to the other from an overlooking perspective. After becoming a saint, he transcended the past, present, and future, able to go anywhere. As long as he doesn't wish to, he won't leave any cause and effect, nor be rejected. He simply chose to stay here. As of now, he undoubtedly qualifies as an immortal existence. Lifespan only serves to undergo evolution and enhance his cultivation level. Even if he exhausted his lifespan, he could still live on. Only without lifespan, he couldn't engage in lifespan evolution, nor reach into the future to let his lifespan number increase. In this light, the lifespan consumed by lifespan evolution might hold a deeper significance, manifesting another form of power's presence. Guwen looked at the giant egg with a smile on his face. He turned and left, soon disappearing as if never having appeared. The season cycled, the valley tinted yellow with autumn colors, then covered by white snow, until the winter's snow melted. Thus, a whole cycle of the year passed. Unsure how many years had passed. This year, in spring, Guwen returned. He approached the lakeside, gazing at the giant egg. Now, the surface of the egg had numerous cracks, and the creature inside seemed to be breaking out. Under Guwen's gaze, wisps of white steam emerged from the crevices of the egg, an aura surpassing the heaven-balancing golden immortal emanated from it. Many are born as innate golden immortals, yet currently, in central heaven, no existence has been born as a heaven-balancing golden immortal. And the creature inside this egg is set to shatter that historical limit, as upon its birth, it will be a Tai Ching golden immortal. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon over the years, the egg has become a being of the heavenly Tao, its great Tao vitality hidden deep within its soul, making it difficult even for heavenly court immortals to detect. Once it hatches, it will trigger phenomena that astound heaven and earth, causing the heavenly Tao to announce its birth. Guwen raised his hand, isolating the land, preventing the attention of all beings in heaven and earth from falling upon the creature inside the giant egg. Now central heaven thrives with immortal spirits and fierce beasts. If he didn't intervene, even a creature with Tai Ching golden immortal's cultivation would suffer hardship until bowing to a great power from outer heaven to gain protection. Being destined to become a saint shouldn't have to live so miserably. Rarely did Guwen feel an appreciation for talent, deciding to lend a hand, repaying central heaven. If its early life encounters fewer tribulations, its sense of belonging to central heaven will be stronger. Guwen, along with his disciples, had come to central heaven and felt he should give back as a gesture of reciprocity. Crack! The giant egg emitted a sound, the cracks on its shell rapidly multiplying, the figure inside slowly stretching its body. Rolling thunderclouds surged, covering the celestial vault above the valley. The thunder rumbling suppressed, as if celestial gods were roaring, gusty winds whipped up, stirring all the vegetation within the valley, and waves rippled across the lake below the giant egg. A formidable aura belonging to the Tai Ching golden immortal erupted from within the giant egg. Accompanying the creature inside fully stretching its body, the giant egg suddenly exploded, its shattered shell scattering like fragments of crystal, some skimming past Guwen's cheek, reflecting his handsome visage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 904. Guwen and Hong Yiguen's eyes didn't blink as he calmly stared at the small lake ahead. After the eggshell shattered, a graceful figure appeared on the lake's surface. It was a girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old, her long hair reaching her calves. Her skin was as white as snow, with delicate features perfectly harmonious, yet her expression remained cold. Her feet submerged in the lake water, she slowly turned around and looked at Guwen, her gaze unchanging. Guwen nodded slightly. To be able to undergo transformation right after being born, her talent far surpassed the first batch of beings in central heaven. The human form is the most suitable for cultivating the Tao, containing the true essence of the universe's great Tao. For this reason, the human race has a short lifespan, because they already possess the sought-after form for cultivating the Tao. After several eras, when the demon race rises, there will be immortal gods descending to create the human race, to counterbalance the demon race, and at the same time, use the demon race to help the human race rise quickly. The original human race was created by the celestial emperor, establishing the status of the human race, destined to become the most important race in the heavenly Tao. Of course, besides the heavenly Tao in chaos, many worlds have humans. The birth of humans itself is the insight cultivators gain while pursuing the great Tao. Inevitably, the initial creations are based on oneself, creating a race that resembles oneself. Guwen waved his hand. A strong wind rushed towards this newly born Taiching golden immortal, catching her off guard. Her eyes showed a moment of confusion, but when her gaze returned to normal, she spoke, "Who are you?" Her words surprised her, and instinctively she reached out to touch her mouth. Her voice was melodious, ethereal, yet devoid of any emotional shift. Guwen smiled and said, "Who I am doesn't matter. What's important is who you think you are. Have you thought of a name for yourself?" He had just given her some memories, helping her establish the language system of the heavenly Tao. After her transformation, she could now speak human language, but having never communicated with others, she hadn't established a cognitive framework. Upon hearing this, the long-haired girl frowned, deep in thought, as Guwen patiently waited without disturbing her. After a long while, the long-haired girl spoke, "My name is Hong Yi." Guwen immediately saw the deeper cause and effect surrounding her. It turned out that her great Tao opportunity came from that place. Guwen asked, "Do you want to follow me in cultivation?" Hong Yi understood what cultivation was, but she didn't feel an impulse to cultivate just yet. However, she was curious about Guwen, so she nodded subconsciously in agreement. Guwen turned around, and after a moment of hesitation, Hong Yi followed his steps. As they walked, Guwen waved his hand, and pieces of crystal flew from the grass. These were transformed from Hong Yi's accompanying eggshell, and under his manipulation, these crystals quickly gathered together and ignited with a cyan flame. This scene finally brought a spark of expression to Hong Yi's eyes as she stared intently at the cyan flame in midair. Soon, the cyan flame flew towards her. She didn't dodge it. Instead, she watched it curiously. The cyan flame landed on her, enveloping her body from the neck down. As she looked down, she felt warm all over, remarkably comfortable. When the cyan flame dissipated, a white garment appeared on Hong Yi. The robe was bright white, with silver crystal inlays at the waist and wrists. The hem was long, resembling a skirt's edge, and even without shoes, wearing this garment dramatically changed her aura. Hong Yi continued forward, feeling the garment on her body, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to take it off. Don't take it off. This is a form of cultivation as well. You must get used to it. Gu An's voice came from ahead. Hearing this, Hong Yi stopped her actions, looking at Gu An's back, confused but refrained from asking. For some reason in front of Guwen, she instinctively chose to obey. An hour later, Guwen led Hong Yi to a vast, boundless mountain. When they stopped, as far as the eye could see, it seemed like they were on a grassland. He turned to face Hong Yi, then lifted his robe and sat in meditation, gesturing for Hong Yi to sit down as well. Hong Yi mimicked his posture and sat down, but once seated, she couldn't help but squirm. "Before cultivation, let's first help you understand the kind of world you are in," Guwen said. As his words fell, Hong Yi's entire being froze, her eyes widened, pupils revealing numerous scenes, leaving her dazzled. Guwen watched Hong Yi, his expression calm but inwardly filled with anticipation. Given her potential to become a saint, what heights might she reach if he were to mentor her? Guwen was not afraid of Hong Yi surpassing him. Having someone to chase him would be quite delightful. Not only he felt this way, but the celestial emperor also shared this thought. The wind in the world blew across the mountain plain, where Guwen and Hong Yi appeared insignificant, as seen from high above the clouds. They were insignificant amidst the green ocean. Since deciding to mentor Hong Yi, Guwen frequently left the dojo. The disciples either didn't notice his departure, and even if they knew, they dared not ask. Time flows quickly. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular morning, Guwen arrived in the depths of the mountain forest, a stretch millions of billions of miles long. Even some powerful cultivation-level beings who ventured there would lose their way, as the true essence of the great Tao was very strong there. Deep in the forest, there was a pavilion in front of an ancient tree. Hong Yi, in her white robe, was standing in front of a water tank, gazing at her reflection, lost in thought. Guwen walked up to her and with a smile, asked, "What are you looking at?" Hong Yi turned her head to look at him and replied, "In pondering who I truly am, why I was born, and what goal I should have for cultivation." Even after following Guwen in cultivation for 1,000,000 years, Hong Yi's temperament remained cold and indifferent. She was curious about everything, but that curiosity evaporated once she understood. If you can't find it yet, just continue to cultivate. Sooner or later, you'll find out, Guwen said casually. Indeed, this was a question Hong Yi had to ponder, and he could only guide, not decide. Guwen did not wish to limit Hong Yi's existence. More variables might add more interest. Who are you really, and how should I address you? Are we considered master and disciple? Hong Yi asked, staring at Guwen. A few years ago, a group of cultivators flew over this forest, and Hong Yi overheard their conversations. Some people, with intertwined cause and effect, interacted as master and disciple, which piqued her curiosity about such relationships. Guwen said, "If you truly wish to know, maybe you can take it as your cultivation goal. If one day you can defeat me, I will tell you who I am. As for whether we are master and disciple, it does not matter. I am teaching you because, like you, I am curious." After hearing this, Hong Yi's expression remained unchanged, only murmuring softly, "Is it also out of curiosity?" With those words, she suddenly raised her palm and struck towards Guwen, the attack swift and fierce. This chapter is updated by Fru. Novel. See, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 905. Taoist Momentum. Faced with Hong Yi's palm strike, Guwen was indifferent, and just as Hong Yi struck, her expression changed, for her palm stopped before Guwen, unable to advance. Her palm was less than 10 centimeters from Guwen's chest, yet this short distance felt immovable to her. Hong Yi withdrew her palm and looked at her own hand, then at Guwen, a puzzled expression crossing her face. "Is this a divine skill? But why do I not sense your mana?" Having followed Guwen in cultivation for 1,000,000 years, she had mastered many divine skills, but this was her first time confronting Guwen directly, having never even sparred before. Guwen smiled. "Your perception is quite good indeed, but this is not a divine skill. It is a kind of Taoist momentum, and once your realm is high enough, you can cultivate such momentum. The so-called Taoist momentum is a unique ability of a saint, impervious to all evils, indestructible by any law. No matter how much effort a non-saint exerts, they cannot harm a saint." Hearing this, Hong Yi nodded slightly, her expectations for cultivation growing even stronger. At the very least, she wanted to push Guwen to exert his full strength. Guwen raised his hand and brushed it over the surface of a water cistern. A flash of light appeared on the water's surface, followed by a reflection of a battle scene inside. One combatant had achieved transformation, a man in black fighting a heaven and earth fierce beast resembling a swan and eye, shaking the very mountains. "I've taught you enough, now, you must cultivate the path of battle," Guwen said, not angry at Hong Yi's surprise attack. Instead, he felt gratified. For tens of thousands of years, he had encouraged her to attack him, but she never had the fighting spirit. Later, he promised she could strike him anytime. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, Hong Yi's attack signified her nascent sense of competitiveness, vital for her growth. Sooner or later, she would leave Guwen and venture into the heavenly Tao alone. And that day would not be far off. Hong Yi intently watched the battle, observing the two beings in the cistern image displaying divine skills, her eyes flashing with interest. In the following days, Guan taught Hong Yi the path of battle. Hong Yi's comprehension was incredibly high, and with Gu En's guidance, her understanding of battle deepened. Gu En would mold clay figures of equal realm to spar with her, and her fighting ability advanced rapidly. Returning to the Taoist field of the beginningless, Gu En began harvesting medicinal herbs. Now, he exclusively harvested herbs within the Taoist field of the beginningless, saving much trouble. Gu En had also moved the hidden spirit palace to the underground of this field, a profound subterranean sea, while the deep sea dragon carp had established a dragon palace in the celestial spirit great world, considered his graduation. Upon arriving in central heaven, Gu En severed many ties, but this was a necessary path. More than regret, he looked forward to a new future. After harvesting the herbs, Gu En headed towards the mountain of no end. Along the way, he encountered woodcutters, fishermen, farmers, and even martial artists and building laborers. It was as if all Wuxia disciples were rehearsing mundane life. Their cultivation levels were not low, and they could sense the increasingly powerful aura outside the dojo, always feeling that their forefather might release the outside beings any moment. Seeing Gu En, they merely glanced without saluting, as Gu En had instructed beforehand. If everyone saluted him when they saw him, that would definitely lead to exposure. Returning to the courtyard on the mountain of no end, Xinjun turned to look at him and asked, "Is there someone outside for you? You've been acting strangely for the past 100,000 years." Gu En stopped, looked at her, and asked, "What did you see?" Shenzhen cultivated the path of cause and effect. For her to say such a thing, she must have seen something. "I see a woman cultivating with a man whose cause and effect is hidden. It should be you," Shenzhen said, her eyes on Gu En, with a hint of anticipation. What she anticipated was not the woman but her ability to deduce Gu En's figure. Gu En smiled, praising, "You've been making great progress in cultivation recently, to discover my whereabouts." This pleased Shenzhen greatly. She feigned modesty, coughing lightly. Gu En also thought it amusing. Though Shenzhen's comprehension of the path of cause and effect was strong, it couldn't anticipate a saint's cause and effect. Her success was due to his deliberate actions. Gu En had deeper intentions besides motivating Shenzhen. "By the way, who is that woman? What is her name?" "I cannot fully discern her cause and effect," Shenzhen asked curiously. The fact that Gu En personally guided her meant she must have a significant background. Gu En did not conceal it, explaining Hong Yi's general background. As for her great destiny from the Great Tao, he did not mention it. Hong Yi, born as a Taiqing golden immortal, Shenzhen appeared in a daze. She had achieved the realm of an innate golden immortal, but the heaven-balancing golden immortal remained far off. Currently, not one had emerged in the beginningless. Comparing herself to Hong Yi, born surpassing the heaven-balancing golden immortal, it was inevitably shocking. No wonder Gu En personally taught her. If Shenzhen had the qualification to take Hong Yi as a disciple, she would surely do the same. She and I are not master and disciple yet, I'm merely guiding her into the Tao. Her future does not belong to the beginningless. Currently, only you know her relationship with me. Keep it to yourself, Gu En said seriously. Shenzhen felt awkward upon hearing this. He doesn't want Xiaolan to know, but doesn't care how I feel knowing? While she thought so, she replied, "Rest assured I won't tell anyone." Hearing you say this, I'm also looking forward to her future achievements. Gu En laughed, finding her candid thoughts interesting. They chatted briefly before Gu En returned to his room to be alone, while Shenzhen meditated before the artifact refining cauldron, seeing nothing but Hong Yi's cultivating figure. Celestial Court, Palace of the Polestar. The palace was bright, shrouded in clouds and mist. Its edges seemed to have no palace walls, allowing views of the blue sky and even the stars. A man dressed in a golden robe, the heavenly emperor, stood atop the grand hall, his gaze fixed on the figure sitting atop the supreme dragon throne. This was a man in a golden-patterned white robe emblazoned with a golden dragon, wearing a curtain pearl emperor crown, his face indifferent, eyes golden. He lay lazily against the chair back, two true golden dragons crouched on his shoulders, one napping, the other raising its head, scrutinizing the heavenly emperor. Even without movement, he exuded an air of dominance over all of creation, as if the phrase, "one alone is supreme," was invented for him. He was the Lord of Heaven, the supreme entity within the heavenly Tao, the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor gazed down at the Heavenly Emperor, his cold eyes inscrutable. Under the Celestial Emperor's scrutiny, the Heavenly Emperor met his gaze calmly, unflinching, even confrontational. "You have lost your cultivation level." The Celestial Emperor's words left the Heavenly Emperor's expression changed, eyes briefly flickering with terror. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 906. The Position of the Celestial Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor appeared flustered for a brief moment, but quickly regained his composure. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Father, do you wish to test my 9 heavens true dragon chi again?" He wore an unruly smile, as if he were the Celestial Emperor. However, faced with his aggression, the Celestial Emperor remained indifferent, simply watching him quietly. The Celestial Emperor's gaze made the Heavenly Emperor's skin crawl, his heart sinking into despair. He became increasingly certain that the Celestial Emperor was not testing him, which led him to hopelessness. Previously, he had gained control over the Celestial Court by coercing the Celestial Emperor, an affair that ended on bad terms. Now that he had lost his cultivation level, how could the Celestial Emperor spare him? Their relationship had long surpassed the bond of father and son, becoming that of enemies, but not mortal enemies. Rather, adversaries under the power struggles of the heavenly Tao. How long the Celestial Emperor had lived, even he, the Heavenly Emperor, did not know. But he could be sure that even when confronting his own son, the enraged Celestial Emperor would not show mercy. He wouldn't regret a single execution. Some sons of heaven were cast down to the mortal world, some exiled to chaos, some fell into the underworld, never to return. There were even those whose beings were utterly obliterated. No matter how he thought about it, the Heavenly Emperor felt destined for the direst outcome, potentially becoming a cautionary tale for future emperors. "You are very much like your mother. She was as ambitious as you are." The Celestial Emperor suddenly spoke, catching the Heavenly Emperor off guard. He furrowed his brows, unable to fathom the Celestial Emperor's intent behind these words. He wasn't foolish enough to hope for the Celestial Emperor's pardon. The Celestial Emperor continued, "Your mother died for power. I did not bring her back to the Celestial Court but brought you. It was her wish. Between you and her, she chose to have you ascend to the Immortal class." The Heavenly Emperor remained silent. He had long forgotten his mother's visage. In ordinary times, he never thought of her. In hearing the Celestial Emperor's words, his heart remained unruffled. As a son of heaven, he had experienced the reincarnation tribulation before, memories far more stirring than this. He knew well that the Celestial Emperor chose him because of his talent. With so many sons of heaven, was it possible they all rose due to their mother's favor? Because of the Celestial Emperor's words, the Heavenly Emperor calmed. Matters had come to this. He decided to face his fate with clarity. Though he hadn't held the Celestial Court's authority for long, at least he had succeeded. As a heavenly son, he had done his utmost. Even if it meant dying, he would die without regret. "I will give you a chance. I will not move against your immortal authority, but you must contend with Taihao for the Celestial Emperor's position. Whether you succeed or not, I will pass my cultivation level to the victor, allowing either of you, even if you've lost your cultivation level, to reach the pinnacle once more." The Celestial Emperor stared at him, speaking coldly. The Heavenly Emperor showed no surprise, instead asking with perplexity, "Why do this?" The Celestial Emperor replied frankly, "I wish to support Taihao as Celestial Emperor, but he lacks distinguished merits. I intend to use you as his stepping stone. Yet if you surpass him, then it proves the throne belongs to you. My question is, why do you wish to relinquish the throne?" The Heavenly Emperor gazed at the Celestial Emperor with piercing eyes, like blades trying to stab through his heart. The Celestial Emperor answered, "Sitting on this throne for so long has grown tiresome. I wish to leave the Celestial Court, to pursue my own Tao, and to seek out an old acquaintance for a long-awaited duel. You, who have lost your cultivation level, desire to duel? I naturally have ways to regain it, unlike you, who must pretend to remain calm, awaiting another's mercy. For the first time, the Celestial Emperor's tone shifted, full of sarcasm, making the Heavenly Emperor's face turn grim. Seeing the Heavenly Emperor's expression, the corners of the Celestial Emperor's mouth lifted in a smile. He said, "Your only chance of winning is to seize the Central Heaven's destiny. In the future, I will transfer the Celestial Tao destiny to Central Heaven. By then, the immortal gods in Central Heaven will only grow more numerous. While Taihao is still cultivating, you still have a chance. Now leave." The Heavenly Emperor fell silent, with many questions to ask, but felt he had no other choice. Only by surviving could he understand these matters. Even if his questions were answered now, if he were to die, what use would those answers be to him? The Heavenly Emperor took a deep breath, saluted the Celestial Emperor, and turned to leave. The Celestial Emperor watched him depart, his gaze becoming profound. Time passed in a blink over countless millennia. Central Heaven had renewed its visage, the world filled with vitality. On the edge of a cliff, Hong Yi meditated facing the magnificent sun, surrounded by a purple aura. In the distant sky flew immortal birds, as if mountains soared through the firmament, a truly magnificent sight. Guwen approached Hong Yi from behind, gazing at the majestic scene ahead. He sighed. The sky of Central Heaven grows ever more beautiful, and now, even traces of the great Tao can be seen. Hong Yi opened her eyes, turned to him, and asked, "In this world today, what is the mightiest realm?" Guwen, without meeting her gaze, quietly answered, "Tao Extreme Tao Yuo Immortal, which is the pinnacle of the immortal Tao, the third layer of the Tao Yuo Tao fruit. And you are currently striving for the Tao Yuo Tao fruit." Upon hearing this, Hong Yi turned her head, looking toward the horizon, murmuring, "Is the gap truly so vast?" Guwen didn't reply, allowing her to ponder. After a while, he finally spoke, "Hong Yi, starting tomorrow, I won't come anymore. The road ahead, you must walk on your own, do what you wish." At these words, Hong immediately stood up and turned to face him, her gaze fixed intensely on him, her eyes showing anger for the first time. In all her years of cultivation, Hong Yi's emotions had remained stable, never showing such an expression. "Why?" Hong Yi asked through gritted teeth, her anger gradually shifting to panic. Since she gained consciousness, she had followed Guwen Gu and was the first person she saw upon opening her eyes. She had built a dependency on him and had never imagined life without him. Guwen replied, "Everyone has a place to return to, a place to go from. Look at the birds at the horizon. They have had many companions, even traveled alone. I am me, they are them. Why do you want to leave me?" Hong Yi stared stubbornly at Guwen. Guwen smiled and said, "Your future is broader. I do not enjoy such a life, so I will not hold you back. If you do not like it, I can forsake it. You'll live the life you enjoy." Hong Yi said earnestly. She currently liked cultivating, enjoyed battling and becoming stronger, but she wasn't willing to leave Guwen. She couldn't imagine how to live if she left Guwen. Guwen shook his head and said, "When you venture out for a while, you'll grasp the wonders of the world, which will also help you grow stronger." "I don't believe it, I won't leave you." Hong Yi said sternly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 907. Emerging from obscurity. Looking at Hong Yi's stubborn expression, Guwen felt quite gratified. This was the first time he had seen Hong Yi so anxious. In the past, Hong Yi had little emotional fluctuation, and while interacting with Guwen, besides cultivation, they wouldn't talk about anything else. Their interactions could be described as bland like water. The future Hong Yi would be the same, dealing with people and matters in a calm manner, displaying the demeanor of a great power. Seeing Hong Yi with such emotions indicated that Guwen's efforts over the years were indeed rewarding. Guwen thought for a moment and said, "How about this, live alone for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, if you still wish to follow me, call me, and I'll appear before you to take you along." Hong Yi didn't seem happy upon hearing this, instead gripping Gu An's sleeve even tighter with her right hand. She just stared at Gu An without saying a word. Gu An sighed helplessly, and his pupils suddenly changed, left red and right blue, leaving Hong Yi momentarily stunned. After several breaths, Hong Yi blinked, and her right hand loosened its grip. She looked at Gu An again, her eyes turning complex. "Did you see? Following me, would you enjoy such a monotonous life?" Gu An said seriously, using Dao intent to create a memory that allowed Hong Yi to accompany him for hundreds of millions of years. During those hundreds of millions of years, Gu An repeated his daily life with Hong Yi, picking flowers and herbs, fishing and carving, drawing and writing books, and so on. There was no conflict, no interaction with too many people. Hong Yi's heart was shaken by such a life. After all, she was curious about everything, and this curiosity destined her not to live in seclusion in one place. Gu An spoke earnestly, "Having seen the vastness of heaven and earth, you can truly become yourself. The birth of any creature is about finding its own existential meaning. Nobody is destined to be with another person for a lifetime." Hong Yi looked at Gu An and asked, "Then what is your existential meaning? How do you see me? Am I your disciple, or is there another relationship?" Gu An replied, "More than a mentor-student relationship, I hope you can become my fellow Taoist, inspiring each other to reach greater heights. We are merely parting ways, not saying goodbye forever. I hope that the next time we meet, you've become stronger, no longer needing my guidance and cultivation, but rather discussing Tao on equal grounds. If possible, I even wish for you to become my adversary." "An adversary?" Upon hearing this, Hong Yi's eyes flickered. Over the years, every time she challenged Gu An, her efforts were blocked by Gu An's Taoist momentum, leaving her unsure of Gu An's true strength. Thinking about being able to become Gu An's adversary and having a heart-racing, earth-shattering battle with him, a flood of expectation filled her heart. This was the first time since her birth she felt such intense anticipation for something yet to happen. Hong Yi looked at Gu An and asked, "Is the pact of 10,000 years still valid?" Gu An laughed and said, "Not just 10,000 years. In the future, whenever you think of me or need me, you can call for me. Do not disclose my existence to anyone, but know I will always be your backing, understand?" Hong Yi didn't seem puzzled but responded, "I don't understand, but I'll remember." Gu An raised his hand, ruffling her hair, looking at her while envisioning her future form. He anticipated the divine Hong Yi. How earth-shattering will the battles among saints be? Cultivation to become a saint, Gu An wants to test his own strength too, unknowingly developing a mindset similar to the celestial emperor. Of course, Gu An wouldn't wait for Hong Yi in the primordial Tai true saint realm. He would also strive to become stronger. His anticipation was for battles with saints, but not battles of the same realm with saints. On this day, Gu An unusually didn't instruct Hong Yi in cultivation but shared stories of the past with her, which she didn't find tedious. Even though Gu An often disappeared, this time she felt a different kind of sentiment. Parting. Without Hong Yi, Gu An seldom left the Taoist field of the beginningless. Initially he was somewhat unaccustomed, but this feeling soon faded. Over the long years he had already bid farewell to many old friends. He saw that Hong Yi didn't immediately leave the place of cultivation but continued to practice, preparing to surpass the Taiching Golden Immortal before venturing out. In the current Central Heaven, the strongest figures have reached the Tao Extreme Deluo Immortal realm, but those are outer heaven great powers and immortal gods. Such beings can only preach but cannot interfere with struggles within heaven and earth. The strongest local beings and ascenders, even the highest cultivation level, only reached heaven-balancing Golden Immortal. Even if Hong Yi hasn't surpassed the Taiching Golden Immortal, she could still roam the universe invincibly. Time passes, stars shift. 70 million years went by in the blink of an eye. This year, in Central Heaven, a being crossed the tribulation to achieve the Taiching Golden Immortal state, causing celestial anomalies. After successfully breaking through, he proclaimed to all living beings he wished to establish the demon race, inviting creatures capable of transformation to join him. With the emergence of the demon race, all living beings were shaken. The celestial Tao destiny in Central Heaven began to change violently, marking the onset of a whole new era. The power of the demon race sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain, with many transforming creatures declaring themselves as demons, thereby drawing more beings to join them and intensifying the struggles within heaven and earth. On this day, atop a desolate plain where smoke still lingered, the thunderclouds above hadn't yet dispersed, and the earth was scarred as if it had undergone a terrible disaster. In the middle of a large pit, Liya, covered in blood, lay at the bottom, his hair disheveled, his clothes torn, looking very battered. He had been lying there for a long time. Once he finally regained his senses, he struggled to lift his head, finding his eyes extremely bright, filled with surprise. Such dense spiritual energy, and it carries the true meaning of the great Tao. Liya was extremely excited, having finally arrived at the legendary Central Heaven. To find Central Heaven, he had overcome numerous hardships, and this ascension almost cost him his life. As his Tao fruit began to recover, he found his cultivation level had increased, feeling the hope of attaining heaven-balancing golden immortal for the first time. Before he could contemplate further, a wave of powerful demon chi descended from the sky, and countless demons passed through the thunderclouds, landing on the vast earth, causing him to furrow his brows tightly. The demons in Central Heaven each emitted an ancient and fierce aura, and even though many of them were far weaker in cultivation than him, gathered together they still made him uncomfortable. He struggled to rise, stood shakily, and looked up, only to see a figure appearing at the edge of the pit. It was a man in red robes, with black hair dancing, and a handsome face that made him somewhat confused. The red-robed man emitted strong demon chi all over, clearly not a human race cultivator, and his cultivation was unfathomable to Liya. "Are you an ascender?" The red-robed man spoke, his voice indifferent, yet imposing. Liya took a deep breath and said, "I am Liya from the 3,000 great worlds. How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" The red-robed man examined him and replied, "I am Feng Qiu, a local being of Central Heaven. Why did you ascend? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 908. Wuxia's Enlightenment. Why ascend? Liya didn't expect the first question he faced after arriving in Central Heaven to be so direct. He was silent for a moment and then said, "For immortal fate, for the great Tao." The man in the red robe, who called himself Feng Qiu, looked down at him and said, "Immortal fate? You ascenders all say there is an opportunity to ascend to immortality in this world, but we who were born and raised here have heard lectures from the great powers, yet have never seen this so-called immortal fate." Figures appeared on the edge of the great pit. All were transformed demons, with the weakest cultivation level being innate golden immortals. Liya was secretly shocked. During the immortal and demon chaos in the 3,000 great worlds, Central Heaven was just founded. How many years has it been, and Central Heaven has already cultivated such a foundation? No wonder this world could become the heavenly Tao center. After the shock, Liya felt an infinite longing in his heart. Only such a world is worthy of all his efforts to come here. "It's your first time here, do you have a place to go?" Feng Qiu asked as he stared at Liya. Seeing that he had no malice, Liya answered, "No, I still need to learn about Central Heaven." For some reason, Liya inexplicably felt a good impression of Feng Qiu. He now understood that Feng Qiu's figure was too much like his junior brother Gu. He even suspected that junior brother Gu was in Central Heaven and this demon had transformed by imitating junior brother Gu's image. Thus, he decided to spend some time with Feng Qiu. Feng Qiu immediately extended an invitation and said, "Why not come to my mountain and sit for a while?" "Thank you for the invitation, fellow Taoist." Liya smiled, raised his hand and saluted Feng Qiu. His ascension was naturally noticed by Guan. Far away in the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guan heard Liya's heartfelt voice and secretly admired senior brother Li for being smart. He had guessed it correctly. However, it's a pity that such a guess will soon be abandoned by Liya. After talking with Feng Qiu, Liya learned that Feng Qiu's transformation did not reference anyone, and Feng Qiu had no master, forcing him to abandon this speculation. It seems to be a coincidence. Perhaps he missed junior brother Gu too much, which is why such speculation arose. Thinking about it carefully, the image of junior brother Gu in his mind had already become blurred. Meeting Feng Qiu after his ascension was not a good thing for Li Ye. The reason Feng Qiu invited him was due to hidden ambitions. Feng Qiu wanted to learn about other realms, and later there would be conflicts, even enmity, between the two, marking Li Ye's first tribulation upon arriving in Central Heaven. Gu would not intervene because Li Ye would be able to escape unharmed. As for Feng Qiu, he wouldn't care either, as he and Feng Qiu had only met once, with no relationship between them. Throughout the long years, Gu had touched and seen countless beings. Very few of them had walked into his heart. Li Ye's arrival indicated that the heavenly Tao had opened the path of ascension from the 3,000 great worlds to Central Heaven. Ascenders experienced the red dust and were deeply shrewd. They would intensify the development of Central Heaven, making the situation in Central Heaven even more chaotic. The immortal gods, who oversaw Central Heaven, established a court in the heavens. They looked down upon the evolution of all worldly matters, finding the actions of the ascenders merely amusing. The heavenly Tao also had requirements for the ascenders. It would not allow an existence that could disrupt the balance of Central Heaven to ascend. Therefore, ascenders could influence Central Heaven but could not dominate its affairs. Even when on the same realm, the beings of Central Heaven could still distance themselves from the ascenders, making them recognize reality and the difference between immortals and mortals. Every year, Central Heaven would see the birth of talented individuals and Heaven's proud sons appearing out of nowhere, proclaiming their might. Those ambitious ascenders would suffer repeated setbacks, beginning to reign in their arrogant hearts. Autumn rain drizzled down, and the mountain forest drenched by the rain-emitted mist. Gu sat in a small pavilion halfway up the mountain, appreciating the rain, with fine wine and flower fruits arranged on the table, prepared by the ghost mother of ephemera. A figure passed by on the mountain path outside the courtyard, suddenly stopping and turning to look at Gu. This person was precisely Wuxia. Since arriving in Central Heaven, Wuxia had not stopped cultivating. His cultivation level rose rapidly and was already close to reaching the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm. He was still the most dazzling disciple within the beginningless. Wuxia looked at Gu inside the pavilion, recalling the words he once said to him. "Am I really that boring?" Wuxia had more than once doubted himself in this way, reflecting that apart from cultivation, he indeed had no other interests. Communicating with fellow disciples, they only talked about cultivation. He used to think cultivation was most important, but after arriving in Central Heaven, his views had somewhat shifted. Cultivation was indeed important, but the path of cultivation was never just about solitary retreat. Especially after the ancestor asked them to adapt to mortal identities, more and more disciples began to find new paths to enlightenment. Laboring in the fields allowed one to observe the Tao of the earth. Chopping trees and building houses allowed one to hear the Tao of feng shui from all directions. Painting landscapes allowed one to appreciate the Tao of life in all things. In recent years, Wuxia also thought about what kind of mortal identity he should assume. He passed by here not because he was heading for the ancestor, for in truth, no one in the dojo could capture the ancestor's aura and cause and effect. He just happened to be passing by. However, upon seeing the ancestor's figure, he suddenly wanted to chat with the ancestor and ask for guidance. The ancestor seemed to have no opinion of him, only that he wasn't interesting enough. If he had doubts and actively asked the ancestor might not refuse, right? As Wuxia hesitated, Guan's voice came through. "If you want to ask, then come on." Wuxia was shocked. How could his thoughts be guessed? But thinking of the legends about the ancestor, he quickly became relieved. The ancestor was an existence even more formidable than immortal gods. Seeing through people's hearts was nothing extraordinary. Wuxia immediately walked to the small pavilion, directly to Gu's side, and bowed. "Sit down." Guan looked at Wuxia and showed a kindly smile. Wuxia was also moved by his smile and completely eased his burden. Before Wuxia could speak, Guan took a book from his bosom and placed it in front of him. Wuxia unconsciously took a closer look and read the title aloud, Journey to the west? Since the weather is pleasant, you may as well take a look first. Hearing Gu An's words, Wuxia immediately picked up Journey to the West. He had long heard that the ancestor enjoyed reading books, not scripture but mundane books, and he had tried to read them but could not calm his mind. This time, as Wuxia opened Journey to the West, he felt an inexplicable peace in his heart, none of the previous impatience, and quickly got absorbed in its content with a quiet mind. After Wuxia finished this book, Guan took out another one. Without asking, Wuxia picked it up and read. So it went repeatedly. Guan kept changing books, and Wuxia kept reading diligently, just at an incredibly fast pace. The autumn rain continued, and white streaks of lightning appeared in the thunderclouds at the horizon, illuminating distant mountains, with red lights seeming to flash at the edge of the world. Guan turned his head to look, muttering softly to himself. In the end, couldn't refrain, could he? He saw the Celestial Emperor descending into the mortal world. The Celestial Emperor came to Central Heaven not to plot the Celestial Tao destiny, but rather, he was coming for him. The Celestial Emperor seemed to have calculated that Guan would come to Central Heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 909. Anticipation. Regarding the descent of the Celestial Emperor, Guan did not take it too seriously. Before his sainthood, he wanted to compete with the Celestial Emperor, but after becoming a saint, this thought faded. Let's talk about it when the Celestial Emperor becomes a saint. However, the cause and effect of the Celestial Emperor did not show signs of sainthood, making Guan sigh at the indescribable wonder of opportunity. In front of the great Tao, there is no fairness to speak of. The Celestial Emperor, who created the heavenly Tao and so many fortunes, bitterly sought the opportunity for sainthood in vain, while Hong Yi was destined to become a saint from birth. How ironic is that? Guan pondered as he admired the autumn rain outside the pavilion. This rain reminded him of the scenes in the profound valley of the Supreme Sect, becoming increasingly vivid in his mind, bringing a smile to his lips. Until dusk, Guan finally looked at Wuxia and opened his mouth. How do you feel? Wuxia came back to his senses, looked up at Guan, and could not help but smile. He had read books before, but they were all books on cultivation. This was his first time truly savoring mundane books. Although he had previously observed the myriad states of the human world and knew of various worldly affairs, reading mundane books today gave him a different experience. For the first time, he could feel the emotions and thoughts of mortals. Previously, he couldn't calm his heart, but today he was inexplicably at peace, knowing that this was definitely not a coincidence. It must be the doings of the ancestral master. Wuxia's eyes showed gratitude. He suppressed his excitement and said, I think I have found the answer. Having read so many books, he became interested in the identities of some protagonists and also wanted to experience their lives. Then let's head back, Guan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wuxia immediately stood up, bowed to him, and then turned to leave. The rain had stopped, and as he walked on the muddy mountain road, he suddenly realized something and paused to turn his head back. This time, he also did not say much to the ancestral master. After mustering the courage today to chat with the ancestral master, he was excited, but from the ancestral master's perspective, he did not bring any amusement today. It seems I really am an uninteresting person. Wuxia gave a wry smile, not feeling disappointed, and quickly left. The everyday lives depicted in the books gave him many insights, sparking interests beyond cultivation. Sitting in the pavilion, Guan instead felt that Wuxia had become lively. Although Wuxia considered himself uninteresting, it made him appear intriguing. Of course, Guan only found Wuxia to be somewhat interesting. It wasn't enough for him to always keep Wuxia around. Moreover, he was the ancestral master. How could he actively seek out disciples to play with? Su Han could often accompany him because Su Han was proactive enough. Guan stood up and walked out of the courtyard. The wine jars on the table would naturally be tidied by someone else. The night quickly descended, with stars lighting up one by one across the night sky, adorning the galaxy. Central Heaven's night was utterly beautiful, often graced by the sight of meteors streaking across. The descent of the celestial emperor did not stir up any commotion in the human world. No human or immortal knew he had come. In the years that followed, when immortal gods and outer heaven great powers preached, they began to praise the celestial court, allowing the celestial court to formally enter the hearts of the living beings in central heaven. Meanwhile, countless demon race forces emerged between heaven and earth, with powerful beings occupying territories as kings, rallying under the banner of demons. Influenced by the Ascender's instigation, the concept of conquest began to spread. 1,000,000 years later, Central Heaven entered an era of conquest, where seizing land and expanding territory became the ambition of various demon kings, leaving fewer and fewer pure lands in the human world. One great power, while preaching, said that whoever could unify the demon race would achieve great merit and rank in the immortal class. Upon hearing this, all living beings were inspired. Regardless of cultivation level, everyone was fueled with ambition, even leading to numerous incidents of demon kings being betrayed by their subordinates. Under the Tonkin, barren mountains stretched for thousands of miles. At a glance, green was rare, displaying only a desolate landscape. On a cliff, he, dressed in black, carried a treasure sword on his shoulder, with a straw in his mouth, strolling leisurely. Disheveled and with long hair casually tied at the back, he resembled a wanderer of the wilds. Leo was contemplating which holy land to visit next. Ever since he freed himself from Feng Qiu, he began traveling the world, having recently attended a preaching session. Central Heaven indeed had many profound great powers. It was said that the great power who preached came from outer heaven, and the Tao he preached was something Leo had never heard of in the 3,000 great worlds. It was incredibly profound, benefiting him greatly. Coupled with the nature's spiritual energy and natural great Tao of Central Heaven, he believed that spending the same amount of time in cultivation would yield far greater achievements here, making him immensely look forward to the future. Once he attained Tao and immortality, he wanted to return to the celestial spirit great world to have his fathers see what a true immortal truly was. As Leo pondered, he suddenly noticed something and squinted, only to see a figure approaching at the end of the cliff. It was a woman in white, possessing an immortal aura and peerless beauty, yet her expression was aloof, as if she did not partake in worldly affairs, akin to a female immortal. The visitor was none other than Hong Yi. Since parting with Guan, Hong Yi had been in closed cultivation, never summoning Guan even when the 10,000-year period arrived. Not long ago, she found the opportunity to break through to become a heaven-opening Daoyuo immortal. Aware that her upcoming crossing the tribulation would be earth-shattering, she intentionally suppressed it, preparing to find a secluded place to undergo the tribulation. She was not in a hurry. If she couldn't find such a place, she would summon Guan, believing that he would protect her. When Leo looked at her, she paid him no mind. In her eyes, an innate golden immortal was no different than an ant. Neither stopped, maintaining their pace forward. Even as they passed each other, they did not pause. For some reason, once Leo was sure the other party had no intention of acting, he felt a sense of relief. His intuition told him that this woman's cultivation level was unfathomable and not to be provoked. There are indeed many great powers in Central Heaven. Even junior brother Gu would act cautiously here, wouldn't he? Thinking this, Leo became even more convinced that Guan would come to Central Heaven, as it had already displayed the destiny and foundation as the center of the heavenly Tao. From this brief meeting, even though they exchanged no words, Hong Yi's elegance left a deep impression in Li Ya's mind. He had a premonition that when he became a top-tier expert in the world, he and this woman would often cross paths. This filled Leo with anticipation. His favorite thing was rising from weakness. Coming to Central Heaven, he once again became small and without reputation, but it filled him with fighting spirit. Unbeknownst to him, Hong equally had no reputation. When he was an innate golden immortal, Hong Yi had not been born yet. As Hong Yi was about to surpass the Taiching golden immortal, he still remained an innate golden immortal. Meanwhile, on the other side of the human world, in the coastal mountain woodlands, a forest lay slanted and askew, with even smoke and scorched remnants lingering. Zooming in to see, there was a man lying in the pile of scorched wood. His robe had turned into strips, revealing bronze skin underneath. He looked at the sky, expression tense. Why hasn't my body recovered yet? Martial Resolution thought to himself, gritting his teeth, feeling uneasy, fearing that demons would approach, for he could feel the dense demon chi in this area, sending shivers down his spine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9-10. The birth of the human race. Martial Resolution struggled to calm his mind and steady himself. He began to wonder about the origins of this world. Having traveled through the 3,000 great worlds, he was unfortunately swept into a space-time turbulence while contesting for a supreme treasure. When he awoke, he found himself in this place. It had been many years since he left the celestial spirit great world, and despite having visited many realms, he was still shocked by the spiritual energy of this world. What on earth is this place? Martial Resolution sensed the dense demon chi from all directions and suspected he had arrived in a domain ruled by the demon race. Among all the 3,000 great worlds, there aren't many where the demon race reigns supreme. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, stirring dust and acrid smoke, making his vision blurry and heightening his tension. When his vision cleared, he was taken aback. He saw a four-winged yellow dragon flying overhead. Its huge body couldn't be concealed by the sea of clouds, and an overwhelming aura descended, making him feel suffocated. Even as a heaven-encompassing free immortal who had endured countless trials, Martial Resolution felt so insignificant in front of this dragon. The other could crush him effortlessly with a single claw. The most terrifying thing was that someone stood atop this dragon's head. Although the person appeared small next to the four-winged demon dragon, their aura was so formidable that Martial Resolution couldn't ignore it. Martial Resolution's heartstrings tightened, sensing himself on the brink of a dire situation, uncertain how he might escape this peril. However, the Taoist atop the four-winged demon dragon merely glanced at Martial Resolution and did not command his mount to stop, nor did he make any move or utter any word towards Martial Resolution. Even after the four-winged demon dragon disappeared into the horizon, the look from the Taoist lingered in Martial Resolution's mind. What kind of gaze was that? Apathetic, devoid of any emotional color, unconcerned with his presence or condition. Such indifference was as if looking at a mere insect. No, even less than an insect. As if regarding the flowers and grass by the roadside. Martial Resolution felt a deep sense of insult, though his anger faded quickly, replaced by relief. Though humiliated, at least he survived. He suddenly realized that this world was different from any he had visited before. Despite the dense demon chi, no demon has come to trouble him, perhaps not because they haven't noticed him, but because they have and simply don't care. Thinking of this, Martial Resolution's composure returned, and he began to anticipate the sights that lay ahead. Not until a full day and night passed did Martial Resolution return to his normal state. When dawn broke, he leapt into the air, proceeding with caution. He flew towards the direction with the most living auras. That direction held not only demon chi but other energies, even containing immortal chi. His instinct told him that flying that way, great opportunities awaited. Guan, while picking medicinal herbs, watched Martial Resolution as he went to listen to the Tao. He still missed this old friend. In the past, when he was yet weak, he became acquainted with Martial Resolution. At that time, both were nobodies in the Supreme Sect. Martial Resolution's intense grief and sorrow could strangely prolong his lifespan, aiding him to reach his current heights. Martial Resolution's arrival in Central Heaven was naturally orchestrated by Gu, and Central Heaven would eventually become the ultimate destination for cultivators of the 3,000 great worlds. Guan merely helped Martial Resolution arrive early. Without his intervention, Martial Resolution would have been torn to ashes by space-time turbulence. Now, when Guan looked at Martial Resolution, he perceived many things. Martial Resolution's soul contained a true meaning of the Great Tao. Although it was far from Hong Yi's creation, this true meaning of the Great Tao could aid Martial Resolution to travel further. Upon arriving in Central Heaven, Martial Resolution immediately encountered countless new threads of destiny. Gu quietly extinguished some of the destiny lines that ended prematurely, so that when martial resolution faced choices in the future, he would be inexplicably led to make different decisions and avoid early demise. After gathering herbs, Gu stretched lazily, exchanged a few brief words with the ghost mother of ephemera, and left. The ghost mother of ephemera watched him depart, unaware that he had just altered another's fate during the process. Finished with collecting herbs, Gu walked through the fields, pondering what to do next. Along the way, Gu spotted Wuxia sparring with a disciple. The two wielded scimitars, dueling at the edge of the forest, their figures intersecting quickly but within the realm of the mundane. They had deliberately disguised themselves as martial artists. Gu did not pause his stride, yet his gaze invigorated Wuxia and the disciple, making their movements increasingly fast. Only after Gu vanished from their sight did they calm down. "Martial uncle, how many times do we have to fight like this?" The fighting disciple couldn't help but ask Wuxia. Wuxia glared at him and said, "Don't think it's tedious. One day, you'll gain enlightenment from this. Your emotions aren't adequate. It's not like facing a mortal enemy. If you encounter someone suspicious, you'll surely be seen through. Do you want to be the first disciple expelled?" Upon hearing this, the male disciple quickly shook his head, his face contorting with hatred, making his moves erratic, which pleased Wuxia. "Now that's more like it." Their battle was just a glimpse of events within the Taoist field of the beginningless. More and more disciples were attempting to practice mortal interactions to immerse themselves fully. Their instincts told them that the day for the Taoist field of the beginningless to open was approaching. Gu was also waiting. He was waiting for the human race to be established, for the celestial emperor to leave. In the years that followed, watching the experiences of Li Ye, martial resolution, and Hong Yi became Gu's pastime. After the celestial emperor descended to the mortal world for countless millennia without finding Gu, he chose to leave central heaven. During this period, the celestial emperor once came near the beginningless, but was misled by Gu's Tao intent, causing him to bypass it. The absolute supreme of the heavenly Tao was unaware and could only leave with regret. Not long after the celestial emperor departed, the heavenly emperor descended with a female immortal. This female immortal descended in the extreme east to begin creating the human race. The birth of the human race led to the celestial Tao light layer shrouding central heaven to shower abundant merits, as the immortal gods proclaimed the event to all living beings. Creating a race could earn celestial Tao merits and ascend to immortality, which stirred a great uproar in the world, as the term human race etched itself into the awareness of all living beings. What kind of race could their mere birth elevate their creator to the immortal class? Learning of the human race's birth, the Wuxia disciples grew more anxious, as they were disguising themselves as mortals. Now that the human race was born, it clearly determined the opening of the beginningless. That day, in a bamboo forest, Gu sat on the steps, guiding an Xian and Zui in cultivating the immortal emperor's eye, as the two disciples meditated beside him, each staring into the other's eyes with their own immortal emperor's eye. They were using the immortal emperor's eye to engage in combat. Suddenly, an Xian and Zui's expressions changed dramatically as they were simultaneously repelled, falling to the ground. They sat up, clutching their chests, looking at Gu filled with a palpable sense of dread. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9:11. Central Heaven's strongest and Xian turned her head to look at Gu, trying to calm her emotions. She said, "Master, in Central Heaven, a pair of immortal emperor's eyes has been born." For the first time, Sin felt the malice from another pair of immortal emperor's eyes, which made him uneasy even though he was already an innate golden immortal. Gu sat on the steps, holding a book in his hands. He casually replied, "If the 3,000 great worlds can bring forth an immortal emperor's eye, why not Central Heaven? Even so, this pair of immortal emperor's eyes feels very sinister to me. It might bring disaster to Central Heaven," an Xian said worriedly. Having been in Central Heaven for so many years, she had gotten used to life here. Although battles occurred frequently, It was more harmonious compared to the Great Thousand World. She didn't want that pair of immortal emperor's eyes to destroy the current peace. Guwen glanced at her, saying, "Central heaven does not belong to you or me, nor even to all living beings. You should understand that, at least for now, all living beings have no autonomy." Hearing this, an Exian fell silent. She understood the implication of her master's words. Central heaven was created by the celestial court, and its evolution is certainly orchestrated by the celestial court. Having gone through so many tribulations, an Exian could confirm that the celestial court was the supreme ruler of the heavenly Tao. No one could shake it, not even her master. Sin asked, "Master, could the immortal emperor's eye be related to the celestial court? I remember you said that the celestial court does not tolerate the existence of immortal emperor's eyes." Guwen replied, "That's right, the immortal emperor's eyes are derived from the celestial emperor's bloodline. However, with the fall of the Son of Heaven, its destiny was scattered across the heavens, making the immortal emperor's eyes into acquired divine power. Compared to the Son of Heaven's immortal emperor's eyes, there is a substantial gap." An Exian and Sin exchanged a glance, both furrowing their brows. Sin pressed on, "Can't our immortal emperor's eyes surpass the Son of Heaven's? Under normal circumstances, no. But through my creation, the immortal emperor's eyes can evolve into another type of eye." Guwen said with a smile, which immediately made an Exian and Sin's eyes light up. They promptly asked what kind of eye was above the immortal emperor's eyes. Guwen opened his eyes, and his pupils transformed into a golden red color. When the absolute void eye appeared, both an Exian and Sin felt a chill down their spines, their bodies stiffened, unable to move, with an unprecedented feeling of suffocation and fear. What kind of eyes are these? Looking at the absolute void eye, their minds went blank, losing the ability to think. Gu and his pupils then changed back to normal, allowing the two to breathe a sigh of relief. Though it was just an instant, the absolute void eye made them feel like they'd walked on the edge of death, unforgettable and leaving them in shock. This is the absolute void eye. Its marvels beyond your imagination. It will take you a long time of effort to master it. Guwen cast his glance on the book in his hands, giving a brief introduction to the absolute void eye. His eyes had already evolved into the extreme demon and immortal pupil, but he could freely transform into the immortal emperor's eye or the absolute void eye, retaining the abilities of both. Absolute void eye. An Exian murmured the name, her eyes filled with excitement. Having studied the immortal emperor's eyes for so many years, she always felt that this divine skill had no upper limit. Upon learning that the acquired immortal emperor's eyes couldn't compare to the innate ones, she was deeply affected. Now that her master had created even stronger immortal emperor's eyes, how could she not be excited? Do the celestial emperor and the sons of heaven possess the absolute void eye? Sin asked nervously. Gu and his lips curled up, answering, "Only I have mastered it." Sin became immediately excited, even clenching his fists. An Exian, however, thought of a question. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, are your immortal emperor's eyes innate or acquired?" Hearing this, Sin also looked curiously at Gu and rolled his eyes, responding in exasperation, "I'm no son of heaven. I can be called a fellow Taoist with the celestial emperor." Sin stared, asking, "If that's the case, why do you hide here, and why dare those immortal gods attack you? Because I'm boasting, must you ask so persistently? Can't you give your master a little dignity?" Guwen huffed, causing Sin to scratch his head awkwardly. An Exian didn't think too much about it. She asked Guwen, "Master, to what realm must I cultivate to practice the absolute void eye?" "Reach Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal first, and we'll see." Guwen said casually, his words like a cold bucket of water dousing their excitement. An Exian and Sin exchanged a look, then each sat down in meditation, continuing their cultivation. They no longer used the immortal emperor's eyes to spar but recalled the sensations that the absolute void eye had brought them. When I master the absolute void eye, perhaps I'll be able to catch up with master, at least glimpse his realm. An Exian thought, her heart filled with determination. She admired and respected master the most, and catching up with him was her greatest wish. For this, she would remain unwavering, not confused, nor swayed by others or affairs. Sin, on the other hand, did not think that deeply. He simply desired the power of the absolute void I. And Xin and Sin's premonition was correct. Thousands of years later, while the living beings of the world were still vying for dominance, the immortal emperor's eye emerged out of nowhere. This pair of eyes consumed the mana of living beings, rapidly growing stronger, causing fear among all. The immortal emperor's eye originated from the human race. Shortly after their emergence, they struck terror into all beings, casting a shadow over this land. As dusk fell upon the world, the hills and fields were covered with red flowers. Martial Resolution walked through the sea of flowers, captivated by the breathtaking scenery surrounding him. The spiritual energy here is so unique. Martial Resolution muttered to himself, his steps never ceasing. He had been in Central Heaven for some time. He had listened to great powers preaching, and upon hearing that he had arrived at the future Heavenly Tao Center, he was thrilled, seeing it as a massive opportunity. Perhaps when he returned to the 3,000 Great Worlds, he would surpass all his old acquaintances, including that once unrecognizable old friend. For this reason, he aimed to grow stronger, seizing every chance. This time, he had come to this place seeking an ancient true immortal. It was said that an immortal god lived in this area, holding a high position in the celestial court, having given many sermons in Central Heaven, with his sacred name widely celebrated. This immortal was known as the white-haired ancestor. Rumor had it that the white-haired ancestor was waiting for a destined person. If chosen, they would be taken as an inheriting disciple and could eventually be ranked among the immortal class. Martial Resolution had no great desire for immortality. He simply wanted to become stronger. And the white-haired ancestor was the strongest individual he had heard of thus far. Filled with anticipation, Martial Resolution quickened his pace. Just then, an aura approached rapidly from behind, startling Martial Resolution to turn and look. He saw a figure clad in white continuously appearing closer, arousing his vigilance. Judging by the other's aura, their cultivation level was not inferior to his. If they intended to attack, their speed would surely be faster. Martial Resolution stopped, waiting for the white-clad figure to arrive before him. Soon, that person appeared before him, and upon seeing their features, he was taken aback by their beauty and distinguished aura. A handsome face and outstanding temperament. The Heavenly Emperor looked at Martial Resolution, wearing a gentle smile. He spoke, "I am supreme, may I know how to address fellow Taoist? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 9:12, Supreme and Shock Supreme? Such an arrogant title. Martial Resolution thought to himself, then cupped his fists and greeted, "My name is Martial Resolution. Upon meeting fellow Taoist, I wonder what business you might have?" Though Emperor Taihao seemed harmless, Martial Resolution remained cautious. Emperor Taihao smiled and said, "I observe that your cause and effect seem to originate from the Celestial Spirit Great World. I have also been to the Celestial Spirit Great World, having ascended here thousands of years ago." Upon hearing this, Martial Resolution was secretly startled. The fact that the other could see through his cause and effect indicated a cultivation level stronger than his own. Feigning surprise, he asked, "Fellow Taoist has actually been to the Celestial Spirit Great World. When was it, if I may ask?" Emperor Taihao sighed and said, "It was during the Immortal Demon War when I fled there." Hearing these words, Martial Resolution fell silent. He had experienced that catastrophe. While the Celestial Spirit Great World narrowly escaped disaster, many other great thousand worlds suffered immensely. In this sense, the person wasn't lying, for during that time the Celestial Spirit Great World was indeed a rare sanctuary. "Are you also seeking the white-haired ancestor?" Emperor Taihao shifted the subject and asked curiously. Martial Resolution nodded and said, "Having ascended to this realm, one must seek immortal fate. I heard the white-haired ancestor awaits a destined one, so I thought I might try." Emperor Taihao laughed, "How coincidental, so am I." Why don't we partner up and journey together and chat along the way? After ascending for such a long time, meeting a kindred spirit fills my heart with joy. Martial Resolution hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Thus, the two set off together. Emperor Taihao was adept at conversation. Every question Martial Resolution asked would receive a response, followed by a related inquiry from Emperor Taihao. Before reaching the white-haired ancestor's dojo, Martial Resolution already had a sense of regretting not meeting sooner. Emperor Taihao reminded him of Guwen, evoking memories of their long-ago acquaintance, who knew after so many years he could still find such a soulmate. Several hours later, the two entered a valley where the flowers and plants started exhibiting different colors, still vibrant. They stopped talking and focused their gaze on the colorful surroundings. The white-haired ancestor is the celestial Tao venerable of the celestial court. In the 3,000 great worlds, you won't encounter her. If you came to Central Heaven a few eras later, you likewise wouldn't have the chance to meet her. This is our best opportunity. Even if we fail, just seeing the Supreme's true form would leave no regrets in this life. Emperor Taihao spoke with a peculiar tone, which fell upon Martial Resolution's ears as longing for the celestial Tao venerable. Celestial Tao venerable? It was the first time Martial Resolution heard this title. To be named Supreme must mean this white-haired ancestor holds a high status in the celestial court, perhaps comparable to the ancestor Master Wuxia's status in the celestial spirit great world. The ancestor of the Immortals sounds immensely powerful. Martial Resolution's gaze became passionate. If he could obtain the white-haired ancestor's inheritance, he could surely achieve enlightenment and fulfill all his prior desires. Meanwhile, at the top of a nearby mountain, Guwen, clad in an azure robe, was gazing down upon them. Neither Martial Resolution, nor Emperor Taihao, nor the white-haired ancestor hidden in the depths of the valley sensed Guwen's presence. As long as Guwen wished, they wouldn't see him even if standing right before him. Guwen looked at Emperor Taihao with some pity in his heart. This son of heaven, possessing the greatest talent, would die in Central Heaven. An Xian and the Sin sensed the immortal emperor's eye that originated from Emperor Taihao's immortal emperor's eye. The celestial emperor helped him restore the power of the immortal emperor's eye, allowing him to absorb mana from every living being to grow stronger. Later, he would engage in a decisive battle with Emperor Taihao in this realm. Before that, he needed to become the most wicked being so that Emperor Taihao could become the savior. For Emperor Taihao, this was a dead end. His only chance of survival was defeating Emperor Taihao, to once again be the most qualified son of heaven to succeed the celestial emperor. It was a very tragic path, gambling on the fact that the celestial emperor wasn't deceiving him. In truth, Emperor Taihao didn't trust the celestial emperor, hence he wished to enjoy his last moments. Guwen turned to look towards the valley. He saw the white-haired ancestor sitting under a peach tree, playing the zither, yet no sound emanated. The first time seeing the white-haired ancestor was at the endless Tao mountain, where Guwen went to listen to the Tao. Now meeting the white-haired ancestor again, Guwen felt a different sentiment in his heart. After several 100 million years, the white-haired ancestor was still at the late-stage Taoist Great Luo Immortal realm in cultivation. This was the true situation of immortal cultivation. Seeing her increased Guwen's appreciation for what he currently possessed. Having cultivated to this realm, is escape still impossible? Celestial Tao venerable. Guwen thought to himself, observing how the white-haired ancestor had become embroiled in the struggle between Emperor Taihao and the celestial emperor. The white-haired ancestor chose to support Emperor Taihao solely because Emperor Taihao's master was her grand-disciple. Over the long years, Emperor Taihao's master had already fallen into chaos, yet this sentiment remained. Unfortunately, the white-haired ancestor would never have imagined that the so-called Emperor Taihao was actually the true body of the celestial emperor. It's not just her, all immortal gods in the celestial court wouldn't imagine. Every time the celestial emperor changes identity, he leaves no traces. Those immortal gods who knew the truth no longer exist. Guwen came this time intending to assist Martial Resolution. Since the white-haired ancestor was destined to die, he chose to strengthen his old friend. According to the original fate, martial resolution did not earn the white-haired ancestor's trust. Instead, it was Emperor Taihao who stayed. Many years later, when martial resolution, along with great powers worldwide, campaigned against the human race led by Emperor Taihao, seeing him again shocked martial resolution. He never expected such a close friend would tread such an intensely wicked path. Under Gu Ennis' watchful eyes, martial resolution and Emperor Taihao entered the valley and met the white-haired ancestor. Facing this celestial Tao venerable, martial resolution was quite nervous, whereas Emperor Taihao appeared very composed. The white-haired ancestor was indeed waiting for Emperor Taihao. However, since martial resolution came, she symbolically issued a test, asking both to comprehend a great cauldron. Gu En silently aided martial resolution with Tao intent, enabling him to first comprehend the secret technique within the cauldron, surprising the white-haired ancestor. Though surprised inwardly, the white-haired ancestor remained outwardly calm, as if she had predicted this outcome. Before Emperor Taihao awoke, she accepted martial resolution as a disciple. The process was clean and swift, making martial resolution believe the legends were indeed true. He was immensely excited and immediately bowed to the white-haired ancestor. After a long while, Emperor Taihao also awakened. He successfully comprehended the secret technique, but upon learning martial resolution had achieved enlightenment quicker, he was shocked. He gave martial resolution a deep look. His astonishment surpassed even that of the white-haired ancestor. So the talent of a mortal spirit can surpass that of the Son of Heaven? Thus, martial resolution and Emperor Taihao both apprenticed under the white-haired ancestor to henceforth cultivate supreme Tao technique in this valley. The white-haired ancestor watched martial resolution, engrossed in discussion with Emperor Taihao, feeling a mix of emotions. She merely sought to wait for Emperor Taihao, unexpectedly encountering such a prodigy. His talent was average, but deep within his soul lay a peculiar true meaning of the great Tao. Coupled with his incredible comprehension, after her initial shock, the white-haired ancestor suddenly had an idea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9:13 Hongmeng Creation. After 3,000 years of cultivation at the white-haired ancestor's dojo, the heavenly emperor roamed the world once more, wildly absorbing living beings' cultivation levels. Those beings did not die after being deprived, but without cultivation in the middle heaven world, it was almost equivalent to a death sentence. As the heavenly emperor grew stronger, the various overlords of the world began to feel uneasy. They joined forces in an attempt to eliminate the heavenly emperor, but were repeatedly defeated. Meanwhile, the heavenly emperor cemented his fearsome reputation. Supreme demon god. His demonic might engulfed the world, leaving all beings anxious. With this great battle, even the Wuxia disciples learned of the supreme demon god's existence. The Wuxia disciples never expected that the human race in Central Heaven would be the first to initiate catastrophe in this world. In the celestial spirit great world, the human race was always the protagonist and savior in their understanding. In private, they discussed this matter, feeling that Central Heaven had become more dangerous than the celestial spirit great world. Time flew by. 7,000 years quickly passed. That year, within the valley dojo of the white-haired ancestor, Wuju, dressed in blue, bowed to the white-haired ancestor, knocking his head 3 times on the ground. The white-haired ancestor sat under the peach tree, her expression indifferent, her gaze falling upon Wuju without a ripple. Once Wuju stood up, the white-haired ancestor finally spoke. The Taoist technique I have imparted to you originates from chaos. My ancestor traveled through chaos and received a legacy. The cultivation technique and divine skills you have learned are imbued with the creations of the great Tao. In the future, you may surpass me. Central Heaven is a new world. The order has yet to be established. I hope you think carefully about your actions lest you find yourself in an irreparable situation. I will not lend you a hand. Wu Ju immediately replied, Master, rest assured, I will not cause trouble for you in the future. The white-haired ancestor closed her eyes, indicating that it was time for Wu Ju to leave. Wu Ju hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Master, does the Supreme have some mission? Why did he leave so hastily before? You seemed somewhat displeased with him." The white-haired ancestor, eyes still closed, answered, "From now on, pretend you don't know him. His identity is special, his path is fraught with peril, and no one else can interfere." Hearing this, Wu Ju felt confused but suppressed his speculations, turning and leaving. He looked towards the celestial vault beyond the valley, feeling that everything had changed. Perhaps I can really make a name for myself in this world. Wu Ju thought of his abilities, feeling exhilarated. He was already looking forward to the journey ahead. Unbeknownst to him, the white-haired ancestor was watching him from behind. Comprehension even greater than the heavenly emperor's. Could you be the variable the ancestor mentioned? The white-haired ancestor's eyes sparkled with unusual luster, filled with expectations for Wu Ju's future. She originally planned to fully support the heavenly emperor, but Wu Ju's appearance made her reconsider. At the very least, there was no need to risk everything. The struggle for the singular position of the heavenly emperor was too dangerous. Unless there was no other choice, it was best not to get involved. Elsewhere, Guan, fishing by the lake, smiled. He saw that the white-haired ancestor's fate had changed, indicating she no longer intended to support the heavenly emperor. This was reciprocation for the teachings she once imparted. Guan thought while looking at the lake. His intention was to help Wu Ju, and by doing so, he incidentally also helped the white-haired ancestor. This was a win-win situation, and he didn't mind the trouble, nor did he fear future changes. As for the heavenly emperor, he had no intention of involving himself with him. Setting down his fishing rod, he stretched his neck, the reflection in his eyes showing scenes of the underworld. Jianghu and Su Yu were advancing, intending to utilize reincarnation to travel to Central Heaven. With more old friends coming to Central Heaven, Guan grew more eager for the future. Not just old friends from the celestial spirit great world, but also some he had met in the lifespan reincarnation were coming to Central Heaven. These old acquaintances he befriended in the past had now become great powers, coming to Central Heaven to break through their own limits. Guan once more looked at the heavenly Tao, where countless cosmic planes were weaving lines of destiny, with Central Heaven at the center. Suddenly, he noticed that the fortune of Central Heaven had changed slightly. He focused on sensing it. Mysteriously, he captured a will. This will was dispersed throughout the heavenly Tao, ubiquitous, watching over the masses, brewing a powerful force. The will of the celestial emperor. Though Guan had observed the heavenly Tao before, it was his first time capturing the celestial emperor's will pervading the entire heavenly Tao. What was the celestial emperor up to? He felt the celestial emperor's will probing even into the underworld. Was it searching for him? Guan was curious and saw this as a good opportunity, so he decided to observe the celestial emperor's will. Soon, his consciousness intruded into a fragment of memory. A great hall, where the celestial emperor stood unmoving. Above, the dark red void churned with nebulae, resembling demon gods. In front of the celestial emperor, 3 stone pillars stood, above which hovered a massive star like the sun, within which an eye moved, as if it resided in another world, spying on the universe where the celestial emperor resided. The current celestial emperor was young, much like the heavenly emperor, devoid of any domineering aura. He gazed at the eye within the solar star, brows furrowed. "My creation will doom me?" the celestial emperor asked coldly. Next, a hoarse voice replied, "That's right, you destroyed Hongmeng, and this cause and effect will entangle you, eventually backfiring upon you." This made Guan reflect on his experiences. He had gone to the Hongmeng Great World, breaking through there, leaving a deep impression. Though desolate, the Hongmeng Great World gave Guan a sense of hidden secrets. After becoming a saint, Guan looked again, seeing the Hongmeng Great World beneath the heavenly Tao, lying deeper within the cosmic plane. In terms of size, Hongmeng was even larger than the entire range of the heavenly Tao, like an abyss giant mouth beneath the heavenly Tao, ready to swallow it at any moment. However, the Hongmeng Great World hid no saints or supreme emperors of merging Tao, only a few lingering souls lurking in the shadows, or faint wills waiting to be born? Could the founding of the heavenly Tao be related to the Hongmeng Great World? Guan grew interested. Is Hongmeng truly so terrifying? The celestial emperor asked, tinged with doubt. The hoarse voice continued, Hongmeng's history predates chaos itself. In past eras, beings as powerful as you were born there, yet Hongmeng persists, never entirely swallowed by chaos. Surely, that's not mere coincidence. The celestial emperor fell silent again. Guan became interested in the eye, but he could not perform cause and effect deduction on it within this memory fragment. The memory was simply too ancient, appearing before the birth of the heavenly Tao, making it difficult to estimate this entity's cultivation level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.